Yeah, I did think about that. Falco's going to stay. We've committed. We'll leave it as it is.
Okay.
We've committed.
Because this
then
starts.
yeah, there we go. And then Vanities, that will stop the Falco. How does this work then? So then Shadow Game will go on a new chain. Vanities, Falco can't resolve.
Falco
Vanities
can't
goes.
activate, yeah, because you still have the Vanities in play.
Then we also have Hedgehog. So we will attempt to use Hedgehogs as well. So let me build the chains correctly. We will go Falco can't activate, so it will just be Hedgehog to search.
Yeah, I mean, technically Vanity's chaining 1, but...
Correct. We will add ourselves a Shaddoll Dragon.
Okay. Okay, and now it's time for the big gun himself.
Way.
Here he is. Mr. Blackluster Soldier. Banish 2 from the grave. It's that Fellis, very tactical.
Putting in work, yeah, thinking ahead.
Fellis has put in a lot of work, yeah. It's destroyed Mathematician. Anyways, you're on 4,500. So I think that's actually quite a convenient number for me.
To be exact.
I'll go to my foul phase, attack with
fine.
Mathematician, and then I will attack with Blackluster Soldier.
That is
dealing 1,500.
Correct. Attempt to use Mathematician's effect to draw an additional card.
You can do that, and I will use Blackluster Soldier. That allows me to attack once more.
That is also fine, which puts me exactly out.
That was quite a lucky one.
I was hoping for Battle Fader.
Battle Fader, Gauze, any of these wonderful cards.
That's what we love about these old formats. All of those cards coming back into relevance, I suppose.
Yeah. Blackluster Soldier, a very powerful one.
Yeah.
One of the biggest and baddest.
One of the best looking as well. Absolutely amazing artwork on that card.
For sure, you like it?
Oh, yeah. Unless it's getting used against me, and then not so much.
I always remember, it was a very long time ago, and I was a young kid, but I remember when it was came off the Forbidden Limited list.
Yeah.
And the first event, like so many players just wrote Blackluster Soldier on their deck list and turned up, and then were made to play with the original ritual. Yeah, so it's probably, I guess, with Neuron now it's a lot harder to do.
Yeah.
Right.
I will attempt to go first again.
You want to go first again?
Yeah.
Okay, I mean,
this
you can go
time
second, draw an extra card.
We won't flip that Falco up. Commit to our mistakes these days. We are going to set a mystery card. Set, and set. Pass into yourself.
Oh god, this looks very mysterious. I think, in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, everything's face up, and it's kind of nice. Like, if your opponent has a face down, it's probably just like an impermanence. Or nowadays, maybe it's like a solemn strike, solemn judgment. But now there could be anything.
Yeah.
You could have like Sinister Shadow Games.
Back then, it's the fear of the unknown. That's what really makes it so good.
There's too much unknown. Yeah. I'm gonna set 1, set 2,
Oh,
set 3, set no more.
oh, okay.
And then I guess I'm gonna go to my end phase.
That is absolutely fine with me. We will draw for turn. Attempt to go standby.
Yes.
And then move to the main phase. Very, very interesting. Free set is very powerful.
Well, you said that. You've got more than 3.
We will set one more. Don't know why I'm playing in columns. As if I'm trying to play around infinite impermanence. We will pass to yourself.
Well, there could be a blasting fuse.
Yeah, that could be. That would definitely take it into account.
I think what are the cards? Mech Knights. They're still not released
very
yet.
column-faced.
Right. I'm a bit intimidated by whatever's going on here, because I feel like you should have flipped some cards. But anyways, I'll take the turn.
Yep.
And we're going to have a slower pace game this round, so I will pass back to you. If you're not going to do anything,
No, we will draw for turn.
I'll continue to not do anything.
Ooh, standby, main phase.
Yes.
I really don't want to be wasting these opportunities, but I fear that I have to. Let's see how defensively we go. Over to you.
It's not really what Shaddoll is known for, is it? I must say, like, when I started with this deck, because I played it in the first format where you could play Soul Charges, I was playing polymerization even. I was having so much fun. And then when the soul charge and super polymerization got put to 1, I was like, I didn't really know what to do, so I abandoned shadolls in favor of burning abyss because I was like, I'm not going to play flip effects. But it's actually quite fun. It's quite good playing flip effects. I think I underrated them just because I was like, we can't play flip effects. It's 2014.
Yeah.
You know?
It's when people start looking at the trap card that stops flip effects.
Oh.
It's not Royal Oppression, but one of those
Royal
ones.
Command?
That's the one, exactly.
Yeah.
Always quite interesting to see cards that come in and out of formats dependent on the current metas.
Yeah. I'm going to normal summon my Mathematician.
We have a monster!
Yeah, I think Royal Command caused a bit of a stir because I can't actually remember how it was, but I think people were confused whether it negated all the effects of flip effect monsters or whether just the flip effects. But I don't know if anyone ever actually got around to putting it in their deck list to find out. So here he is, Mathematician. We're activating him. How's he doing?
I will attempt to respond with a breakthrough skill.
I do not have a response to that. Mathematician is going to carry on his journey from the main phase into the battle phase.
That is fine.
Now I have to decide what on earth you've set that you haven't flipped. And I'm very confused, I must say. So, in my confusion, I will attack your face down monster.
We will flip Squamata face up and target the Mathematician.
I'm okay with that. He's done a good job.
He's done what he needs to do.
He's done his maths. And now I will go to my end phase.
I will draw for turn. Standby?
Yeah.
Main.
Yeah. That was a sigh of joy.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
that was definitely a sigh of joy. Not at all what I was hoping for. Set one more and past yourself.
Now I'm confused.
We are playing chess.
Yeah.
A long game.
If we have a theme here, like, if that was a Squamata, then this has to be a, I don't know, a dragon? Is it a dragon? You're not the sort of person who would just normal summon a dragon and start attacking people? I don't know. I'll have to find out.
Information too early.
I am that sort of person. I'm
we're going to find out. We are going
It's
to
got
find
19,
out.
you know.
Yeah,
it's
must
big.
be.
He's a big guy. I will go to my battle phase.
I will allow you to enter the battle phase.
I'm going to attack.
On declaration, I will attempt to activate Artifact Sanctum.
Sanctum is allowed. Yeah, okay.
We will summon out Artifact Moral Attack.
Moral Attack, would you like to use the effect?
I would like to use the effect of Moral Attack.
Okay, well, I'm not
attempt to
gonna
destroy your
respond.
only face-up being your dragon.
You have 3 sets. You've like willingly destroyed my dragon, so I feel like I'm in trouble here. Which would you pick if you were me? Just out of interest.
Oh, is this reverse psychology?
Yeah.
I'd definitely this one. Definitely that one.
All right, I'll pick that one.
Okay, we picked it. I will attempt to chain this.
Oh no! You got me.
You activated my trap card.
Okay,
we
go
will
for
pay
it.
2,000 life points to revive the Squamata.
Sure, so I'll
face
put you down to 6,000. That is a lot of fun, that card. It is quite a hefty price, but it is a fun card, especially if you get to set like a beast.
Oh yeah, flip to draw 2, discard 1 all day.
Right, there's quite a lot going on now, so I'm going to have to pass.
Okay, we are going to draw for turn. We are going to attempt to go into standby and then move to the main phase.
That's all allowed.
We will attempt to activate Shaddoll Fusion.
Hey, that was not fair. It's only fair when I play it, not when you play it. Okay, yeah, go for it.
We will use the Mystery Dragon.
It was a
plus the Maul
dragon.
Attack.
Okay.
It was a dragon. And we will work our way into a El Shaddoll construct. On a new chain, we will attempt to use El Shaddoll construct as 1 and dragon as 2.
Please,
Dragon
please
will
enjoy
target this one.
that one. You had the heart of the cards when you picked that one.
No.
Yeah, I'm not going to respond.
Okay, so
You resolve the dragon. Who really had the heart of the cards?
Oh, here comes Maul Attack.
There it is.
Construct will resolve, and Construct will send. Oh, it's always Beast. Always. Every single time. Pick me.
Yeah, there's a lot of options here.
There is a lot of options. I will send Falco.
That's always quite reasonable. Right, so that's going to get cut, and then in a new chain, do I have to activate this? I mean, I'm going to, but do I have to? Yes, I do have to. So that means mine is chaining 1.
So Falco will be chaining 2.
Okay, are there any chains?
No further.
Okay, here he comes.
Falco comes back.
And then on the summon, I'll
Yep.
activate the effect. Would you like to respond?
No responses.
No responses. Okay, you can go back
Goodbye, construct.
to the graveyard.
On a new chain, we will attempt to use Construct's effect to add back Shaddoll Fusion. We will then proceed to flip Shaddoll Squamata.
Yeah, you summoned that last turn, didn't you?
Yep.
Okay, very sneaky. Yeah.
Attempt to use Squamata to target the moral attack.
Off he goes.
6 to 6/5.
You're saying numbers.
will
Numbers are scary.
Attempt to go battle phase.
You can't say numbers at me.
We will attempt to declare with Squamata for 1800 damage.
Well, I'm gonna try this again because I had a moral attack before and it was good. So I'm gonna
Ooh.
see if you'll let me get another one.
You can get another moral attack.
Okay. And then I will summon the moral attack and activate the effect of moral attack.
Very, very interesting. Squamata's already flipped. Gets destroyed.
So yeah, for those of you at home wondering what on earth is going on here, Shaddoll monsters, you can only use one of their effects per turn because these cards were released in 2014. More recent cards often you can use each of their effects, but Shaddoll monsters, you have to choose.
I'll allow it.
You'll allow it.
That
Thank you.
is
Thank you very much.
absolutely fine. We will set 1 and attempt to pass to you.
Ooh. I'm not sure what to do now. I had a plan, but you keep setting more and more cards. Did you add something with something?
I have added Shaddoll Fusion back with Construct.
I know you have a fusion. Okay, okay. But I don't know much else. So what's this one then?
That is the unknown.
That's but I want to know. Okay.
But I must know. If you would like to know, you must attack it.
I will. I will. That's what I'm going to do. I can't deal with not knowing. Right. Let me try it then. Let's go straight into the battle phase.
Oh, going straight for it. That is fine.
Is that allowed? Okay. And I will attack it. Go on.
That is also fine.
Okay.
We will attempt to use the effect of Hedgehog, to search.
That's allowed. Yeah, go for it. Get your spell or trap card.
We will add Sinister Shadow Games.
Oh, I'm sorry. You can't add that one. It's got to be a Shaddoll.
You are correct. You are very correct.
Sorry. I think if it was a Shaddoll,
Shaddoll,
card,
cool.
this
That's the one.
That would be quite the card if it was a Shaddoll card. I think.
Oh yeah,
there
I
would
missed
be
that one.
an awful lot going on. I feel like most modern cards they don't have these like. There are a few I think modern themes where you have like the card
Name
which
specific.
searches,
Yeah.
but it's not actually part of the theme.
The most important cards usually aren't.
Yeah. Yeah, it's because when they're going to call it like Risey or Bonfire. Right, I'm going to do the old tribute set maneuver. How does that sound to you?
Ooh. Well, if you just set another more attack, that is absolutely fine.
That's exactly what I did. You caught me. And then I'm going to activate my Sinister Shadow Games.
That is a very good one. Well, attempt to activate Compulse, targeting your set.
That is impolite. I'm gonna say. I'm very, very upset. I thought we were better friends than this.
Well, you like that card so much, I thought you would want it back. Okay.
Okay. Fine. Right. That's gutted.
But I really wanted those draws.
Here we go.
The Falco mirror match.
Well, yeah, I think you've got a few more targets for your Falco than me. Right. Off we set. And then, oh, that was so gutting. So one, you'll go.
Draw for turn.
You could only run one compulsory in this format.
Stand by.
Yeah.
Main.
Sure.
Attempt to flip up Falco.
Yeah.
Attempt to use Falco's effect.
Sure.
Oh, the temptation. There is the smart play and there is the just because I like you play. And we're going to go with the just because I like you
think,
play.
yeah. I mean, Construct is massive.
We will then set one. Targets of that would be pretty big. So we will attempt to activate Shaddoll Fusion.
I will not change anything.
We will use Construct and Beast.
Oof.
For a Construct.
Okay.
We will attempt to go Chainlink 1 Beast, Chainlink 2 Construct, Chainlink 3 Construct in the graveyard to add back.
Yeah, a lot of chains.
So 3 to add back. 2 will send Dragon. And 1 to draw off of Beast. On a new chain, attempt to use Dragon's effect to target your set.
You've walked into my trap. Trap's done.
Ooh, okay, it's not another more attack. I will take that.
Go for it.
We will attempt to go battle phase.
Yes.
Do I want Dragon coming back? Probably not. Am I going to allow Dragon to come back? Probably regardless. We will set one card. And we will attempt to activate a Law of Darkness. Wait, did I say go battle phase?
I can't remember.
I think I said go battle phase.
I
So
mean,
we will
it's
go
up to you,
battle
I don't
phase.
mind.
I don't want to give you Dragon. I'm going to move to main phase too.
Okay.
I don't want to give you Dragon.
Sure.
I'm going to set one and I'm going to activate a Law of Darkness. We'll get the
Here
exact
we
same
go.
outcome.
Okay.
Drawing 2. The risk didn't pay off.
Oh no, those are good ones.
We will pass to yourself.
Okay, I will draw a card for my turn. It's going to be Shaddoll Fusion. I promise.
I really hope it isn't.
Huh?
Was it
Could be.
Shaddoll Fusion? Maybe.
Maybe. I am gonna flip summon Shaddoll Falco
That is fine.
and activate its effect and target my dragon.
That is fine.
Set my dragon. Right. I could set my beast again.
Well, you know I definitely don't have another compulse.
That's true. I mean, I know you have a Shaddoll Fusion is the problem. And a Shaddoll core. You've got a lot of Shaddoll cards. A lot of Shaddolls going on.
That we do.
Go on. It was fun last time, so we will tribute set a mystery card. Could be anything, actually, when you think about it.
Could be a moral attack.
And so on. Could be.
We will draw for turn. Didn't want to give you Dragon. Yeah, I still ended up giving you Dragon.
Yeah, you have to pick your poison.
That is very true. Not the draw I was looking for, I'm not going to lie.
Just had to wait for a turn and you'd have you'd have drawn Vanity's Emptiness.
Beast. Dragon. Don't want that returning. How can we pick those apart is the real question. Oh, I don't want to keep looping my shaddoll construct. I guess we are. We're going to attempt to activate shaddoll fusion.
Gonna think? That's fine. I don't have a compulsory. I wouldn't do that to you.
Oh, I
We're
would.
friends.
We will attempt to go into a new construct.
Okay.
We will attempt chain link 1 construct on field, chain link 2 construct engrave, and chain link 3 Falco engrave.
Okay.
Falco to reset, construct to add back shaddoll fusion, and this construct to send. We will send. We will send Beast.
Is this your third shaddoll construct?
It is my
There's
first
a lot of
construct.
constructs going on. Okay.
Constructing, nothing.
So that goes to your.
That goes to my hand, correct, yeah. And then Beast effect on a new chain to draw a card.
Yeah. Shaddoll construct did actually have a moment like Blackluster Soldier. Did you know? When there was a new structure deck that came out and there was a card called Shaddoll Construct.
Yes.
And a lot of people accidentally used
link
Shaddoll
too.
Construct, yeah, when they meant El Shaddoll Construct.
Oh, always thinking ahead. That Beast and that Dragon are causing so many issues already.
I was complaining about this before. When you set cards, they just they have to be dealt with somehow.
We will have to go to the battle phase.
Yep.
We
Fine by
will
me.
use construct to attack your. What I'm hoping, if I remember correctly, is your Beast.
Well, yeah, it can't really be much else. So we're in the damage step, so can I activate it?
That is fine.
Okay, so I will draw 1, draw 2, and then I will discard a Shaddoll Squamata. And then in a new chain, I will activate Squamata.
That is.
How does that sound to you?
That is absolutely fine.
Oh,
Well,
great.
Not so fine, but I'll allow it to happen.
Okay, here we go. I will send the one and only Shaddoll Falco. And then activate the effect, and then set it.
That is fine.
Oh. Yeah, I got to watch out. I was silly enough to put everything in the same
sleeves.
sleeves. Makes life a little more complicated.
Set 2 and past yourself.
Okay, I will draw a card. Go to main phase 1.
Correct. Oh, here he comes.
Flip summon.
This one, yeah?
That one.
Hey.
I'd love to leave an extra deck monster on the field.
Fourth construct, let's go.
Right, I will now flip summon my Falco.
Flip summon of Falco is unfortunately fine.
Activate the effect.
That is fine.
Target Shell Beast.
That is also fine.
You're being very kind to me this time.
I felt bad about the construct, the
The
compulse.
compulse, yeah.
So I'll let Beast have its reign.
Yeah, let Beast have some fun. Okay. Now I will activate my Sinister Shadow Games.
That is a good card. That is fine.
Okay. Now I have to figure out what to do. Right, I guess it will be a Hedgehog. And flip. And then I think what I want to do is activate. This is chaining 1 and this is chaining 2, so I get to add before I.
Before you draw what you wanted to add.
Exactly. You got to do that. Can't trust your deck to be nice to you. Because it won't. It will be mean. I'll add this.
Yep.
And then you will cut my deck. And I will draw some wonderful new
Draw
cards.
more cards.
I'm having a lot of fun. I will discard this one. Right. So I talked about it last game, but this time I'm going to put my Black Rose where my mouth is.
Ooh.
And synchro summon the mighty
Black
Rose Dragon. So do you have a Starlight Road? Or do you have a solemn warning?
We
I guess
have
is
a
the first
solemn warning.
question.
That is definitely the question.
All right. All right. No fun. So that puts you down to 4,000.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm just giving you life points for free these days.
I was going to say, yeah. I'll activate my allure.
That is fine.
I think I'm probably not going to discard
Any more
my
darks
hand.
left?
1, 2, and I will have to banish. So, goodbye. Shaddoll Beast, you've done a great job. Now I have to think about what to do. I think it's time for a normal summon, which I haven't done yet.
Correct.
If I'm thinking right. Mathematician.
That is a very good normal summon, and that is also fine.
Okay, so Mathematician will send one of my dwindling cards from my deck to the grave. Here comes Felis. And then I will activate Felis.
That is also fine.
Now I have to think about things. In attack, defense. Let's put it in attack. I'm feeling
Aggressive.
I'm feeling like attacking, yeah. I'm just gonna have a peep at my extra deck. I don't think I want my extra deck. I'm just going to use Felis and target your set.
Target to destroy. That is fine. Attempt to use Falco.
Well, let me.
Let you go first.
Let me
Apologies, get too
wonderful
excited.
Cards. Oh, okay, fine.
Not so wonderful now.
Yeah, you can have your Falco back.
I'll have Falco back.
Okay. Now I'm going to go to my battle phase.
That is fine.
Attack Falco.
That is fine.
Yeah, that's the only way to deal with him. You have to like destroy him once,
Bait
and
it out
then,
one level at a time.
and then attack him again.
I will attempt to activate Shaddoll Core.
Wait, has that got 1950?
It does have 1950.
You're no fun.
The
Okay.
exact of what's needed.
Right, then I will join the setting face downs party because I haven't really had enough traps this game, so I'm going to set some traps.
That is fine.
And pass to you.
We will draw for turn. Definitely not the card I was looking for. We will set one card and pass to you.
Oh, thank you. Very kind.
Those 4 set are very intimidating, that's why.
That's my plan. Right. I paid 2,000 for my burst rebirth.
Oh,
Put me down to 6,000.
So that would revive. Is it going to be the Beast Party again?
Actually, I'm going to target Falco because he can get back beast. You know,
Falco can put them more work.
Falco could be anything, even a beast.
Even a beast. I'm going to attempt to chain vanities.
I will be sad. Okay.
Continue.
All right. Draw for turn. This is causing me a bit of strife. Your Shaddoll Core combo.
That 50 life points.
It's too big. So you know what? This is just entirely for the content because you mentioned it so many times.
There we go.
I'm gonna tribute this. How does that sound?
Not so nice.
Here he comes. He's coming in. He's coming in swinging. Attack.
That is fine. And
yeah,
on the new chain,
get that guy out of here.
Goes.
Off he goes. And attack.
That is sadly fine.
Put you down to 2,500. And your turn. He has got a big sword, this guy.
In the end phase, I will attempt to use Sinister Shadow Games.
Do you even have Shadolls left?
I do not know.
You go for it.
I believe there is one or two left.
Let me have a look. Yeah, you've used a good number.
We will send the last Falco.
The final.
And then on new chain, attempt to revive Falco in face down position.
You did it to me, so I'm going to do it to you.
No! That is sadly accepted.
Go for it. Looking at this now, though, I'm kind of regretting. I should have really tributed my my mathematician, but here we are.
Set 2 and pass.
I'll draw. Okay. Do you have a Mirror Force? Be honest.
Would I lie to you?
I'm going to go to my battle phase.
That is fine.
And attack.
That is accepted.
Put you down to 1,000. And then attack.
Yes.
Activate trap stun. Roll.
Very, very good.
Here we go.
Oh, that is reliving the old days. Absolutely love that.
It's a lot of fun, this deck. And this mirror match is actually like really complicated. There's so many set cards. There's like trying not to have this resolve.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Not even to give more advantage. Yeah, that was very thoroughly enjoyable. Taking back the clock.
Did you have your fill of flip monsters?
My fill of flip monsters. It was very flip heavy. Not even just the monsters, flipping the spells and traps, and yeah, absolutely amazing. Yeah,
so yeah, I don't think we're going to see that many flip monsters in the main event this weekend, but you never know.
The odd crawler could pop up.
Mimigools?
Mimigools, yes, very true.
So, but I suppose we'll see. We might have already had Mimigools on stream because we're recording this on the Friday, so we will have to find out. But yeah, I'm glad. Oh, that was a good trick. How did you do that? All right.
A magician never reveals his secrets.
Well, everyone at home, thank you very much for joining us for this Time Wizard Duel, and we hope you're really enjoying the main event, and we'll see you soon for more coverage.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to round number 10 of the UK Nationals. We are joined here with a very, very special duel. So both these players are on the bubble. They are currently X2, and we are going to be going into those high-pressure stakes, making all the way to the top 32. So in this particular matchup, we do have Malice up against Ryu-Ge. Now, Ryu-Ge are a brand new archetype that we have been receiving, and it is going to be very, very interesting to see how they are piloted. So our duelists are getting themselves ready. We're going to be going through round 10 of Swiss, round 11 of Swiss, and then we're going to be working into that all-important top 32. So, Tom, just on the basis from what you can see on the deck list, how are you feeling on the Ryu-Ges?
I have no idea. I'm looking at the deck list. A lot of these cards are new to me, which is a lot of the fun of casting. We try and bring people at home the most interesting decks we can find, and unfortunately for us, that means sometimes we don't know some of the cards. I'm looking at some of the cards. I know Manju, I know Nibiru, I know the more Charmies, but a lot of the main deck cards I think are flying over my head. So you're going to have to be the expert on this round for us.
Absolutely fine. This is one of the archetypes that is massively fascinating to me. Mixture of pendulums, but also high-level monsters. They've got the access to worms. It all revolves around 3 particular types. So worms, dinosaurs and sea serpents, and then its overall boss monsters are dragons. We did receive a brand new dragon pendulum monster that came out in the most recent sets. You'll be able to kind of see this in action, and it kind of increases the consistency level of the deck itself. But then on the other side of the table, we do have that all-important Malice. Now, Malice is one of those high-level contenders. We've been able to see them quite a lot over this weekend, and we also know that they are heavily featured in most of the competitive scenes. So, Tom, how do you feel about the Malice strategy itself? Because we couldn't keep seeing them get into the finals. We can't keep seeing them work for it. Do we feel that they are just overall powerful themselves, or do we feel that there is always going to be that silver kind of element that we can see in the side deck here with Artifact Lancer?
Yeah, as you say, there is the Artifact Lancer. There's just the fact that Malice was such a popular deck. It was so slated to be the most powerful deck. So everyone is super duper prepared for it. In everyone's side deck, they've got those 3 Lanciers. Maybe they've got Chaos Hunters. Maybe they've got Artifact Sanctum to search Lancia. You're never going to find an opponent who's unprepared. So having such a big target on your back can be a problem. Whereas if you're playing a Ryu-Ge deck, probably not only is your opponent not going to know what to do, but even if they do know what the cards do, they're probably not going to have a side deck plan for you. So that is obviously the
risk and reward, yeah, exactly. Pros and cons, exactly that one. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see. The duelists are getting themselves ready to go. We're just waiting on the... it looks like we're going to be drawing for our starting hands. It's going to be very interesting to see who's going to be going first on this one. I don't think the Ryu-Ges in general mind so much about going first and 7 because they have such incredibly high power monsters. It kind of takes me back to the Regenesis feature match that we had a couple of rounds ago. We're about to see exactly what they're going to be able to do, taking on the all-powerful Malice strategy as well. So as round 10 begins, moving into the first game, we're going to be able to see the combatants move forward. So starting off with the dice roll. Always pressure on these dice rolls. I quite like the idea of having a deck that doesn't mind if it goes first or second. It kind of takes the pressure off it, and it looks like Yestin was able to win the dice roll on this one, so Malice is possibly going to be going first. Unless we are playing a go second version of Malice, which would also be incredibly surprising.
Yeah, I mean, when you win the dice roll, you go first. You pick up that first card and it's a full loss. You think, maybe maybe second was the way forward. But I could make out a few other Malice cards going on. So let's see now what Yestin's going to start with. Perulia gives you a second to pause. What do you think as well when you're shuffling your... Oh, wow, a pass.
Ooh, this is now the downside of Malice, is that through the most recent Forbidden Limited list, it did lose a line of consistency. March Hare was kind of a stopgap to kind of give it back, those 3 copies of the Underground, the Dormouse, and the White Rabbit that was lost. And Michael here, very, very well, is activating Instant Fusion. Yes, it's going to get met by the Fluvaros, but being able to use Instant Fusion, he does play a very interesting target, and this is very important because the whole strategy of the Ryu-Ges want to start searching. They do one search that leads into the other, which is the most important part. So being able to get into the Millennium Eyes Restrict does give him that line of protection against a Droll and Lockbird, and on the other side of that, is, in theory, the Ryu-Ge strategy doesn't really need to summon directly from the extra deck as much. It can just summon from the hand by getting access to a lot of their big level monsters, and all of those level monsters have 3,000 or a little bit less than 3,000 attack. So if it stays like this, unless Yestin has opened up a powerful hand trap in the form of something like a Nibiru, it could very well be a quick, swift game.
Instant Fusion, a card that has been so powerful for such a long time, but I've not seen many decks run it recently. You do have to devote a couple of extra deck spaces to it. What do you think of it? In a 60-card deck, you're willing to put cards in your extra deck to your 1 Instant Fusion. Are you saying, like, I mean, it doesn't look like his extra deck is all that important to him, actually, given what I'm seeing. And we're seeing duplicates of various cards and...
Yeah, that's exactly that. The Ryu-Ges themselves don't really need to rely on the extra. They're their most pivotal card, especially when they end up going through Ryu-Ge Warzone, ultimately ends up locking them into only being able to summon dragons, worms, dinos, and sea serpents. So the best kind of option that they have to themselves would, of course, be the Varudras being the rank 10 Omni-Negate setup. It does see that we're going to see Yestin here open up quite a good combo, so being able to activate Droll and Lockbird, being responded with the Millennium Eyes Restrict, and then following up with an Infinite Impermanence to make sure that that resolves is actually quite important here, because the whole premise is that we're going to be searching out the Misva. The Misva would then work itself into the Warzone, and the Warzone is the ability or the field spell that allows you to get access to your Dino, Sea Serpent, and Worm Ryu-Ges, and then ultimately special summon one of each from different locations, being one from the Banish, one from the Grave, one from the deck, and that's again 3 incredibly powerful level 10 monsters, and we all know that with very few times do we see level 10 monsters have a lower level of attack stats.
So that just looked like a pass back from Michael. Is there a reason he didn't attack directly?
I don't think there's a reason not to attack directly. I mean, you might as well. We have seen in the past, for example, Ash Blossoms attacking directly, but at least to get that 500 attack might be the difference, but you never know how important that could be.
Every life point counts against Malice, you know?
Exactly that. I mean, you kind of make their capabilities of paying their own life points a little bit less. And we're going to be responding with a Droll and Lockbird off of the back of this as well.
Yes, he's probably got a... I mean, do you think he knows what's going on? He's just seen like one Ryu-Ge card, and then his opponent's passed to a Droll, like, not even gone as far as to make an SP with the 2 monsters on the field. That's got to be weird for him. I don't know. Do you know, is there a reason there's no SP?
Well, I feel maybe he didn't want to give Yestin the ability to draw an additional card because he was still under the Fluveros.
Of course.
So kind of a semi risk and reward on that one. And as you mentioned, playing a 60-card deck, it's great that he's increased it with Diviner of the Herald to work his way to get to the Misfire more consistently. But then on the downside of that, you are walking closer towards the Droll and Lockbird. And Yestin did have that combination of cards that was perfect to out the Millennium Eyes Restrict. It does look like the Malice player, Yestin is going to be able to move a little bit further forward. The Dormouse has been able to resolve, been able to banish the White Rabbit. That's going to be coming back, allowing to set a card, set one of the GWCs. And ultimately, this is kind of where the Malice start to get going. There are some downsides of being having to deal with and face the Droll and Lockbird, but I don't think it's all out and out kind of end game at that point. You can also see that it looks like he opened up the Malice in Mirror, and I do believe he's also opened up the March here. So the Droll against Malice is not as game ending or as turn ending as something like an Artifact Lancer.
No, for sure. It's one of those cards that I don't think you're too upset at all to see as Malice, and in addition it means if your opponents use the Droll and Lockbird, it means they can't use a Charmy. So those are probably a little more difficult to play around. You don't really want to give your opponent a ton of cards. I'd much rather give up on 1 or 2 searches.
Yeah, and I think Michael is kind of reserved on this one. As long as he can... It's so explosive with the Ryu-Ge strategy that as long as there is not another... as long as there's not another Droll in Yestin's hand, he should be able to flood the field very quickly, and that will kind of catch Yestin off guard. Not knowing what the Ryu-Ges can kind of do is also going to be a bit of a detriment.
Do you think he's going to survive?
I mean, when we've seen Michael's play so far, we've saw Diviner that guaranteed the search of the Misfire. So we know that Misfire is currently in Michael's hand. We've traded away the Droll and Lockbird. We've then also used an Instant Fusion. Oh, it looks like it's a Nibiru.
It's a Nibiru time. Yeah, I was kind of interested with Yestin's play to put the March Hare on the field, but it looked like normally when you're playing Malice, I feel like the lines are to go as quickly as you can into one of those really powerful Link 3s, be it Red Ransom, or white binder that you can make quite quickly and easily, and then it gives you a lot of value when you can recur them back from the banished zone, get their extra effects. But summoning too many times and allowing your opponent to Nibiru before the Link 3 now, you suddenly don't have those like value bombs. You can get all this value just off banishing one card, and maybe it's going to be a bit of a punish for Yesten here by just putting that March Hare in play a little too early.
Yeah, I completely agree here. You definitely don't want to be passing over to Michael, and I think this is where the unknown factor comes into play, is being able to, for Michael to be able to activate the Misfire. The Misfire can then work its way into the war zone as previously mentioned, and that will start to get everything going. We can see that Yesten is also being very, very cautious. So it's kind of one of those ones that you do like to put your spells and traps into the pendulum columns, just to kind of preemptively or kind of play a bit of mind games with your opponent to say, oh, this could be an infinite impermanence in one of these zones, to kind of turn off the column completely, which ultimately would negate the pendulum zone itself. But with Misfire being able to resolve, what's going to happen here is we're going to be able to add a Ryu-Ge war zone. The Misfire will end up being destroyed and go face up in the extra deck. In doing so with the Ryu-Ge war zone, you have the ability to activate that. That will allow you to banish one Ryu-Ge, one Sea Serpent from the deck, alongside add one Dino, and usually send one Worm. That then still gives you the ability to activate the War Zone, and War Zone allows you to special one from every zone, and then before you know it, you have 3 level 10 powerhouse monsters kind of staring you down.
Is that a pendulum ritual there?
Yep, so one of the first pendulum rituals is the Misfire. This is the one that gets everything ticking. This is the one that's going to allow you to, as its pendulum effect, you get to add a non-pendulum Ryu-Ge card from the deck to the hand. Then you destroy this card. And he's decided to go for the Ryu-Ge search spell card, and the Ryu-Ge search spell card is going to allow him to work, Ryu-Ge Rising is going to allow them to work into the brand new card, once I get to it, lots of Ryu-Ges, is the Tensei Ryu-Ge Anva. So this one in its pendulum scale, you can't pendulum summons except Ryu-Ges, and keep in mind the pendulum scales are going to be from level 0, I believe, up to level 11, and all of your Ryu-Ges are going to be level 10, so you have that option available to you. You also have the ability that if your opponent activates a card or effect in response to the activation of your Ryu-Ge spells or effects, so being the Ryu-Ge War Zone being as important as I've previously mentioned, you get the ability to destroy the Anva and then kind of negate in response, which is very, very important.
Yeah, those kinds of effects can be quite punishing if you don't know that they're coming.
Yeah.
I feel like, because if you know, okay, maybe I'll just let my opponent's spell cards resolve, then it might not come up, but when you don't know that that's something that could happen, then you can easily walk into it when you otherwise just would say, okay, I'll just let that spell card resolve and save whatever interruption I have for something else.
Yeah, so as we can see here, Michael is resolving the War Zone. So he's deciding to add a worm, being the Protoss, because it is a level 10 worm. He is banishing the Sea Serpent. He is sending the Dino, and now he's activating the War Zone to summon one from every place. So one from the banish, one from the grave, one from the deck, which means he will have the worm from the deck being the Hakva. He will have the Sea Serpent in the form of the Cairo from the banish zone, and then the Kyoto, the dinosaur, sorry, the Kaiva from the graveyard. So straight away, 3 level 10, 3,000 attack monsters. He is currently locked into Dinos, Sea Serpents, Dragons, and Worms. And the whole idea is to make sure that you can get 3 different attributes in your graveyard to banish and make a Protoss. We all know how powerful Protoss could be in this particular matchup, because if you are able to call Darks, you shut off complete access to your opponent's Malice monsters trying to move into the next turn, if there is in fact even a next turn.
I was going to say, it looks like Yesten not got all that much going on. And it did look like did he activate GWC? It looked like GWC got negated, so maybe he did use it in response to a spell card.
Yeah, I believe he used it in response to the War Zone's effect to summon those particular 3 monsters. And then that's kind of exactly as you've seen. If you don't expect something to be coming and not really know about it, it can really catch you off guard.
Yeah, that's sort of cascading there, because Yesten not having a Malice or his Malice in the mirror. Is this nib token small enough just to be run over?
So I believe the nib token was March Hare, Dormouse, and Splash Mage. So his defense stat shouldn't be that crazy.
Yeah, if there's no defense, yeah, you're right. I don't think the Malice monsters have that high defense.
I think it also includes Diviner, but Diviner isn't crazy defense either. I think it's like 500 defense, 300 defense. So it should be relatively good, but I feel Michael might try and play this a little bit cautiously. He might want to go into the Varudras just to make sure he has any type of protection for that last card in Yestin's hand.
I'd rather just make sure I have more attack points.
Yeah.
Much as I love a good Varudras.
So he does have another one of the brand new cards, the Ryu-Ge End. So your opponent cannot target Ryu-Ge monsters you control with card effects. You can only use each of the following effects once per turn. If a Ryu-Ge Pendulum monster is on the field or face up in the extra deck, which it does, you get to shuffle 2 Ryu-Ge monsters from your hand, grave and or banishment into the main deck, target a monster on the field and destroy it. So he has the ability to out that, I believe, already with the trap card. And I think we're going for the lethal here. Oh, we've got the Bestial Magnamut.
It's going to put up a bit of defense, but is it going to be enough?
Yeah, I feel that this might be...
Because not only has he sort of got his back against the wall, but if you start to run low on life points, he's going to defend 3,000 of his life points, but that GWC is now in the graveyard. He's also going to have to pay another 300 to add back the March Hare, so he's not going to be able to use probably any of his big Malice monsters' effects very easily next turn, even if he makes it that far.
Yeah, exactly that. With 1,100 life points still left on his side, I think Michael's just having a look to see if he does have any Ryu-Ges that he could be returning to the deck through the Ryu-Ge End, just to kind of deal with the Magnamut. Here comes the Protoss. I feel this is where it could be very, very damaging having that Magnamut on the field. Is Protoss can now freely call Dark, clear off the Magnamut itself, and lock Yestin out of being able to access Dark monsters for the entire next turn. So even the Dragon that he could search off the back of the Magnamut wouldn't be able to be summoned until Michael's turn.
So yeah, presumably a Druisworm is Magnamut's best friend at the moment. Can be searched, but yeah, as you say, no special summoning Darks is quite restrictive when your entire deck is Dark.
So now he has the ability to use the extra deck of the Misfar, and what this is going to allow him to do is it's going to allow him, as a card was destroyed, it can special summon it via its own effect. If a monster on the field is destroyed by battle or card effect, while this card is in the extra deck, you get to tribute a level 10 Ryu-Ge monster, and if you do, you special summon this card. It is treated as a ritual summon, which is very, very important, and then you get to apply the following effect to destroy up to 2 cards you control, and if you do, you get to place that many Ryu-Ge continuous spells from the deck. Now, it's very important because the continuous spells provide different effects to your level 10 monsters. He looks like he plays all 3 of the level 10s, and he's decided to go for the Dino Domain, which is the aggressive option that provides all of his Ryu-Ge monsters gain 300 attack, and then Ryu-Ge Pendulum monsters and level 10 or higher dinos also gain the following effect, that when an effect of a monster on the field with less attack than that card, and keeping in mind that both of those monsters are going to be 3,000 attack, you get to return this card. You place a Ryu-Ge continuous spell that you control to the bottom of the deck, and then you get to negate the activation. So he's adding a layer of protection on that one. And then the Waterfront gives all of his level 10s the ability to return the continuous spell card back to the bottom of the deck, and I believe you return 1 card on the field to the hand. So he's pretty much covered all bases. Like, if Yestin was able to get any monster that is not a dark attribute into rotation, that is either going to be negated or returned to the hand.
Do you think it's worth even like showing Yestin all of this stuff? Like, I mean, I know it's cool and we're on the feature and we're having fun, but I think like he's presumably going to win on the next turn. Yestin has only got 1 card left, and it's a dark monster, so it's not going to do anything to the Protoss. I feel like you don't really need to do much to close out the game here.
Yeah, I completely agree with you on that one. I feel that holding that information back can be very, very interesting. But then on the flip side, if I was Yestin, I would be making sure that I read every little detail of these cards to make sure that I am prepared for game 2, so that you know what you need to play around, how you can kind of deal with those. And those hidden effects that we've seen already don't play a factor in round 2.
Yeah, exactly. He's probably already going to feel like he got caught out a bit by that GWC being negated.
Yeah, and it looks like we're scooping out. It looked like the card drawn for turn was Gold Sarcophagus. Usually, with Malice, that's an insanely powerful card to be drawing, but unfortunately, when you are Dark Locked, not so effective.
I wonder what card he was hoping to draw that was going to...
Heart of the cards, that's all you've got to believe in. So if we take a look quickly at the side deck for Michael, I feel that we kind of have a bit of an edge on this one because, as you mentioned previously, Malice is such a well-known deck. It has that card that people will go to 99% of the time, and you can also guarantee, I would probably bet that Lancia is in 100% of player side decks over this weekend. So it's a very easy side in for that Lancia. The downside is, as you mentioned also, he's playing a 60-card deck. So the consistency to see that Artifact Lancer in your opening hand going second with your 5 cards is going to be a lot lower.
Yeah, that is one of the cons to running a 60-card deck. You only get 15 extra deck slots regardless of how many cards you have in your main deck, or 15 side deck slots, sorry. So when you run 60 cards, you know, it's a lot of fun, but you are sort of diluting the chances of drawing those super powerful side deck cards like Artifact Lancia, because there's not really a replacement for it. A lot of side deck cards, you know, there's somehow, you know, like Lightning Storm, Harpy's Feather Dust, they do fairly similar things. You can run extra copies of each, but Lancia is in a class of its own, I feel like, especially as a side deck card against Malice.
Yeah, exactly. Like, even if you were to consider Chaos Hunter, exactly like you mentioned, they're just not the same card. Being able to activate Lancer from the hand without a particular requirement, without your opponent having to do something, makes a huge difference in comparison to having to wait for your opponent to commit to a special summon. On the other side of that, we also do see, as we've mentioned previously, about the extra deck being so free with so many different options, that he's also going to be utilizing Ultimate Slayer. Now, when you look at this, the best target that you could possibly send for Ultimate Slayer against Malice will, of course, be the Link 5 Tri-Brigade. Ultimately, the reason for doing something like that is it a target for your Link plays or for your opponent's Link plays, but then on an additional chain, it allows you to send the Garura from the extra deck to give you a draw for a bit more consistency.
Yeah, that's a lot of fun. I've not actually seen Ultimate Slayer being sided to target Malice before, but clearly he is doing that because he's got that Link target in his extra deck. I mean, I feel like Ultimate Slayer's been targeted primarily at the Ryu-Ge deck just because it's so powerful at getting rid of that Ryu-Ge detonator and then sending the aggregator, but it's cool to see it have this different application here. Yeah,
exactly that. And then when you look onto Yestin's side, I don't know how you really fully prepare for a strategy like the Ryu-Ge's, because for the pure fact of it, you know Drone Lockbird's already effective. Drone Lockbird is already in your main deck. We did see that Fluvaros was used in game 1. Fluvaros can be one that the Ryu-Ge strategy can play around a little bit more effectively. I feel what you might want to be considering is possibly along the lines of Perulia, but even then, as we've seen, the War Zone brings from the Grave, Banish, and the deck. So it probably leans itself more towards the Fluvaros, and the only thing you're really going to get off the back of the Perulia will be the original normal summon being something like the Diviner, and the Diviner, of course, is going to be one of the very few normal summons that we're actually going to be seeing. I feel we've got Diviner and a Manju of the 10,000 Hands to be the main normal summon, and I guess we're about to find out exactly what is going to be sided in for both players here.
Yeah, Yestin going first, so probably going to take out those Charmies, maybe have some sort of generic side deck cards like the Solemns, which feel like they can come in against almost any deck.
Yeah, exactly that. So we're drawing the 5 cards for turn. Yestin looks like he's been able to pick up a draw on Lockbird, which we saw how effective that was. And we're starting off with the Chessy Cat. It's still better than round 1. We actually have a start here, a double Chessy Cat. And the benefit of something like this is being able to draw 2 fresh new cards and get you another monster on the field. Being able to instantly set you up with some Link 2 plays could be incredibly important.
Yeah, starting off with the Chessy Cat, I think when you start with Chessy Cat and you resolve it, you just sort of breathe a sigh of relief. It's super powerful thing to do. And I think if your opponent was going to respond with an Imperm or a Lancia, it would have been done there and then. So you kind of know that there's nothing to stop you, at least at this point.
Yeah, it does give you a bit of a check to be able to see what type of hand traps your opponent may or may not have kind of hard opened up. And I think that's the real big kind of test, is being able to go, okay, cool, I now no longer need to worry about that particular form of interaction. I now no longer need to worry about anything else that could kind of cause a couple of issues.
So I think this is going to be almost the first time we're going to see a full Malice combo on the stream.
Yeah, let's also remember that even with, as we've seen previously, even with the ability of going like a full Malice combo being able to work its way off, you still need to be very, very wary that Michael has the ability to play these Go Second cards. The Ryu-Ges themselves are all going to be incredibly powerful as level 10 monsters with 3,000 attack, and I can't really stress that enough. So even if there is no interaction, what you always need to remember is if your opponent has not taken any cards out of their hands, they haven't interacted with you at all, that then increases their chances that all 6 cards by the time they start their turn, it could be field breakers. They could also be cards that will lead them to be overly aggressive, and I feel the big difference in this particular matchup will be that Drown Lockbird in Yestin's hand, and if Michael has the ability to stop that going through, because I feel when you're comboing on or combining the availability of a Drown Lockbird in the hand towards a full Malice Enfield, that could pretty much be game at that point, because you kind of want to try and pick the field apart. Then you also need to worry about a Drown Lockbird, which is going to stop you presenting your field to your opponent.
How much defense do all of the Ryu's have? Are they also like 3,000, 3,000, or like 3,000 0 and the red ransom just...
I don't feel that they have much attack. So if we look at the Dino only has 1,200 defense points. Then I believe if we look at Misva, which you can also get onto the field, that's probably the strongest one there with 2,500 defense points. Defensively, they're not as aggressive. Like the Pendulum monsters themselves will have the most. So the new one of Amber has 2,100. And then I believe that the others, the Sea Serpent and the Worm, don't have as much. I feel the one big difference that Michael may have is if he is able to get different attributes into the graveyard, that's where Protoss might be able to show itself, and that could be the big difference. Ultimately, you need to be able to search out the Protoss, but I don't see any way that you'll be taking the Protoss out of the deck. Like, being able to summon the Protoss down and then declare Dark, not only will it clear your opponent's field if they are all Darks, which most of the Malice cards are, you're also then going to be able to shut them down from being able to access those Darks for the entire next turn, which will allow Michael to buy time under a Droll and Lockbird.
But Protoss protection effect, right? That prevents it from being destroyed by card effects?
Correct.
But Malice, of course, don't really do that. They're more of a banishing kind of style, so with that, Heart Scripter we've just seen, it's going on a journey from the field to the grave to the banish back to the field, but it will presumably end up on the field. We'll also have a GWC to bring it back should the need arise. Gonna have a good pile of Link monsters. But yeah, it shouldn't really be a problem clearing that Protoss before it can activate its effect for Malice.
Yeah, exactly. I feel that another very important card in the Malice strategy that they can be utilizing is the Dominus Impulse. Being able to utilize the Dominus Impulse can be very, very damaging to the Ryu-Ge Warzone. So even if Michael is able to open up the Ryu-Ge Warzone, there's still a lot of steps that need to be followed. You still need to get the Misfa face up into the extra deck in order to utilize it, and then to be able to do that, you still need to have the ability to search. Alongside that, the Warzone also needs to be able to add a card to the hand, send to the graveyard, and banish all in one move. So being able to resolve both those effects is very, very tricky, because there is no other way to get a Pendulum monster from the hand face up in the extra deck without destroying them on the field first. You can't discard them from the hand because they'll ultimately end up in the graveyard, not in the extra deck where you need them to be.
One of the things Malice has going for it, in particular, especially like post side, is all of these cards that you draw, you can draw these like non-engine pieces that you put in your deck to go first, whereas in game 1, maybe you're going to be drawing extra copies of Fuelos or Molchami or something, but in game 2, you're putting in this just like absolute heat from the side deck. I'm seeing Deck Devastation Virus. I don't think this is something you'd probably side in against Ryu-Ge, but that is that's giving me flashbacks because I'm a big fan of 2010 Time Wizard, and it's an absolute menace in that format as well. But it's an interesting choice, I'd say, over I don't know, something like Different Dimension Ground as a target for Triple Tactics Thrust. Do you think he'll side that in here?
Yeah, exactly that. Looking at the rest of the side deck, I don't think there's... What I quite like about side decks like this is it's relatively easy to know. So straight away, when you know you're going to be going first, as you mentioned, you take the Fliverosses out. So then when you look at your side deck and taking a look at Yestin's side deck here, we can see Perulia is probably not going to be making an appearance. Neither is Artifact Lancer. I highly, highly doubt he's going to be putting XYZ on the course. So as he goes through his side deck, he's able to kind of narrow down exactly what's going to be effective for him. Deck Devastation Virus is not going to be an out-and-out amazing option. Mischief of Gnomes could put in a little bit of work to shut off the availability to the rank 10s, But even then, you're probably going to be increasing your consistency. You're probably going to be looking at the AI meet you. That's going to give you more consistency in order to get to your starters, should you want it. Maybe you consider the Triple Tactic talents, because at least with the Triple Tactics Thrust, at least with that will give you direct access to a Dominus Impulse or an Infinite Impermanence if your opponent does activate a hand trap on you or interact with you with a monster effect during your own turn.
We're seeing a pretty spicy looking combo here. Look at this. I'm not sure I've seen all these different code talkers. I mean, the Echo Talker, obviously, the big one. But this other one, is that Transcode Talker?
Yeah.
Yeah, that allows you to extend a little bit more. I think every time I see a card like this, I think it's like every Malice player's attempt to find some way to do extra things when you've been Lanced, because, yeah, it can be a bit of a problem. But the Transcode Talker in particular is quite fun. It prevents things it's co-linked to being targeted. So that can come up, I suppose, making that Firewall Dragon slightly harder to interact with, making the Echo Talker slightly harder to force out. And we still have the 1 bounce as an interruption from the Firewall Dragon. So it should be quite tough for Michael to get through.
Yeah, and this is also very, very important as well. So when you look at the Malice Red Ransom, while this card points to a monster, it doesn't need to be a Malice monster or anything else, the original attack and defense of all effect monsters your opponent controls are switched. And as Tom previously highlighted, all of the defense stats of the Ryu-Ges aren't as high as the attack stats. So it starts to make those very imposing level 10 monsters look a little bit more manageable. And then backing that up with a co-link Transcode Talker, which is currently pointing to the Echo Talker and pointing to the Firewall, means that both those monsters gain 500 attacks, so they become a little bit stronger, a little bit harder to deal with. And on top of that, the Firewall can't be targeted, and neither can the Echo. So even if Michael was to open up an Infinite Impermanence, for example, or, as we've seen from the side deck, a Ultimate Slayer, the only card he could possibly target would be the Red Ransom, and the Firewall will still maintain its bounce, or the return from the field to the hand. The Echo Talker will still maintain its negation, and the Transcode Talker will still provide the protection for those other 2 monsters that it needs.
So here we are, this is Ryu-Ge number 1. So what's this one do?
So this is the spell card that's going to allow him to ideally search for the Misfar. The one downside of this one, or the benefit, is it's a quick play, so it can be activated in the draw phase, which is, I'm hoping, exactly what Michael has done here. It's going to allow him to add the Ryu-Ge monster from the deck to the hand. Making sure that it's being activated during the draw phase does mean that it is semi-immune from a draw on Lockbird. And on the benefit of that, he's also hard opened up the Misfar, so this gives him the other ability to make sure that that Misfar is face up in the extra deck. He is piloting this very, very well to make sure he has all of the pieces where they need to be, so that his one search, playing around that draw on Lockbird, is going to be absolutely important.
So the Misfar is the pendulum. How did that make its way into the extra deck?
So off of the back of the Ryu-Ge Rising, you have the ability to then add a Ryu-Ge Pendulum monster from your hand to your face-up extra deck. So you're able to add the brand new Anva from the deck to the hand, and then you have the ability to add the Pendulum monster from your hand to the face-up extra deck. So it's one way of being able to bypass the ability of having to put Misfar in the Pendulum zone, destroying it, put it into the extra deck, and then having your first search be something along like the Ryu-Ge War Zone. He's now making sure that his first search is going to hopefully be off the back of the Ryu-Ge War Zone, and then also having the Anva in place means that if his opponent was to activate any card or effect in response to that, he has the ability to negate it. So if Firewall wanted to try and return a card, if a Code Talker wanted to try to negate it, he has that layer of protection, and also if he wanted to respond with like an Ash Blossom, for example, that could also be protected.
I got you. That's a really unique effect, like putting a card from your hand into your extra deck. I don't think I've ever seen that line of text on a card before, to be honest.
Well, that's exactly what the Ryu-Ge's kind of needed, and I really do like that fact that it's kind of been considered how can a deck fairly kind of play around certain interactions. As mentioned, when you start off with the Ryu-Ge Rising, that's a great way for it being quick play. But then your next step needs a search to then get you to a next step. You need too many steps to get the searches that you need to get your field being built, that being able to kind of play around with it and protect it is very important. And it looks like we are going to get rid of that Anva. Yestin has kind of learnt from round 1. He knows how infectious that Anva can be and how protective it can be as well. And being able to banish that from the field does kind of put Michael in a position where his first search will be needed to be, from the looks of this, off of the back of the Misfar, probably walking headfirst into that Droll and Lockbird.
and just got to have a quick read of it. Got a lot of ways to respond if he wants to. He's got the echoed firewall, probably not gonna be used in response. It can only return monsters.
Yeah, I feel that if I was in Yestin's position
Can it return
here,
spells and traps? Maybe I've forgotten what firewall does.
Firewall does. Well, it can return 2, so I am quite interested that he's activating it now. Target monsters on the field and or graveyard up to number of monsters co-linked to this card to return them to the hand. So you are correct, yeah. It's only able to target monsters on that one.
I don't think, yeah, pendulum cards, they're definitely not
they're still
monsters,
considered
right?
spells, as far as I'm aware. I also find that quite interesting because, I mean, having the draw on lot bed, I probably would have allowed that to resolve. I think this actually benefits Michael more than anything because of the firewall's now used as effect. That's something that shouldn't really need to be happening. It looks like we're making a Typhon here. The opening hand from Michael doesn't seem to be that great. I mean, we saw a Ryu-Ge Rising, we saw 2 Misfers that were guaranteed to be in the hand, and we've also saw the Carbodedodon. So this is a Dino level 2, and if it battles a fire monster during damage calculation, this card gains 1,000 attack points during the damage calculation only. But you get to banish this card from the grave to special one from the hand or deck, a level 7 or lower dragon normal monster. Oh, and it looks like Michael's just going to be scooping it up here and moving into game 3 anyway. I don't feel the hand was too friendly for Michael on that one. You don't really want to be seeing the Carbodedodon because that's a card you probably want to be leaving in the deck.
It's Carbonedon.
Carbonedon. I'm going with Carbodedodon.
I mean, you've got a lot of extra letters from somewhere. But
we will like to add letters here.
I do like this card. It's a very old card. What is the use for it? Because it lets you summon a normal dragon
Yeah.
from the deck. What did the Ryu-Ges do with their normal dragon?
So this isn't actually for the Ryu-Ges themselves. This is actually a very interesting tech that Michael is choosing to use, and he's actually going to be using the Guard Dragon Justica. So the reason for this one is it is a level 2 dragon tuner. So what that then does for the Ryu-Ge strategy is it then allows Michael to open up the door to some level 12 synchro monsters. The level 12 synchro monsters of choice right now that he's decided to go for would be the Snake Eyes Vengeance Dragon, which is a very, very powerful level 12 that we've mentioned previously for the White Forest strategy that allows the player to have the quick effect to push monsters into the spell and trap zone. And that's very, very important because being able to actually not allow stuff like the Makumo in the Raizio strategy, the Mitsurugi strategy to enter the graveyard, it makes it a lot harder for your opponent to recycle around. The other one is also very, very interesting because this is a card that we very rarely see. Now, Transcendosaurus, a big name on that one, it can't be destroyed by battle. It's a dinosaur monster, so that if you do shut yourself into dinos, sea serpents, worms, and dragons, you still have the ability to do so. On top of that as well, dinosaur monsters you control that were specialed from the graveyard can't be destroyed by your opponent's card effects. Your opponent cannot target them with card effects, and if it is destroyed, you shuffle a normal monster from the graveyard back into the deck, and then special summon this card. So you recycle the Guard Dragon, so you can set yourself up for a synchro play again. You then have a monster that allows you to protect your Kaiva in the form of the Ryu-Ge Dino monster. You also then have another high-level dinosaur monster that can be utilized and be protected. It's just a very, very good option for the deck with those particular routes of play.
I do kind of love now, there are just very powerful synchro monsters at any level. I feel like, again, this is me talking about Time Wizard 2010, but you go back then and, there are some levels that are powerful and some levels that are not, but now I feel like if your deck can make synchro monsters somehow, it's worth having a look on Neuron, go, okay, what level 11 synchro monsters are there? What level 12 synchro monsters can I use in my deck? And it's really fun to see this brand new level 12, seeing a bit of a splash. I think the brand new level 11 psychic monsters I've seen pop in a few extra decks this weekend. So I think it's really fun just to have this, ability just to find what's there. What can my deck use?
Yeah, I do find that very, 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 very fascinating because there's always times when I see it and there's like, wow, that card exists. When did that card come out? And you look around and you're like, oh, that's a very, very old card. We do see it in most recent metagames as well. You'll sometimes find this card that was introduced to us a while back and you're like, oh, wow, that card is slightly relevant now, or that card could be very effective. Or, as we can see in this scenario here, they can all become powerful tech choices. So Guard Dragon Justica, I can't imagine there is anyone around that has gone, I'm going to be using that card in the future specifically for this type of matchup or specifically for this type of deck. And it just kind of shows the creativity of the player base that when they really want to find a deck that they enjoy and want to play, they will go to extreme lengths to find those cards that kind of set them aside and give them an edge that not a lot of people will be expecting to kind of deal with.
For sure. I mean, yeah, it's so much fun, and it's just another layer of unpredictability. If your opponent doesn't know what level 12 synchro monsters are coming out of your extra deck, you know, how are they going to plan for it? What do you think we're going to see going first? What is Ryu-Ge going to plan to end on when it goes first this time? Because it's the first time we're going to see it start.
Yeah, I feel Michael could be a little bit cautious here, and knowing that a drone lockbird could very well play a pivotal role in this one, he might try and hoodwink his opponent and make him go first, but I feel that we're definitely going to be having the Artifact Lances coming in. I feel that he's already main decking the Trill Tactics Thrust. We're probably going to see an Artifact Sanctum come into play. He also plays There Can Only Be One. We know how damaging that can be against the Malice strategy. You also need to remember that it's a 60-card deck, so you need to make it as consistent as possible to see your side deck cards, and that's where you might also consider playing those, leaning a little bit more onto those Triple Tactics Thrusts.
So let's see what Michael is going to do. One other note, I think this is the closest we've got to the time procedures. Only 7 minutes remaining, so depending on how long Michael's first turn takes, that could be a factor. And it can be quite difficult for Malice. It has the ability both to gain life points, but also it does lose an awful lot of life points when it's going through its usual plays. So what is this first Ryu-Ge monster going to do for us?
So what you have the ability for, so this is the Ryu-Ge Hackvar. So this is the worm monster from the archetype. You're allowed to banish it from the hand to then add a Ryu-Ge realm Worm Winds. Now, unfortunately, the Worm Winds is not a card you want to be having in rotation, but as we've seen, Yestin was actually quite worried about what that can lead to, and I feel that this kind of shows again, a little bit more of unfamiliarity with the Ryu-Ge strategy, because if he had known what the Worm Winds was, Worm Winds during the opponent's turn, all cards sent to the graveyard is banished. It will actually benefit the Malice strategy. I can't imagine Michael would have left it on the field, but it shows the fear of the unknown by using Ash Blossom as early. It now kind of frees Michael up a little bit more here, as we've seen with Diviner being able to activate the Herald of the Art, sending the Herald of the Art Light. This then benefits him and knows that there is not a Droll and Lockbird in Yestin's hand, because being able to resolve the Misfar is going to work its way into the Ryu-Ge Rising. And I feel that we could probably be seeing an end field here of, I would imagine, Varudras. And I would be very, very surprised if we don't at the least see a Protoss come down, because if you can get access to the Protoss and Yestin doesn't have an infinite impermanence in the hand to negate the Protoss, Protoss being dark itself and unable to be destroyed by its own card effect or card effects in general, I feel that we're going to be hearing Michael call dark, which will really, really slow Yestin down for at least a turn. And then it will hopefully swing back to Michael on that one, and Michael will then need to try and get some damage on the field before the timer does run out.
So how does the deck search Protoss?
So Protoss is a level 10 worm. So off of the back of the Ryu-Ge Warzone, you don't even need to send Ryu-Ges, but you just need to have the ability to banish one of a Sea Serpent, Dino, or Worm, send a Sea Serpent, Dino, or Worm, and then add a Sea Serpent, Dino, or Worm. Each one has to be different, and as we're seeing here, we're adding the Worm in the form of the Protoss, we're sending the Dino, and we're banishing the Sea Serpent. There are additional effects that all of those Ryu-Ge monsters will have. Sometimes if 2 cards have been destroyed, you can special summon the Dino monster from the hand. If 2 or more cards have been banished that particular turn, you can summon the Hackvar back from the banish zone. And if 2 or more cards have been sent from the hand or deck to the graveyard, you can actually summon back the Sea Serpent from the graveyard as well. So there's loads of additional effects that all of these cards have. And we're about to see the Guard Dragon Justica, which unfortunately, right now can't lead into a synchro play because the Herald of the Art Light, the Diviner of the Herald is also a tuner. But because 2 cards have been banished, being the Dino and the Sea Serpent, we've seen Hackvar return to the field, and we're now going to see what we mentioned previously, being a level 12 synchro. And I can only imagine we're going to be going into the Snake Eyes Dragon. And the reason that we're going to be doing this from Michael is he's trying to put those different attributes in the graveyard. The Guard Dragon Justica is a water, the Hackvar is a wind, and then we already saw at the start that he's able to put the Herald of the Arc Light in there, being a light. So here comes the Protoss. Protoss being dark itself. Nibiru. Yes, very well played on that one.
You can hear some of Yestin's fans cheering when that Nibiru came down.
Yeah,
a very large token.
Yeah, I feel it's a very large token, but this was an absolute pivotal point here. I feel that you needed to have an infinite impermanence, you needed to have a Nibiru, you needed to stop that Protoss resolving. The second Protoss resolves, you can probably feel that Yestin doesn't get another turn. I feel that, however, the pressure is going to be on Yestin. With only 4 minutes left on the clock, once it does pass round to him, he's going to need to make sure that he has the ability to remove that token. As you've already mentioned, it is a very, very high stat token, and then still get some damage on the field to kind of make sure that he's guaranteed to leave this duel with an 8-2 record, giving him all the more chances to finish in that top 32 spot.
So what are the plays here for Michael? Are there any more ways for Ryu-Ge to extend? I guess not. He just seems to be passing.
I feel now that Michael is going to need to rely on any particular hand traps he has. I would like to feel that in the draw phase, if there was a Lancer, that would have been used, and that would have been game-changing as well, unless he wants to hold it here for a bit of life points to be paid, and then chain the Lancia, but that doesn't look like that is unfortunately going to happen.
Yeah, one tiny little interaction is if you're opponent someone's Dormouse, you actually want to use Lancia straight away, because if you let the Dormouse activate, your opponent's monsters will gain 600 attack this turn. So even if you prevent them from banishing anything, it's worth it just to prevent all of the Malice monsters from gaining 600 extra attack.
Yeah, exactly. So I think we're just reading the hack VAR now. So banish this card from hand, add a Wormwind. If a monster is banished face up, this card is already banished, and there are at least 2 other banished monsters that are not itself, except during dash that you get to special summon this banished card. So as White Rabbit was banished, I believe the play was to try and revive the hack VAR because it doesn't require you.
So he tried to revive it.
Yeah, but I don't believe it's a quick effect. I don't think it's a trigger effect. And there are now at least 2 other banished monsters that are not.
Yeah, it looks like
it doesn't. Yeah, because it doesn't say during that turn or anything else like that. So I believe the hack VAR could possibly come back here.
Yeah, it was impulsed.
Ah, it was impulsed. Okay.
So yes, and just needs to play fast enough, I guess, and hope there's no interruptions coming from Michael. He knows there's no Lanciers. Nibiru could potentially be a bit of a thorn, but I'm not sure with this amount of time on the clock that you have the luxury of playing around it.
No, I feel at this particular point that the most important thing for Yestin is either to push through, get damage on the field after removing that token, or he's going to have to rely on the GWC to revive back a Malice monster and gain the life points that way.
Yeah, getting rid of the token, I feel like the Malice removal, oh, here comes Access Code, I suppose. That's always quite good removal. I was thinking you do need like either one of the non-target banishes in the form of Heart Scriptor or Access Code or SP, but SP obviously would prevent you from attacking directly, so we don't really want to do that.
Yeah, and it looks like Yestin is going straight to that battle phase, and they shake their hand on that. Very, very good duel, a lot of back and forth. Double infinite impermanence from Yestin. He definitely played well. You can see his brain is probably hurting a little bit after that one. It's always going to be difficult facing a deck that you are not 100% familiar with. If you're up against the Ryu-Ge or Mitsurugi strategy, if you're up against the Malice strategy, you kind of know the plays they want to make and where they want to go. But when you're up against a completely kind of newish deck, but also a deck that is a little bit out there, very, very creative in the form of the Ryu-Ges, you're trying to dictate or predict what you can't know the outcome for. Unless you've played this with your friends at locals back and forth and know exactly what they try to do, you always need to be very, very cautious of the unknown, as we've seen in both Duels 1, Duel 2, and Duel 3, that could be the difference.
Yeah, I would say he's not 100% familiar, but he's probably about 0% familiar with it. He's probably going, what is this? I mean, as you said, when he was going to add the Wormwinds,
yep.
You'd never ash this, I suppose, if you knew what it was and you're playing Malice.
Yeah, exactly that.
So that's definitely something maybe one of his friends, everyone has a friend. When you play a deck on a feature match, one of your friends will be like, I know this deck, what do you how could you not know this? And then they'll tell you, you shouldn't have done that, you should have done this, you were playing around the wrong thing. But
yeah,
it's always fun to talk to your friends after a feature match, and they can fill you in a bit. There's always one expert in every
archetype out there. Yeah, I can imagine that he's gonna go and relive this one and be well prepared if he does face any more Ryu-Ges. But we will will be back very, very shortly. We're going to be having the winners interview. Then we're going to be moving on to round 11. Congratulations to all of our duelists so far. It's going to be very interesting to see the final round of Swiss before we get into that all-important top 32 and work our way to crowning the champion. After the players interview as well, we will take you through the prizes that are up for grabs in the top 32 and also talk through the current representation of decks here at the UK Nationals. So we'll be back very shortly. Welcome back. We are here with round 10's winner, Yestin. Congratulations, well done on that one.
Thank
Deciding to pilot Malice. So, first question, out of all the decks you could choose, Malice or Mitsurugi, I guess.
Yeah. I'm boring.
Why did you go with Malice?
It's just the most time I had playing with the deck, and I read Match Hair and I thought, that card's ridiculous. There's another 3 Bestials being put into a deck, but it fits in the archetype, so yeah.
Excellent. Now, of course, you can do so much preparation. There are thousands and thousands of decks out there. You can prepare for the Rise of your Mitsurugi. You can prepare for the pure Mitsurugi. So how much preparation did you put in for the Ryu-Ges?
I would say about 0%.
Yeah, so it's always quite fascinating to see. What were your thoughts? So obviously you want to read as much as you can, but when you see a Ryu-Ge card come down, how did you react to that when you're like, oh no, this is a road match, this is going to be the worst, or did you know, I'm going to set myself, prepare, and we're going to be able to see and read and take as much information from game 1 as possible?
Well, yeah, in game 1 I played for about 20 minutes, I think it was. It was just trying to learn what his deck did and what he wanted to do and end on. He was speaking about Varudras, and it was just the idea of as soon as I knew he was on 60 card, he was going to search a lot regardless. So draw was going to be massive in that game.
Yeah, and then when you saw Protoss, now, Protoss naturally being a dark, being able to be a complete shutdown. Going into game 3, that must have been one of the first cards you were worrying about. So you were probably praying and hoping that you saw out to it. As that field was being presented, your hand looked like 2 impermanences and a Nibiru?
It was double Chessy Cat again, which game 2 I drew 3. 2 Chessy Cat, Impulse, Ash, Nib. So I was requiring to make a decision between using the Impulse on the Wind Ryu-Ge to summon back or hold it. And luckily for me, my opponent said he had a way to play around it, but he didn't. He messed up. It is what it is. It's been a long day yesterday, long day today.
Exactly that. Sometimes it can be costly, but even then, it was able to be piloted very, very well by yourself, very, very well by Michael as well. So it's always great to be seeing these later rounds with all these players. Exactly like I said, it's been a tiresome day from yesterday.
Yeah.
You're getting up early, ready to go through it again today. You've both given it your all, left it on the mat, which is absolutely amazing. It's what we want to see. I wish you all the very best of luck in the final round of Swiss, and hopefully we'll be seeing you back here for the top 32.
Appreciate it.
So thank you so much for joining us. We will be back here for round 11, right before our top 32 breakdown very, very shortly. So we'll be back in a second.
Winning the WCS was too much of emotion to describe with mere words.
I think it would feel wrong to play with other people because we've been there together, we won it together. That's everything you could ask for.
A lot of my longest friends and closest friends are from this game.
Hello everyone and welcome back to coverage of the UK National Championships 2025. We're here in sunny Liverpool this wonderful weekend and I'm here with John Alexi. We're going to talk a little bit about the metagame this weekend, what we're expecting to see, what we're not expecting to see, what we're most scared of. What do you think, John Alexi? What are you expecting to see the most of this weekend?
Well, I know that we're going to see a lot of Malice players, of course, and a lot of Mitsurugi variants, but I think that Malice is kind of the best deck in my opinion. It has the best engine, and when it resolves, when all the field is there, it is very hard for a lot of decks to just go through it, because you have a lot of strains. Of course, you have the field to go through, but you also have the cards in hand, you have the ability to draw multiple cards, which is very, very strong. But the problem is that you have this Lancia. You have this Lancia, these Chaos Hunters, and every single player in the room is going to get ready to just beat you. So that is a huge problem, which might explain the fact that Mitsurugi variants are just way better right now. I mean, they are performing better in the tournaments, but there was the French Nationals. And during the French Nationals, it was the first victory of Malice in a major event, which is pretty good. So both decks are really strong, and I think they are going to be the two decks that we are going to see the most in the room.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's kind of wild, isn't it? We saw Malice. I think everyone was kind of hyped on Malice when we knew what cards were going to come out. We'd looked ahead. Maybe some players had looked ahead at what was happening in the OCG and seen that these Malice cards are really powerful, but nobody really knew what the Mitsurugi cards were going to do because they're exclusive to the TCG. And yeah, as you say, like, arguably performing a little bit better than Malice. Malice has been super popular, but I think Mitsurugi definitely seems to have had the edge, especially in terms of like event wins, even if not in terms of tops. And I think, as you say, it's probably because of this Lancia that's in everybody's side deck. Like, do you remember at YCS Birmingham, we looked at the stats and it was in like 90%, 97 or something? Yeah, it was insane. So there is obviously that kind of silver bullet for the Mitsurugi decks, which is Drawn Lockbird. And that's a card that I'd almost expect to see more of than Lancia because, you know, Drawn Lockbird has that flexibility. You know, you could even put it in your main deck. It's not like, it's not perfect against everything. You know, you don't really want to draw it against Malice, but you can put it in your deck and not feel too bad, whereas obviously you can't really put Lancia in the main deck. It's probably going to not be so good against anything that's not Malice. But Draw, you can maybe just slot it into the main deck and you say, great, I'm going to get, you know, great if I'm against Mitsurugi and kind of okay against everything else. So maybe that's a downside for playing Mitsurugi. What do you think?
I think that Draw is, of course, a very bad card when you're playing Mitsurugi because you don't want that to resolve against you. But there is something more than that. It's that if you start playing prayers in the draw phase, you have the ability to just put all your engine in the graveyard in your hand and then start rolling, and the draw has an impact, but it's lowered. And that's very important for me because, you know, when you're playing Malice and you have to face Lancia, it's not the same thing. When there is Lancia in the graveyard of your opponent, you are in trouble. When you are playing Mitsurugi, if you are able to start with prayers, that's way better because you can still get the prayer set plus the Murakuma on the field, and that's some good interruptions because it's basically a Ryu-Ge, which is very strong. So this is, for me, a very good point for the deck, is that the silver bullet for your deck is not as strong, in my opinion, as the Lancia for Malice. But there is another card which is very, very strong into the matchup, and it is Mistaken Arrest, which is so good. The problem, of course, is that it's way better going first than going second, even if some people play it going second. I think that's not the right thing to do, but you can do that. And Mistaken Arrest is, I mean, if your opponent plays that against you and you just start going prayer in draw phase and just tributing Sagi, chain Mistaken Arrest, you're not going to do anything. So I think this card, the fact that it might be in the side decks of people in this room, might be defining the result of the tournament.
Yeah, that's a fair question. And I guess I have the question for you. We talked about all the different ways you can play Mitsurugi. What's your favorite way? Which ones do you like? Which ones do you not like out of the... I mean, to me, the top three, you can play it with Ryziels, you can play it with
Pure
Fiendsmiths, or you can just
Fiendsmith.
by itself. Yes. What's your favorite?
Totally. I think the best one, it's like, for sure, Ryzen Mitsurugi. It's for sure the best one because the ceiling is so high. You can do so many things. You have the Mitsurugi cards, and they are strong by themselves, but you have the addition of the Ryzen cards with the X, which is very, very good to just break field. You also have, you know, all the Ryziel going with the field spell, with also the addition of the new card, Star, which is very good into Drawn Lockbird. So I think this version is way better than the two other ones. But there are some good points for the other ones. For example, for the pure Mitsurugi, you have the ability to play the Impulse, which is very strong in this format against the ritual spell of Mitsurugi, but also against Malice to just prevent them from bringing back the Link's renames. So I think you still have some good points. The Mitsurugi Finsmith variant is good as well because you have the ability to play on the draw. You can just go through Moon and just go through the extra deck, and you can still have some way to interrupt your opponents. So the three decks are strong, and they have some cons and some pros. But the best one is just Rise of Mitsurugi for sure.
Yeah, it's definitely been the most popular, and as you say, like it is beautiful how well it flows together. Like the Ryzeal's putting that restriction on the extra deck, but the Mitsurugi don't really care. They don't summon from the extra deck, and then you can always very easily make a rank 4 to search any Mitsurugi card you need. So it's hard to argue with that, but the downside, of course, is the Drawn Lockbird is one card. It hits Ryzeal quite well, and it hits Mitsurugi quite well, so you kind of get that 2-for-1 value of your Drawn Lockbirds out of that. But yeah, I can see advantages to all of them. I definitely think that Rise of Mitsurugi has been the most popular.
Yeah, totally. But there are some other kids in the block right now. And there is, for example, Memento, who's been winning some events recently. So before the release of Alliance Insight, it was already a strong deck. And after that, we all were wondering, is it going to stay a strong deck or not? But recently, it still won some events. So what do you think about Memento?
Yeah, I think it's kind of funny. Memento being that deck, maybe a bit more of a rogue pick compared to something like Malice, but Memento has won more events than Malice. It's won
That's
a couple
right.
of YCSs, recently won the Italian National Championships, so it's kind of hard to argue with that. I think a lot of the best things about it is how strong it is going first, and particularly how strong it is into all of the Molchamis. So compared to a lot of other decks, if you play Fool Loss, it puts a big stop on your turn. Whereas a Memento deck, it has to give your opponent like a few draws, but it can still basically do what it wants to do anyway. And I think that's quite appealing because these Molchamis, they're going in everyone's main decks now. Everyone's like, oh, let me put 3 copies of Fool Loss now. I've picked it up from the latest Rarity collection. Let me put 3 of those in my main deck. And if you've got some Perulias, why not? You know, it seems like there's not too much downside to putting them in. So having a deck that plays quite cleanly into those, like Memento, pretty good choice.
Yeah, and the fact that the deck is not really known by your opponent is also a very good point because, you know, when you are starting to play with the Memento cards and your opponent starts reading everything, you know that you are in a very good spot because they can literally miss their interruptions and try to interrupt things that are not really good into your deck. And there is also another thing which is very good for the deck. It's the fact that you can dodge those interrupted, those targeted interruptions. For example, the impermanence and all those Vaders and everything. You can dodge that. You can dodge the detonator going second as well because you have access to 9 cards which are very good and which can just prevent you from getting hit by those. So that's a lot of strains, and I think that Memento has a lot for it going into this tournament. It's not as good as Malice and Rise of Mitsurugi, but it's not as targeted as those decks. So it might feel good playing those decks, but there are also the other decks that you can play. For example, there are some Mermail stuff, some White Forest as well. What do you think about those strategies?
Well, White Forest is a deck that I feel has some trouble, which is it kind of gets incidentally hit by Mitsurugi in that a lot of people are playing Drawn Lockbird, and there are ways for maybe Mitsurugi's player on Drawn Lockbird, but White Forest really struggles, I think.
It's hard.
Yeah, it struggles with a lot of the most popular side and non-engine cards like Drawn Lockbird, like Molchami Fuelos, like Molchami Perulia. It wants to summon from lots of places, it wants to search. It's a lot of fun to play, but on the downside, you're doing all this stuff, but on the downside is, yeah, it's a lot of more chance for your opponent to interrupt you.
And going second, you have a huge threat right now in the format because the detonator is very strong. It can literally remove all the bodies that you put on the field, and this is one of the weaknesses of White Forest. You have to keep the bodies on field because you want to go into your Synchro 6 plays, which are very strong, of course. But if you cannot get there, then you are not gonna go to the extra deck. So you have that and the Azamina cards as well. You have to keep the Deception on field, otherwise you're never gonna resolve everything. So I think it's in a pretty weird spot right now. But some of the decks, like for example Mermail, they are very strong going first, and I think they have a lot of strengths going into this format. Of course, this is more of a glass cannon, you know, so if you don't manage to resolve your turn one or to win the turn one, then you are in a pretty tough spot because this is only some 2-card combos, but if you resolve it, you pretty much win, right?
Yeah, Mermail, I think it got a lot of its tools, like, Forbidden in the recent Forbidden Eliminators, but it didn't really seem to matter to it. It's still so strong going first, even if you can't use Dweller, even if you can't use Bahamut Shock. But resolving a Prince on your first turn, there's so much advantage. It's so difficult to stop. You can
Is
look
it
at
the
your
best
opponent's
normal
hand.
summon?
Yeah,
It is.
it's probably one of the best normal summons we've ever had. And yeah, you're looking at your opponent's hand, discarding cards, summoning barrier statues. You can do it all. And I think it's got a lot more play going second as well with the new Poseidra, the
Poseidra.
Atlantean Lord, where you can bounce opponents' cards and send cards from your deck as a cost to do so. It just gives it a lot, like that extra kick going second that I don't think people were expecting, and it makes the deck a lot scarier than I think it was before that card came out.
Yeah, I think this is one of the only decks right now in the format that can go through a Mitsurugi Rising field or go through a Malice field, because this card is so good. The Poseidra from the main deck is very, very strong, and the Poseidra from the extra deck is strong as well, because you literally can bounce and get some cards from the field to the end, and then you have the ability to get some monster from your graveyard back on the field. So that's absolutely amazing, of course. And I think the deck is pretty good in this format, but the problem, of course, is that it has tendency to have some weak hands, and the specter of hands is very, very large. So is it going to be enough for this tournament? I don't think so. I don't think it can win the whole event, but it can definitely go to the top cut.
For sure. And as ever, we are at national championships. We get players from all over the country bringing all sorts of wild decks. There's been all sorts of decks, you know, recently. Over the last few years, you could turn up. We saw people playing Snake Eyes at events, people playing Yubel at events, decks from the last years. Are there any sort of older decks that you think, you know, I'd bring that out if I was playing?
What do you think of plants? No, don't talk about that. Don't talk about plants. No, we're not talking about Rika right now. No, for real. I think that's okay. I'm gonna talk about a deck that I really like, and it is Melodious. And I think Melodious is a very good deck into this format. Not against Malice, of course, but I think against Ryzen Mitsurugi, if you include the elegy, it is very strong. On a more serious note, I think that you can bring whatever deck you want. I think that there are some strategies right now that can kind of stand against the metagame. For example, you have the Castiara Genesis, which is, I mean, pretty good. Being able to summon some monsters in the field can be very painful for your opponent. We talked about, you know, the Mermail and everything, but in the end, it revolves about around your ability to be able to master your deck, to be able to master the metagame, and to be able to put all that together.
Yeah, well, awful lot of decks you can play, and we hope to see a lot of them on display this weekend, and I hope everyone at home gets to enjoy them too. So stay tuned, and we'll be back soon with another feature match.
Hello everyone and welcome to round 11 of the UK National Championships 2025. This is our final round of Swiss. We brought a very spicy feature match for you and it's one of those bubble matches. So these two players are competing for a spot in that top 32 where they can potentially go on and become the UK National Champion. But before then, we've got a little look at the deck breakdown from day 2. So we saw yesterday's deck breakdown. I always love seeing these things because it kind of vindicates what you think about the metagame. Everyone likes to sit at home in their armchairs and go, I think this is the best deck. No, I think this is the best deck, and so on. But the numbers here, they don't lie. What do you make of it?
I mean, things haven't changed a lot except for Malice, because yesterday Malice was at 14%, if I remember well, and now they are at 19%, which means that they converted pretty well into day 2, which is a great thing, because we said yesterday that there were a lot of answers to Malice, especially the Lancia, the Chaos Intern, all those cards, but they still managed to do well, which probably means this is the best deck.
There you go, you've decided Malice is the best. I'm just very surprised by the other category being at 36%. I think it was about 40% yesterday, and normally you see that kind of the share of other decks being eaten by the top meta decks, and they normally increase quite dramatically going into day 2, but here we haven't really seen that, so you can pretty much play whatever you want, it seems like. Memento, White Forest, Live Twin all stayed about the same, Blue Eyes stayed about the same, but it's been very consistent going from day 1 to day 2, so I think that's probably the takeaway from me, other than, of course, Malice jumping over Ryu Mitsurugi in that top spot.
Absolutely, and it's going to be very interesting to see if they can convert into the top 32 right after. And talking about some decks that are in the others category, we are going to feature one of them, which I like very much, because we are going to feature two players, one playing the tournament strategy and the other one playing the Memento strategy that we saw yesterday. So those players, they have to win if they want to be in top 32. Stakes are high because things are simple. You win, you go through, you lose, you go back home. So it's going to be the 11th round starting right now.
Here we go. So arguably, like, Memento is a kind of successor to Telemans. It's like the premier like fusion strategy at the moment. So we're going to see if the the old guys can still come through. Telemann, I mean, it's definitely like a fan favorite, isn't it? I don't know what it is about the deck, but everyone seems to love it. I love it. You love it. You know, we love milling. We love fusion summoning. We love dark monsters sending themselves to the graveyard. That's just an iconic part of Yu-Gi-Oh! And we're going to see what Jinran has for us.
And he starts with the Sank, which lets him literally just special summon.
Special summon a monster from his deck, apparently.
A token,
yeah. He's getting a bit ahead of himself, yeah.
He went a bit too fast, but this is normal. You know, you are in this situation and you are on stream. Stakes are really high, so of course there is a bit of pressure on your shoulders, and we totally understand that. But for now, he's going to go through the Requiem, and one thing which is really interesting that we saw is that he is not playing a full Finsmith package, because there is only the Requiem, some Finsmith Engraver, and it looks like he just wants to go to Caesar.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. I think I was looking at his extra deck before and thinking he's found a lot of room for a lot of different like flexible options. I was like, how's he finding room for all of this? And then I looked and realized, yeah, he's not running the full suite of Fiendsmith cards. I feel like a lot of players, they just kind of by default, you're building a deck, I'll put some Fiendsmith cards in, okay, that means I need to run Sequence, Desiree, Agnum Day, all this stuff. And he's just said, no, I'm just going to run one Requiem.
Oh, but there's the ball rake right here, so he's going to get stopped in his tracks. He's not going to get access to the Caesar, which is kind of a big deal because he's not going to be able to protect himself from cards like the Biru or other Bestials. And we know that the Chillman strategy doesn't like Bestials to get activated against them. But on the bright side, this is one less Bestial that is activated on the Sharon or the other names.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. I feel like you're kind of happy if your Fiendsmiths are getting Bestial, because it means your Telements aren't getting Bestial. So all of the fusion summoning Telements are at 1 copy each. There's not really easy ways to recycle them from the banished pile, so you need to, yeah, if they get Bestial, that can sort of put quite a steep a limit on what your deck can achieve anymore. So
And-
probably happy to see it.
Yeah, totally. I totally agree with you. And now the Elements player is thinking about what is his next move. But he is going to normal summon the Reinhardt. Reinhardt with still at 3. Contrary to the other names like the Merle, Havnis, and Sharon, who have all dropped 1. So he's going to send a Element monster from the deck to graveyard. So here he can send a name, of course, if he has what it takes to fuse from the hand. Or he can send the Element Kashtira to just try to mill 2 cards from his deck and try to access other cards. Because we know that there are a lot of cards that have some graveyard effects that you want to trigger and to be able to kind of just start from there.
That's a Destrudo.
Yeah.
Rolling the dice has definitely paid off right there. Pretty good mills, actually, because that I don't know what the name of this one is. It's a Beast King of the Swamp. There we go. In the graveyard too, which is pretty handy to have in the graveyard. He's playing a couple of fusion monsters, which you can fusion summon, but you need a specific named material, and that Beast King of the Swamp will do the trick.
Absolutely, and now let's see if he can just keep going. We know that the tournament strategy is kinda weird because sometimes you have all those effects that just chain together and then you have this huge field, but sometimes you just don't have what it takes to build a huge field. So let's see if he can keep going. But for now, he's going to special summon the Destrudo, paying half his life points, and it's gonna get onto the field unless James has an answer. We saw the Driz room earlier. Does he have anything else? No, doesn't seem like he has something else. Then he's going to use both the monsters and perform a Link summon.
It's probably a synchro
or
summon,
a synchro
right?
summon, yeah.
One
It's gonna
interesting
be a
point.
synchro, right?
It made a lot of sense for James to use the Druid Worm when he did, because otherwise he might have been staring down a Caesar, but it prevents him, if he happens to draw any more Molcharmies off the first Perulia, from dropping them, because he now has a card on his
Absolutely.
field. Oh, James, so young, having to read that Ancient Fairy Dragon. Let's use Special Summon a monster from your hand at the expense of skipping your battle phase, not so much of an issue on turn 1. So Jinren going to get the chance to make a rank 4, if that's his plan. I think that is his plan.
He is doing that, yeah. He starts overlaying the monsters, and here is the Dugares. Dugares, which is not the card that we usually see in the Chillman strategy. We saw like the Time Shift Redoer, for example, or some other rank 4, but Dugares here is going to activate his effect.
Yeah, he's voluntarily skipping as many phases as possible now. So he's got the draw phase next turn, can't use. Battle phase, can't use. Dugara is pretty good because it discards for effect.
Absolutely.
Which is
Absolutely.
music to the ears of the Tillman player. Really, like...
Oh, I think he drew 2 names. He drew the Havnis and the Merle, if I see correctly. So he's going to discard one of them, probably the Merle, because he cannot use his normal summon again. As he normal summoned the Reinhardt earlier, it should be that. Yeah, it is the Merle which is discarded, so he's going to be able to use Merle's effect to try to fuse, and there are a couple of options. So is there anything?
Well, unless James has got another Bestial. But in the Memento deck, I feel like you probably can't afford to run too many Bestials, so probably just the Magnamut and the Druid's Worm.
Especially considering the fact that usually we don't see some bestials in Memento's list, we see some breakers like Droplet, like Super Poly, or even the Molcharmies. But here we see the bestials in the list, which is kind of interesting and was pretty useful right there. And here is the Kaleido Heart, which is great, of course, because we can get rid of the Drizzworm, sending it back to the deck. And this is a very good boss monster, to be honest. Being able to get access to the engine, being able to be a disruption, as it can send back cards to the deck.
Yeah, it is big. We also have that Kaleido Heart. If it would be, well, if it's sent to the grave via card effect, it can come back, which is very, very important, because I don't know how easily it is for Memento to clear it without sending it via a card effect. What do you think?
I mean,
Oh.
He's banishing the Perulia. He's gonna stop there. Do we have any idea about the set card?
I think I saw it. It looked a lot like Saliek to me.
Oh, So that's a great one because the Soliak, if it resolves, is going to give so much advantage. Of course, you have the ability with the Soliak to just negate a monster effect on the opponent's field, but also you have the ability to send the Kaleido Heart to the graveyard, and the Kaleido Heart, when it's sent that way, is able to special summon itself back and send a German card from the deck to the graveyard, and then you are using all this stuff over again, and probably summon something like the Drago Stapelia, something like that. So that's a lot with the Solic. And we saw that he activated the Meows during the draw phase.
So yeah, obviously he is aware that the Kaleido Heart can come back, because that seems like the easiest way for Jinrun to summon from the grave this turn.
And we're starting by the Lurry special summoning itself back. So we start with the Finsmith stuff, and then I guess that we'll try to just bait some interruptions and go to the Memento stuff, unless he didn't draw any Memento cards, but we don't wish him that, of course.
Yeah, Fiendsmith, so good at just, you start with it, and it's just going to force out cards from your opponent. You can use the Engraver to target your opponent's cards. You can use Sequence, and I feel like Sequence is a card you can't really let go uninterrupted, so...
Absolutely.
Jinrun having a look at a card in his hand there. I'm just wondering what it could be. Oh, of course, it's the Havness that we know about.
Yeah.
And here we go.
And yeah. We have the Havness effect, which is able to special summon itself and mill 3 cards. Remember, in 2023, it was absolutely insane because you had so many good mills of the Havness. Now it's a bit less consistent, of course, but still is very, very frightening.
Players just making sure they get the ordering right. That's a pretty good
okay,
mill, like
yeah.
2 Telements cards. I don't know if he's got any Telements cards in hand to make use of the Rhino Heart.
Be great. Because then you can just chain and do 1 Rhino Heart and 2 Scream, but looks like it doesn't have any tournament card in hand, so it's just going to be the Scream adding a trap card from the deck to the hand.
Milling Rhino Heart, still pretty handy nonetheless. Although I don't know actually what fusion you can make with it now.
I mean,
once you've already made the
Kaleido
big guy,
Heart,
yeah.
And that's it.
That's the only one you can actually use it for, so I guess having it in the grave doesn't really achieve all that much. But here comes a... Maybe it wasn't a Saliak face down, because I don't know why you'd like search a second one, so maybe it's...
I mean, it's still useful, because you can still discard it to get access to another name, especially the Kashtiwar one, which is able to special summon itself and mill 3 other cards, so it still is good, because the other one, the Meta Noise, is not that great in this situation, in my opinion.
So let's see how Jinrun plans to use all his interruptions.
And I have to tell you, Tom, I love those matchups. I really love those matchups because, you know, it's all about the engine. You are trying to break the field. You have a steering engine, and yeah, it revolves around interactions, and it's all about that. So, what a game between Memento and Tournaments.
Yeah, these are 2 decks where you really want to see like them go like head to head. They're doing massive combos. They both have a fantastic grind game as well, so we could end up seeing quite a lot. I'm interested, did it look like he was planning on using the Engraver to get Requiem, but that never actually happened, did it?
Yeah.
Because I feel like you normally, you know, you use your Engraver, and then your opponent will try and respond to it, and then you tribute the Engraver to dodge something. But it looked like he just kind of straight activated.
I'm not sure that's a very good situation.
Yeah, I'm a little confused here, because I feel like maybe if you use the Engraver effect to target the SP, then tribute the SP, something's gone on though. It looked like he was pointing to SP.
Yeah, the effect will go through. So he will have access to 2 other cards, probably the Gaddick. Yeah, here it is, the Gaddick, which will just summon itself back onto the field and get access to another card. So which one will it take? Maybe the... Okay, this is the Sleepy.
Yeah, do you think... I'm a little confused there, because it looked like Jinrun was like pointing to the SP.
Yeah,
as if he was going to use it, but maybe he chose not to use it.
Yeah, probably. Probably. Of course, we don't have the sound of the players, so we are not aware of those decisions. But for now, he's just special summoning back the Gaddick and trying to get the Sleepy into the hand. Sleepy, which will be able, of course, to special summon itself and try to fuse to get access to even more engine.
Yeah, so if you're in Jinren's shoes, are you going to negate the Gaddick, or are you going to let the Sleepy come back and then summon and then try and negate the Sleepy?
I mean, I always want to negate the Gaddick, you know, to remove body from the field and try to negate the access to the engine. But I mean, I think both are fine, to be honest, as long as you prevent the Memento player to fuse. And here's the Sleepy, the fusion.
Yeah, part of me wants to go ahead and try and negate the Gaddick straight away, and that way you know, if somehow it's dodged, then you've then got another chance to use a different negation on the Sleepy. But instead we're going to hold it all the way here.
Ooh.
And here comes the Bone Party.
Yeah.
Super powerful.
It is
I wanted to ask, does Sulliak still send if it's dodged?
absolutely not. And
Absolutely
that's the problem.
not.
Yeah,
Oh,
it
no.
doesn't work like the Malice in the Mirror, for example. You have to negate the effect, and then you have to send a monster you control to the graveyard, which is, of course, very, very important here, because he will not be able to send the Kaleido Heart to the graveyard, and he will not be able then to revive the Kaleido Heart and to send another card to the graveyard. So it removes a lot of interactions from Jinren's side, and he will not be happy with this one, because I think now he doesn't have a lot for him. So he will just hope for his opponent to just destroy the Kaleido Heart, because we know that Memento likes to destroy those cards. But for now, I think the Memento player is just in the driver's seat.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be destroying that Kaleido Heart anytime
No.
soon. I think it could be attacked over. That's very possible.
Yeah,
Kaleido
of
Heart,
course.
yeah, normally quite massive, but there's massive, and then there's Memento Combined Creation, which is properly massive.
What a monster.
That's big.
It is very big, actually, and the problem for Jinren is now that James has access to the Combined Creation and the Bone Party. Remember, it was used earlier, and you can use the Engrave effect so that it has piercing damages. And as you can see, there are two monsters that are not big enough on the table, because there is the Heaviness and the SP Little Line. So if somehow James manages to just let only the Combined Creation on the table, it will be really hard for Jinren to just survive the battle phase.
Jinren only on 4,000 as well.
Yeah.
James, using talents to look at the hand means he kind of knows that he can deal with all of the interruptions on the field. So that's a very confident thing to do. He says I know the interruptions you have left, just that one SP, is not going to cut it. And I'm just going to look at your hand and see if there could possibly be anything else. But Jinren only on 4,000 life points. That's not a lot when you're potential 5,000 direct attacker, which is going to be pretty easy to use. Yeah, here we see the Acheron come back. And this effect allowing you to attack directly.
It is hard for Jinrens who won the dice roll, but who will probably lose this one to the Memento's hand. Yeah, I mean, yeah, this is game one, of course. This is game one, and what a game! We saw a lot of things going on, because the Memento player literally just won the game with his engine. And that is something. I love those games. I really love those games. But it is very difficult now for the Telemans player, as his back is against the wall. He will have to win the two next games, because as we know, they are both they both have to win the game if they want to go to top 32. What did you think about the game?
It was, I think, a little sad. I want to see Telemans do what they can do, you know?
Yeah,
it's
we
like
both
you're
want.
watching someone you really want to root for, and they just didn't quite pull it together. I think sometimes you do get those wonkier hands with Telemans, because you cannot run all of 3 copies of all of your best cards, so you have to run some extra cards to try and get in, and sometimes the hand just doesn't quite come together.
Yeah, but this time I think the field was pretty fine, because you have access to multiple disruptions. You have, of course, this SP Little Knight on the field, but you also have access to Solic plus the Kaleido Heart, which is a great way to get access to your engine and to more disruptions. But the problem is that, yeah, the Bone Party came out clutch on this move because not only it allowed the Memento player to get access to more engine, but it also disrupted the Elements player. And yeah, this card was absolutely great. You know, Memento, they have to destroy the opponent's card to just get rid of them. And you know that the Elements cards like to get destroyed by card effects, but this time he just literally just attacked for game without even destroying anything.
Yeah, I mean, those quick play spells just showing their true power there. I think now that I'm thinking back on it, that the first quick play spell was used to dodge SP. I think that's what was going on. So there were 2 interruptions, the SP and the Sulliek, and then they were both dodged by both of the quick play spells. So that seems, yeah, quite frustrating for the Elements there, especially as we saw, like, cutting off the Sulliek. Negating your opponent's monster effect is one thing, but actually he really, really wanted to send the card to the graveyard, and that was prevented.
Absolutely, and now being the Elements player's shoes must be really hard because you have a lot of pressure on your shoulders. You have to win those 2 games, and we will see how he deals with this pressure. Are you the kind of players who work well under pressure?
I don't know what it was, but when I used to play in, sometimes I'd get a feature match, and I just loved getting feature matches because I just had a really good record in feature matches. I think I probably just won the first one, and then I thought, great, now I'm going to get a feature match, I'm just going to win. I don't know what it was about it. I think it was just kind of luck, but maybe I was like, I'm not super nervous, and maybe my opponent's going to be more nervous than me. So,
so
I think I was quite happy, yeah, when I got the feature match. It was just some kind of superstition of mine, but we'll see how Jinren and James feel about it. Neither of them look too pressured. I think they both look quite relaxed and quite focused on the game at hand.
I mean, James looks very relaxed, and he can get relaxed, of course, because he's for now in the drive seat, and he's 1-0. So,
what do you think of the deck's potential and how long they take? I feel like Elements and Memento can both take quite long turns, and I'm wondering if that's influence there, but they both have the 2 draws. So having a look at their scores, some players play super quickly, and I don't know about you. Do you ever go into time on your games?
oh yeah, I go into time a lot, of course.
You like a good chat?
Yeah, but one thing that German player can do when they go into time is that they have this tool, which is the Red Resonator, of course, which is not played actually here in the side of Jinren. So I guess he will want to end the game quickly and to have enough time to just be the winner of the game 3. But for now, he has to win this game, and he's going to start with the Kashtira Fenrir, which is a great way to start because it lets you get access to the Kashtira element.
You know, one other card that's missing from the extra deck of Jinren is Sprite Sprint. Because I feel like that's a super popular choice in tournaments because it's just a quick and easy way to send a Merly from your deck to the graveyard and start fusion summoning. So he's really like, you know, completely revamped what we've seen from the traditional Elements extra deck. I find that quite interesting.
And we see the Ref Synchron, which can get used from the hand to just synchro summon from the extra deck. And here comes the Ancient Fairy Dragon on the field, which is cool.
And then you get to, what is it, mill the top card of your deck and summon it again. We love a good mill in Elements. It's a mini, it's an honorary element, I'd say.
Absolutely, and let's hope for Jinren that he's able to mill something great. This is something great because this is the Element Scream, which lets him add a trap card from the deck to the hand. So he's probably going to take Solic. Yeah, it is the Solic because it not only can it let you have disruption, but also it can let you search a monster from your deck to your hand.
Yeah, where was the Power Tool Dragon there? That's what we wanted to see, you know?
Yeah, true that. But we saw another thing in James' graveyard because we saw the Molchon with Fuvolos, which can be hard to play around with the elements. So he's going to Synchro Summon and go into Amrita, which lets you add any card that lists Visa Starfrost. And as you know, a lot of the spell and trap cards from the Element stuff just mention Visa Starfrost. Apart from the Kashtira field spell, the Pressured Planet.
Yeah, I was interested there. Maybe you could have gone for Synchro with the Fenrir instead of the Fairy Dragon and keep the Fairy Dragon so you could search a field spell and then pop and search another field spell, but he's got other plans in mind. Maybe he just wants to have the Fenrir hang out as an interruption on James's turn.
I think so, and I think it's pretty clever because you know that you're under full veloz, so you want to have as many interruptions as fast as possible on the field so that you don't let James draw too many cards, because we know that Memento has a very strong engine, so you don't want Memento player to have like 12 cards in hand.
And here we see a good proper mill 6. Now we're
That's
playing
a good one.
tournaments.
That is a good one because he's got access to a lot of cards right there, especially the shufflers. The Mudora here in Grave, which can just give you another layer of interruption, because you can just shuffle back some stuff from James' graveyard. And we know that you want to have cards in the graveyard, first to summon your boss monster, the Combined Creation, but also to be able to summon back the Gaddick and get access to some cards.
Jinren there, taking a peek at the hand with the Triple Tactics talent, and I think he was sufficiently annoyed at what the Bone Party did
Absolutely.
last game that he's going to get rid of it this time.
And yeah, it lowered the ceiling of the hand of James by a lot.
Yeah, for sure. Knowing exactly what's coming as well can be super powerful against Memento in particular, because they have these powerful quick play spells that can make it difficult for you to use the interruptions when you want to. You have to kind of respect what they're doing. You can't just say, oh, I'm going to wait, save it for your best effect. But if they have one of these quick play spells, then they might dodge it. So you kind of have to use it on their terms almost rather than yours. But once you've seen the hand, you know there's nothing to be afraid of. You can just use it whenever you think is best.
You just have one unknown card, and we know that you don't want James to have a lot of cards to try to dodge targeted interruptions, because every single interruption from the side of the Element player just targets. We saw the Meta Noise, we saw the Solic, and also the Fenrir, and all three of those interruptions literally target an opponent monster. So, yeah, he's pretty relieved, I guess, not to see those spell cards in James' hand.
Yeah, I just want to see the Scream. He's going to mill more. Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's mill more. Maybe let's mill another, Elements, Cash Terror, and mill even more.
And this is something really great about the Element deck, is that you are able to play on your turn, but also on the opponent's turn. And I really like this type of interactions because it makes it way more, back and forth, because you have the ability to try to do like a half field on your turn and then play on James' turn.
Yeah, and those shufflers as well, I was thinking, you mentioned them, but I think they're just devastating against Memento in particular. Memento loves playing out of its graveyard, so having access to these shufflers...
the mill wasn't that good this time, but we said it. Sometimes it's great, sometimes it's not that great, and this one was pretty bad, to be honest.
Yeah, now you can just set it anyway. I want to know, can you just wait until it's activated? The Tachinogo? I think it's fine, right?
It is kind of dangerous, I guess. The Tatsu just if it's face down,
it surely has to pop a face-up card, like, because you don't know the level if it's face down. It has to pop a Memento card, so...
Let's check that real
Let's
quick.
have a little look. But I think you could wait. But I suppose there's no need to play with fire and let it resolve, so... Just be safe. He's seen the hand. He knows there's probably not going to be too much happening. This time, Saliak going to happily resolve. James just showing the last card he drew for turn. Not going to help him.
And yeah, we are going to game 3, and the plan is absolutely fine for the Elements player, because we said that it could take a bit of a long time, and you know that both players want to win this one. So they are both unhappy if the game 2 takes too long, unless James wins this game, and he's going to be happy. But yeah, we are going to have pretty much, 15, 16 minutes for this third game, and it's going to be very interesting. For the first time, the Memento player will start the game, so he will be able to put all his win conditions on the field, and we know that Tournament doesn't have a lot of free spot to try to interrupt the opponent. It's not like, in 2023, 2 years ago, when you had 3 Havnis, those Kelbeck, all those cards that could interact with the opponent's field. Now, you pretty much have 6 to 9 free spots plus maybe the Avnis, but sometimes you don't even want to activate the Avnis because you know that you don't have that much meals that can interact with the opponent. So it's all gonna revolve around the ability of the tournament player to just break the field piece by piece and try to just get the victory from there.
Yeah, one super important tool I'm looking at are those Mulchamis. It's the same strategy that's used by kind of a lot of combo decks now, is I'm just going to put the Mulchamis in my deck. I'm not going to have any other kind of interaction. I'm just going to play the Mulchamis and make my opponent do a little bit less than they otherwise would, and that way I can use my engine to break it. Because I think if you don't have a Mulchami, no matter how powerful your engine is, if you let some decks go first, completely uninterrupted, and you say, oh, I'm just going to break it with my engine, I think that's really, really tough, especially against, for example, the Memento deck. They're going to have like 5, 6 interruptions. The interruptions come from all different places.
Yeah.
They come from the grave, the banish, the hand, the field. So it's quite hard to force them out when you want to. So I think those Charmies are a super important part of the strategy.
And one thing which is really cool for the Telement deck is that the Purulia is a water, which is great, an aqua monster, and can get therefore used to summon the Kalido Heart. But yeah, it's gonna be very interesting to see this third game. I'm getting excited, you know. We are getting to the final round, and game 3 starts right now between those two players. They are cutting the deck, and yeah, James, you mentioned that earlier, but he looks pretty confident.
Yeah, he looks very happy.
Very chill.
He's having a good time. That's what we're here to do at the end of the day, right? We're all here because we love playing, meeting people from all over the country and competing to see who can take home the title.
So what is gonna happen? Oh, we saw an interruption from the side of Jinrun. Is it gonna be enough? I'm not sure about that, but some hands can a bit crumble when they get drawn. We're gonna see that.
Yeah, Memento is one of those decks where it's pretty much okay against draw. It's not quite every card such is, but yeah, depending on what you start with,
and
then it cannot be great.
Indeed, we start with the spell card. Like the Tract is gonna add the Lurry, and then on resolution we're gonna have Lurry channeling 1 and channeling 2. We're gonna have the draw, and James' face tells us a lot.
Yeah, this is one of those reasons why, even though the Fiendsmith cards give you a higher ceiling, I think some players were thinking about not playing the Fiendsmith cards because you're playing into Droll, you're playing into Charmies, and but I mean, I do love to see the high combo ceiling, but in situations like this, when you've started with that, and you think, oh, maybe if this was just like a Memento starter, then maybe I'd have been better off.
So yeah, I think that Jinran doesn't have a lot more because we know that he's using some Mulcharmies, and he would have used the Mulcharmies earlier, of course, but as there is the Drawn Logbird, he chose to activate this one. So we are just going to go to Fiendsmith combo, usual Fiendsmith combo. We are probably going to try to end up on the Caesar, which is pretty good against Gentleman, but probably not enough to stop all those lines of play, especially considering the fact that Jinran has access to the Fenrir, which can literally just get the Caesar out of the table. So yeah, it's kind of a difficult situation for James, and we hope that he has, on top of the Caesar, some free spots that can help him.
Yeah, Memento can actually get to the Memento combo just from the Fiendsmith cards, but
absolutely
not if you start with just a single Tract, because you need a couple of extra Light Fiends in the graveyard. That requires you to start with the Engraver instead. So we're going to see what happens here. Also, probably not so helpful when you've already been hit with the Drawn Lockbird.
So we have, yeah, the 2 level 6, and of course the Caesar is going to hit the table. Is he going to be doing some more stuff, or is he going to pass turn? He's going to set.
I don't think Memento really, it's not like other decks where you're siding in like Solemns or Interruptions. I think if you're passing, you're just kind of passing. So Jinran pretty much got the ability to do what he wants here as long as he can deal with this Caesar. Do you think, I mean, it's a fantastic answer to Caesar, is Fenrir, but I think a lot of players don't like having it in their deck going second because it's a little bit slow compared to some other interruptions you could use. So maybe he doesn't have any copies of it in his deck.
I think it still is a pretty good card as it lets you deal with some of the threats of your opponent directly. You have a body on the field, you are able to force some interactions, and you are able to search the tournament cash tier, which is of course a great card because it lets you extend through the interruption. So I would keep the Fenrir in my deck, but I wouldn't keep some cards like the Unicorn, of course. But here, we don't have any Fenrir because we start right away with the tournament Reinhardt trying to send a monster from the deck to the graveyard, probably the tournament Kashtira. Is there an answer?
He's going to send something. James is going to have to think about when is best to use his interruptions with Caesar.
Oh, there is the Forbidden Droplet. Yeah, of course, the Memento players are used to play this card, and we are going to try to cut things off from now at the very start of the combo. Is there something Jinran can do? Does he have something to extend?
I think I saw Shiren in hand. So if
I
you
saw the
activate
Trudeau.
Shiren... Oh!
Oh! He's going to Synchro Summon from the hand with the Rev Synchron and special summon the Ancient Fairy Dragon. Oh, this is the Black Rose! This is the Black Rose! He's going to get rid of the Caesar right away with this Black Rose. What a card! What a way to deal with the Caesar. We talked about the Fenrir, but here he's doing more than that. And I am excited because there is the Sharon right after James is smiling, but it's not a good situation to be in right now because he's going to pitch the Destrudo from hand and mill 3 cards. We hope for him that it's going to be some good cards. This is the field spell, the Solic, and another field spell. So this is okay-ish, I guess, because he's going to get access to another name from the deck to the hand with the Solic.
Yeah, surely for Jinran, he's got enough stuff to be going on with here. He's going to search a Tillerman. He has used his normal summon, but I mean, even just like summoning all the monsters he has access to, he's got Destrudo in his grave, he's got the Revolution Synchron in his grave. He can do quite a lot for very little.
Oh, he's going to search the Have-Miss, which doesn't special summon herself on his turn. I mean, there's not going to be anything activated on James' field, I guess.
So let's see what Jinran has to play with. He can use the Ancient Fairy Dragon. You do want to be cognizant if you go into Ancient Fairy Dragon and summon another monster from your hand that it would cost you your battle phase. So you possibly don't want to pay 4,000 life points and then, and then pass to your opponent unless you're going to do something very, very cool.
10 minutes on the clock. Remember that they both have to win to get to top 32. So it's going to be very interesting to see how Jinran is going to do that.
Here comes the Ancient Fairy. Here comes the Revolution Synchron. We know it's going to
card. Oh, it's the Mudora. This is a good one. It doesn't let you, I mean, combo off, but this is a very good interruption against Jam's deck.
Yeah, another layer of interruption. I love this inclusion that he's found, how powerful this Revolution Synchron is. We've seen it a couple of times, the fact that it doesn't start a chain, you just synchro summon. It's not an effect or anything like that. You just use it straight in your hand. So getting a Black Rose through a Caesar is absolutely incredible.
Oh, and we are adding probably the Tillerman Grief here. We saw that in Jinran's hand, which is a great card because it lets you special summon from the deck and then right after send to the graveyard by card effect. So it could be a way to keep comboing. So James is reading the card right here, and yeah, it's a pretty good card. Not run by all the Tillerman's player, but still a very good card to keep comboing. And yeah, Jinran is still trying to get something on the field. He's in a pretty good situation right now.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to run this extra Tillerman's Grief when you're running this Visa Amritara because it's just another target you can search. I feel like if there's no way to search a card and it's not always that great to draw, then you probably don't want to run it. But if you can search it, all of a sudden having this extra option seems fantastic.
So on resolution, he's going to be able to activate Merle's effect to try to fusion summon, and we have access to the Reinhardt as well as the Sharon. So we are going to special summon the Kaido Heart from the extra deck, which is something because slowly Jinran is just summoning his biggest threats from the extra deck. And now there is the Tillerman's Kashtira, which explains why he didn't add it earlier with the Solic.
Yeah, and this looks like 8,000 damage to me, so unless James has got a response, we're going to see... Oh, what's going on here?
Is there a problem? Oh, Oh yeah, because the cards are at the bottom of the deck. When you fuse, you have to put them back at the bottom, like the Sharon, the Reinoheart, and the third one, the Merly, I guess. So he gave his deck to shovel it, but
Yeah, and back goes the Destrudo as well.
as well, yeah.
Yeah, it can be a little complicated sometimes. You gotta, because often players, you know, you don't like give your opponent your deck to shuffle until you're going to interact with the top of the deck. But also, I guess you need to give your opponent your deck to shuffle when you interact with the bottom of the deck, because otherwise it's going to get a bit confusing that the cards that are on the bottom need to stay there. But here we are. Anyway, I don't think it's going to make a huge difference to the outcome of the game. Wow, we milled another Sharon. Is there something to do with it? I don't know if it matters whether there's something to do with it. Anyway, he's got 8,000 damage. James has only got 8,000 life points. And one card remaining. Not sure there's going to be any kind of Nibiru-like things coming down.
I mean, Nibiru wouldn't be that great because it would trigger the effect of the Kaleido Heart. So, I mean, even Nibiru isn't that great. Probably something like a Drizvorm would be great, but it would have been used earlier, I guess. So.
Would have been used hours ago, yeah.
And there is the other fusion. We are going to special summon the Garura, which is a formidable threat during the battle phase because it can just double damage your opponent.
Yeah, it doubles the damage of any fusion monsters. Oh, we've got to keep in mind that Requiem in the grave, so that will Requiem and Lacrima
But there is
together.
the Mudora, of course, that was milled earlier, so he's going to put back the Requiem, the fusion spell, but also the Engraver. And of course, on resolution, the Lacrima will still go back to the deck, so we get rid of that as well.
They're just discussing maybe whether Lacrima ends up in the deck or not, and I'm not entirely sure.
It does. I think you literally just put it back into the deck, and then you special summon, if I remember correctly. I mean, I'm not 100% sure. I'm 99% sure. So yeah, he's going to shuffle back those cards. James has no answer, and Lacrima is indeed going back into the deck. So that should be the last shield for James. That is going away. We have all those big monsters on the field for Gene runs. 5 minutes into the clock, and he will probably try to go for game.
Has the Requiem ended up in the grave? I thought it was shuffled back with the...
I think so as well, yeah. Wait, what?
Oh,
No, it's back in the deck, right? I think he shuffled it.
I thought it was one of the targets.
Yeah, it was, indeed. Yeah, it was. So I think there was a bit of misunderstanding here.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty clear that Jinran was going to target the Requiem.
Kind of makes sense, yeah. So we are going to enter battle phase and try to attack for game, try to attack for top 32. Every single attack is going through, I guess. And we see the hand. So Jinran is very happy with this one as he is going to go to top 32. Very happy, and he looked relieved. I mean, you would be relieved. I would be relieved as well. But yeah, the game was absolutely amazing. The first and the second game, he went first. The first game wasn't that good for him, as the Memento player won this one. But then he just tried to climb back the ladder and try to win the entire thing. The draw came out clutch during this last game. And you know, usually this is kind of those cards that you are not sure if they are going to stop your opponent or not, but as soon as we saw this tract being activated, then we knew that this draw was going to be a big deal for the Memento player. He still had the Droplet and the Caesar, which is kind of good against tournaments, but the hand was really good, the mills were fine, and he knew how to pilot his deck to get to this top 32.
Yeah, seeing that Black Rose Dragon come down was absolutely crazy. I was just completely not expecting it. I can't imagine James was either. That's a super cool tech in this Revolution Synchron. He's really revolutionized the deck with it. There you go.
Oh, that's a nice one.
It's nice to see like new innovations on like a fan favorite deck, trying to make up with some of the weaknesses that the deck has with some of its other cards on the Forbidden Limited list. So yeah, I mean, hats off.
Yeah, it was a pretty good duel, and we are going to ask him, of course, how he feels. We are going to get his impressions, everything, and why he's playing this deck as well, because I think this is a very good question. You know, you bring tournament into a tournament, you must love that deck very much, because this is not one of the best decks currently in the format. You have all those Malice, Rise and Mitsurugi, and there is a tournament player going to the top 32. So I'm very happy with that. But he's going to tell us that in a few minutes because for now we are going into a short break, and right after we are going to have this interview.
like TLM. So.
And we are back here with our fellow winner, fellow tournament, Andrew Lin. Congratulations for this victory. I guess you are released.
Thank you.
We saw that you were a bit stressed, of course, because of the cameras, everything. You had to win to get to top 32, and you told me that you lost and drew the first and second round. So
exactly.
It must be really great for you to be in top 32 right now.
Exactly. Especially in round 1, so like when I going to say go battle phase, and I try to declare attack with my Kaido heart, but my opponent, so the time is out, the bell is ringing, so my opponent, he asked the judge. So when judge comes here, he said, so based on his opponent, so my opponent will go to a time in main phase, which means we have to go back main phase.
So yeah, so that's a bit hard, of course.
Exactly.
That is heartbreaking, but still, you went through all the tournament and you managed to fight for your top 32 place at that moment. You lost the first game against Memento. How do you feel? Do you feel very confident against Memento, or do you think the matchup is a bit hard?
Yeah, I'm sorry for Memento players, but yeah, I have to be confident against Memento because so there's a good player called Joan in Cardiff. So he always play with me, and every time he play Memento, he's just like he going first and pass, and my turn I make everything cooking and I won. So yeah, he give me a lot of confidence based on this.
And so you knew perfectly what your opponent was doing, and yeah, the second game you managed to win the second game, and we saw a very cool tech that you played. That was the Revolution Synchron with the Amritara and the Ancient Fairy Dragon. Could you explain us why you are playing this card?
Sure. So, in my opinion, Revolution Synchro is insane because, for example, if your opponent don't know, I have Revolution Synchro. So, as long as I normal summon a level 4 monster and make Ancient Fairy Dragon, it won't got full loss. Yes, so that's the point. So if here I got full loss and I make Aminitora just draw 1, that's really fair.
Yeah.
On the other hand, if I got draw, so it's very painful when tier elements got draw in this environment. So if I got draw, it's still fine. I can mill 1 and use Fairy Asian Dragon and Revolution Synchro to go to Moon, and which means we can at least have a Caesar.
Which is great, and that's actually what happened in Game 3, but for your opponent, because you added some drawn Logbird in your deck, and he started with Tract. So at that point, I guess you knew that was a pretty good spot to be in for you.
Yeah, it is. So because he play like Memento Finsmith, so I think draw is really good for Finsmith's part, because like if you use Engraver to open it, so I got draw, he might be start. So if he didn't start, that's still fine. It literally cause some damage when he how do I say start or make something, you know. So yeah.
And it went pretty well, because after that you literally broke his field and managed to just end the game with all your monsters. For real, congratulations, because I love tournaments and I was really happy to see this deck going into top 32. I got really excited during the game. We are going to let you just breathe a little bit and wait your top 32 pairings. And for you at home, we are going to get back real soon after a short break for the top 32.
Remember the early days of Yu-Gi-Oh? Collecting the trading cards and rushing home to watch the latest anime episode and playing the very first Yu-Gi-Oh video games. It's been over 25 years since that journey first began. Time has gone by quickly, but we all still have that inner duelist inside who believes in the heart of the cards.
And now, the early days are back. It's time to duel, as over a dozen classic Yu-Gi-Oh games return. Duel alongside old friends and rivals. Explore vast worlds. Become the true king of games, with unique challenges to master. Yu-Gi-Oh! Early Days Collection. Available on the 27th of February on Nintendo Switch and Steam.
Well, it has been a while. I hope that was okay.
Oh, that was perfect. You think so?
Yeah,
That was all right?
yeah.
I like the way you guys sound better. No way.
All right.
And we are back after my terrible loss. I have to say that for game 2, I'm going to be able to beat you this time. I hope so.
I hope so. Let's go with that. Let's go with that.
So-
But I'm sure everyone, at home, because we're watching the UK National Championships, should be cheering for me.
You think so? I'm going to attempt to go to the main phase.
Before the main phase, I will not do anything. So you can go to the main phase.
Main phase, I'm going to normal summon Refrain and try to activate its effect to add from the deck to the hand.
Okay. That sounds like a good thing for you to do.
Cool!
No ostinatos this time, but I feel like this gets you there most of the way, doesn't it?
Ostinato is amazing, but Refrain is fine as well. It's not the best starter, but it gets you to the point where you have some interruption. So
Yeah. I think there was a time when people were like just putting ostinato in in random decks.
and it gave some negate and everything, and one card combo. And
Yeah.
I'm gonna activate Couplet, trying to special summon from hand.
Okay.
Or graveyard. I'm gonna special summon Soprano.
Okay.
From now on, I am going to activate Soprano's effect
Diffusion summon?
to try to fuse.
That's okay with me.
And I'm going to special summon the one and only Baka, the Maestria. I'm gonna activate its effect, Channeling 1 and Channeling 2 Refrain, to just put back itself.
Sounds good. How's your, musical knowledge? You know all of the composers?
I mean, very good. Very good. It used to be, but no, I'm not sure about that. I'm gonna special summon Chopina.
Chopina, she's playing a keyboard of some. I
Yeah.
got that one. I'm with that.
So from now on, I am going to.
I'm just trying to distract you by talking about music while you're trying to do your melodious
I am not
combos.
distracted at all. I am going to.
Pass.
This is hard. To activate Couplet.
Okay.
I'm going to activate Couplet to try to add from deck to hand.
This does that
This
as well.
adds the fusion spell.
Ah, okay. So this is what
Auto
my draw
trap, but
did
no one's
last
playing the
time.
trap card.
Gotcha. Okay. So wait, when this is added, it special summons and then you activate it and then you search another card.
Yeah,
That's a good card.
it is cool.
Yeah.
But it's kind of a brick as well. So
Yeah, you don't want to draw it, do you? Okay.
you don't. I'm adding Concerto,
Okay. And this is the one it fusion summons and then later it draws a card, right?
and I am going to nothing in resolution, by the way.
No.
Okay. I am going
Yes.
to act.
No. Okay.
Ah,
Ah.
dude, to activate Chopina, targeting the Soprano to add back to hand.
Sure.
Just a reminder, it's only once per turn, but per copy. So
So a copy, aha.
yeah, it's a
I
it's an
gotcha.
old card. From now on, I am going to activate Concerto.
Diffusion summon.
Yeah.
That sounds fun. Okay, go for it.
It is very fun. I am going to fuse using. Oh, I'm going to hesitate a lot. What do I want to do? Hmm.
Oh, you confuse
This-
using your pendulum cards.
This, yeah, I can use hand, pendulum, and some monsters. This is a very
Nice.
good card.
Okay.
I'm going to use the couplet for sure, but then I'm kind of thinking about it.
Like no one fusions from the hand and field anymore. That's just so old school. You use your pendulums. You use your spell and trap card zone. Use your grave. Use your deck. Use your extra deck.
This is hard.
deep in the tank
Yeah.
with this one.
I'm going to use those 3.
Okay.
And here comes the atoll.
I remember this one from last time. I don't think we were friends last time.
You were. You just don't remember it. I'm gonna activate Baka, targeting the Chopina, trying to special summon.
Sure.
And channeling 2, I'm gonna activate the couplet to put
So
back
you
scale.
Okay, sure. Did you use the refrain before, was it?
I used the refrain, yeah.
Okay.
There we go. There we go. And now I am going to activate. I am actually gonna go for refrain targeting the Etoile to gain attack and foolish from deck to grave.
That does that as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is a very complete deck.
I do a lot of things.
And I'm gonna foolish a copy of Aria.
I remember this one. I have my Bestial ready.
No, please don't.
I have it ready.
I am going to activate Chopina targeting the Aria.
I know respond.
Baby. And then I'm gonna Pendulum Summon.
Okay.
For 1 and 2.
Okay.
And from now on, I am just going to go for Soprano effect.
Once more. Okay. This is giving me a bit of deja vu, to be honest. There's only one Schuberta at the moment.
Yeah. This is not gonna be the same field as before.
Okay. It's gonna be better.
It's gonna be worse.
Hey.
It's gonna be worse. And it's just gonna be an end phase for me.
Okay. Wow. I'm gonna activate nothing.
That's a bit worse. That's a bit worse.
Okay. Draw a card. What do I do?
Try not to cook me.
I'm gonna go into my draw phase.
Yep.
Still. Because you have the mean card.
And
Maybe.
prayers.
And I'm gonna tribute one. So let's have a little think. Let's tribute this.
The Futsu.
Would you like to respond? Do I actually have to activate them both? No, it says apply, so I guess I don't have to decide. I should probably
No,
check
you
this
don't
one
ha- you
out.
don't
I don't
have
have
to.
to
You don't
decide
have
when I'm
to.
activating it. Okay. Well, I'm activating prayers by attributing a
fine.
card. Do you want to respond?
No.
You sure? Last chance?
I'm totally sure.
Right then. Now I need to figure out what to do, now that you've not responded. Should have thought further ahead, shouldn't I?
It's gonna be a hard game for me. I mean,
Right then.
my field was way better last game, and you still crushed it. So
Here comes a... Let's do a Saji. And then special summon Saji. Take 800 damage. And then new chain activate
the Futsu,
the Futsu and the Saji.
and it is fine.
It is fine?
Yeah,
It is fine?
it is. Not for me, but it is.
Okay, so I guess Saji for ritual. And Futsu for... Didn't know I was going to get this far, to be honest. Futsu for a... Hang on. The scary one?
I'm cooked.
Let's go to my main phase. Activate ritual. Summoning from my hand.
It is fine.
Okay.
do the thing. Activate chain link 1, chain link 2, destroy.
Challenge 3, I'm gonna have the Schuberta, of course.
And what would you want to target?
I'm gonna target the Ritual, the Futsu, and Prayers.
I don't know how I'm supposed to feel about this. Because, like, you have this one too.
Yeah.
This doesn't banish for cost.
It doesn't.
Okay, I'll let it. Did you say these?
So
Sorry, these
do I have a
three.
response?
I mean, I don't think it really matters because you can just discard anyway, so.
I am actually going to... Oh. Will I do anything? Will I do anything? I am going to not do or do something. This is so hard. I am not gonna activate anything.
Okay.
It's fine?
That's fine. Sorry, I even resolved your card already. So I get to search one, I guess? Which should be... So I summoned from hand, right? So I can still summon from the deck.
Totally.
With another ritual. And then I guess we have a new chain?
Yeah. Do you have anything?
Oh, sorry, this was the new chain, wasn't it? So this is chain link 1. Was it? No, this was
it's
resolved. This
It's
was
resolved.
resolving. Gotcha. Yep.
So on resolution, I'm gonna have it all.
This I will respond to.
And I will change role.
That's
What
not
a
very
surprise!
nice.
But the problem is that you did already everything, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Not gonna respond to draw.
So I'm gonna discard another role.
2 draw. That's more than a respectable man like yourself should have, I think.
And I'm going to special summon the Baka.
Okay.
And on resolution, I'm gonna activate its effect.
To summon from the deck.
Summon from the deck, yeah.
That's okay.
I am going to special summon the Soprano.
And that adds from the grave?
Totally. And I'm gonna attempt to add back the Chopina.
I'm gonna chain my Baldrake.
It works.
It works?
Yeah.
Lucky me. Right. I'm not sure what my plan should be now. I should probably have a plan. Right. Do I know any of your cards? This will summon from the grave.
Yeah.
Does it have to be...
Doesn't do anything, doesn't do anything, doesn't do anything.
And
This
this
summon from grave.
Any monster of your choice?
Yeah.
Doesn't have to be 4 or low or anything silly?
It can summon back, like, it can summon back the Etoile or the Schuberta.
It can?
Yeah, it can.
Okay. Right, we're going to go a bit unorthodox now. And let's do it. Let's tribute summon my engraver. How does that sound?
Works.
It works? Okay. I wanted to tribute this, but you trolled me, so... Does it have to be tributed by a card? I should probably know this. No, yeah, you can do that. It's kind of fun.
And then the Requiem.
And then the Requiem.
The effect will go through.
That goes through. So, Requiem. Lacrima for Engraver. And then let's have a think. So I've tribute summoned
And then just get its effect if it's banished.
No, it doesn't.
Okay. Right. So now I need to do some adding, which is the most complicated part of Yu-Gi-Oh! Some adding. Why not? Light and dark again? This was a lot of fun last
You
game.
don't have to do that. You don't have to do that. Put that back.
Here he is.
The soprano, right?
Wait, this one's called soprano, right?
If you want to, yeah.
Right. Now I will shuffle back, I suppose, an engraver to summon an engraver. Then I'll activate the effect of my engraver and send. And then I will, let me just count the number of light fiends before I do anything foolish.
Have enough.
Okay.
It's fine.
Here we go. You seem to know how to play my deck better than me. Effect.
Sequence, yeah, it's fine as well.
1, 2, 3. Oh, yeah. And here's the mighty Desiree. And then let's link it away for Agnum Day. And then go to my battle phase.
Yeah, of course.
And either you've been playing very cool or you're in a bit of trouble. So I'll attack. But you are very cool. So
Yeah, the damage just goes through. I take 18, and on resolution, I'm gonna activate the effect of nothing. Well played. Well, I couldn't do anything. The game one was really, really hard to play for you and for me because you had the Chaos Angel and I had this mountain area, the area wall. But the game two was too hard for me. Well, you deserve the victory. And with that, we are going to get back to the main event of the UK Nationals, guys.
Welcome back, everybody. We have made it. We are moments away from the top 32 here at the WCQ UK Nationals. Before we go any further, thank you very, very much for every player that joined us. 1,100 duelists were able to enter this event. And for those of you that are able to power through and make the top 128, please show them what they will be receiving.
Well, they will be receiving this wonderful game mat. Isn't it beautiful? It's absolutely beautiful. And it is not only that, but also some sleeves, which is pretty cool, of course. And if they get to go through the entire bracket and win the entire thing, they will get this wonderful card, the Another Versolaria, as well as the trophy. Which looks amazing, by the way.
Exactly that. Well, hard fought. So we're going to be able to see who is going to be crowned our brand new UK champion and be taking one of those home with them. Before we do that, we do still have more rounds to be going through. So let's take a look at the deck breakdown for our top 32. As we can see previously, the representation for Mitsurugi's kind of being considered more dominant on this one has been switched. We have 8 Malice, followed up by 5 Mitsurugi Ryu-Ge, 4 pure Mitsurugis, 4 Mementos, and then
we have some Bestial Finsmiths, and I know that there is one Primate Finsmith in those 2 Bestial Finsmiths, which is a pretty cool strategy that I really like. But there is also some Blue Eyes players. You know, there is always a Blue Eye player in Top Cut, and our fellow Telements Enjoyer, who has made it to top 32, which is absolutely amazing. There are also some other decks as Mermail and Christian as well, so there are a lot of strategies that made it to top 32, and I'm really glad to see that. So yeah, we have some Malice, we have some Mitsurugi variants, but we also have some other decks that made it to the top 32, which is great.
Exactly that. You can now see on your screens the standings from Swiss. So in first place currently, we do have Morgan, and then followed down by Mel in second place, and so on and so forth. We're going to be working towards those. All of those duelists have been able to make it into the top 32, and we have decided to be looking at a very interesting matchup for you. So we're going to be working our way towards the Mermail Atlantean, or Atlantean Mermail, whichever way you would like to spin it, matchup, and this will be going up against another very, very interesting strategy. So we're going to be working our way towards kind of presenting our way to our UK champions. We're going to be seeing Malice versus Atlantean Mermails. What do we think of these two strategies combining?
I mean, this is absolutely amazing. This matchup is very hard for both players because, yes, Malice is a very strong deck, but if you go second against Mermail, it is very hard because, of course, you have this huge win condition like the Glacia, but also the statue barrier, which is very strong because, of course, you don't have any water monster in the Malice strategy. Except for the poor, yeah, probably, but it will not help you a lot. And yeah, you have all those cards, you know, for example, the Bestials, which are not very strong into Mermail because you cannot Bestial anything against them. Yep. So, you know, a lot of free spots that you're usually playing are not that strong against the Mermail strategy. But on the other hand, if you play Mermail, you are in a bit of a trouble against Malice because the Malice players will just be able to banish your best normal summon, probably the best normal summon of the game, which is
Neptibus.
Neptibus.
Yep, exactly.
Exactly, but we will see that in a minute because the top 32 is ready. Players are just rolling the dices, and we will see the Mermail player going first, which is absolutely scary for Nicholas right now. They are going to have the fist bump, and the game is gonna start right now. Will he have the Neptibus or not?
Yeah, it's always going to be quite interesting when we see Atlantean Mermails, because I feel they're one of these decks in the current format that sometimes they can be highly represented, sometimes you're well prepared for them, you know exactly what they want to be doing, but then in more recent kind of times, past the Forbidden Limited list, they kind of took a bit of a backseat. They've kind of become this rogue competitive deck. I do feel the deck is very explosive, very, very good, and all of their mandatory effects is one of these points you're going to need to remember. The capabilities to chain block your plays, making sure you have turn player priority, and working into, as we see here...
Yeah, this is a very strong opening because we saw that there is the Abysteros pitching the Dragoon from hand, and then we are able to add 2 cards, and one of them is very, very, very scary. It is, of course, the card that allows you to watch the opponent's hand, which is very, very strong. And then we are able to see the normal summon, but we know that we are going to go through to the whole combo. So I don't know, if you're Nicholas right now, you are in a bit of a tough situation.
Yeah, I feel once Thomas was able to kind of look at Nicholas's hand, he probably feels very, very confident right now. Being able to see all of those cards that he may or may not need to face. We do know that the deck is currently maining Mooning Glacier. We also know that they are on the Barrier Statue of Torrents. So the Infinite Impermanence is actually quite an important card here. I know it seems like an interesting ploy, but if you are trying to work your way towards the Barrier Statue, you want to make sure that it can't be targeted. The last thing you want to happen is that your opponent has access to Infinite Impermanence, which you know is a guarantee right now, to then be able to activate that on the Barrier Statue. It looks like Thomas is going to be going for a very, very powerful start. We already saw the Bestial Magnamut in Nicholas's hand, and as my co-commentator, Barcode, very well said, there is not any targets that can be utilized off of the back of the Bestials, so I would not be surprised if maybe Nicholas takes the risk and sides those out game 2 and maybe even possibly game 3. As keeping in mind with the Malice strategies, your Bestials can actually activate or utilize themselves as extenders. It looks like we're going to be getting rid of the Malice, White Rabbit, and the GWC. Two very good cards to be hit from the hand. Ideally on Nicholas's side, he doesn't want to be seeing his GWC in the opening hand. It's probably something you want to be searching a little bit later on. But I feel that we're going to be seeing Thomas relatively steamroll this one here.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to link to the Anemone, the Marincis card, which allows him not only to special summon back a card from the graveyard, but also trying to get rid of the cards in his main monster zone, because he wants to activate the Coelacanth effects to get the fish out of the deck. So this is a very strong card. He's able to special summon the Abyss Spike as well as the two other cards, the Greedis, which is a card that we have seen recently, but there is also the Thriller Rapka, which is not usually seen. It is indeed another fish, which allows you to negate an attack on a targeted monster. So this is pretty cool. And now we can see the Prima Donna, which will allow Thomas to get access to the Barrier Statue of the Torrent by giving back to Nicholas the Impermanence in hand. But of course, this is not a problem for him, because at that point, you pretty much win the entire game.
Yeah, I think we're kind of at the point when you activate Prima Donna and you are returning that card to your opponent, exactly like you said, you don't really have much of an issue being able to turn it back, because you know at that point on, there isn't really anything you need to worry about. You've kind of covered all your bases, you know the full knowledge of the hand, and the ultimate strategy, once you're able to work your way through the Mooning Glacier, through the Minstrel, the only real threat that you need to worry about is if a Drown Lockbird was utilized early stages, which we know is not going to happen.
Absolutely, and here we see a very interesting interaction, because we saw that the White Rabbit was sent to the graveyard earlier with the Mooning Glacier. We will just activate the Magnamut, trying to banish the White Rabbit and trying to get access to some engine, but as the Barrier Statue is on field, he will not be able to special summon back the White Rabbit and to get access to this trap, the MTP-07.
So the question behind that one, that would have been a very, very interesting interaction. Do you preemptively activate the Magnamut? Do you try and activate the Magnamut before the Barrier Statue or even the Prima Donna gets activated? Banish exactly as you say, the White Rabbit comes back, you do play a very small amount of life points, but you also guarantee you take the MTP-07 out of the decks, you don't draw it for the turn, because you definitely don't want to be seeing that card for your draw for turn. You still have that set, and as we remember, a lot of the Malice trap cards can be activated the turn they are set by banishing another Malice monster. The other downside of that one is that you wouldn't have direct access to a Link monster in order to banish anything on the field, but you would still then again complete this way of slimming down your deck, being able to get the guarantee that you have that starter in your Dormouse, then being able to randomize your draw for the top of the deck to kind of give you as much chance as possible to try and pick this field apart, all before the Barrier Statue gets into rotation. Even with the Thriller in the graveyard, you still have that ability to attack the Barrier Statue twice, clear it off the field, and then go from there.
But the main problem is that, to be honest, none of this really matters, because Thomas literally has the Poseidra in the extra deck, which is very strong indeed on the second turn, but also on the first turn, as we just saw, because he is able to get rid of the bodies that are on Nicholas' field, because he's able to literally get them back to the hand, and then he's able to summon back 3 monsters from the graveyard. This card is absolutely amazing. Of course, there is the Poseidra from the main deck, but the Poseidra from the extra deck is very, very strong. And right now, he is driving. Literally, Thomas is in the driver's seat with the Neptabis, the Lynx tree, which prevents his opponent to just target the cards that are pointed by this monster. So, you know, yeah, he could literally just try to imperm the barrier, but as the Lynx tree is there, he will not be able to get rid of the barrier that way. So this is very, very scary for him, especially because he has a way to just prevent Nicholas to battle the statue. So we will see if Nicholas can do anything. He's trying to imperm, so he's trying to do that, but he cannot do that, as I just said, of course. So Nicholas is just taking back his imperm in hand, and he will just probably realize that there is absolutely no way to get rid of this field. I mean, I'm saying that, and imagine he wins the game.
Yeah, I do feel that, unfortunately for Nicholas, it is a bit of an uphill battle. When you are looking at the current field state, we have the barrier statue pretty much preventing Nicholas from being able to special summon anything that is not a water monster. We also have the Ravenous Krakosaur, which has the ability to discard up to 2 cards from hand, or exactly 2 cards from the hand. But then, Forbidden Droplet doesn't target, and that was an incredible draw off the top of the deck.
I didn't think he was playing the Droplet. You know, when I said that, I was like, no way he's playing Droplet in the deck. But he is actually playing the Droplet, and this is a very, very strong card into the Mermail Atlantean field. He's getting rid of the barrier statue, and then he will be able to play. And we saw that he had some cards to play. There is the normal summon March Hare. Is it gonna be enough? And will he have some more cards to just try to extend? We know that there is the Magnamut in hand, so he will probably be able to just activate Magnamut targeting the March Hare, so that he get back the March Hare from the banish to his hand, and then be able to special summon the March Hare by banishing the trap from the graveyard, because we saw that there was the GWC 06 in the graveyard.
Yeah, very well piloted here from Nicholas. Heart of the cards being able to set themselves up to give them the ability to kind of mitigate this field. It's not completely over. Remember, the cards that the Link 3 currently points to still cannot be targeted. We still have the Dragite, so this Dragite is still going to act as a form of disruption. We also still have the Thriller in the graveyard to protect a Aqua or a Sea Serpent from being attacked, or technically negating the attack. And then we also have the other Mermail in the graveyard that could be banished in order to discard a water and draw a card, which could possibly lead to another form of disruption. So there's still a lot going on. The ultimate question kind of comes down to being able to send a monster and a trap off of the Droplet was incredibly important to make sure the Dragite couldn't respond.
And we see in Thomas' hand that he has access to the infantry, and the infantry is indeed a way to disrupt the opponent, because he has the ability to just banish the Abyss Shrine from the graveyard, trying to draw another card, and then he will of course discard the infantry that will be able then to destroy a card on Nicholas' field, so he still has something to play with.
Yeah, just going back over the Link 3, I'm trying to think, could we have activated the Infinite Impermanence, targeting the Mermail King Neptibus, and then chained the Forbidden Droplet? The benefit of doing something like that is because Forbidden Droplet sends as cost, you're able to send the Infinite Impermanence that you've already activated, meaning that not only do you turn off the targeted protection for the Dragite, you also turn off targeted protection for the Torrent and the Crocosaur, and then in turn of that, using the Droplets to negate 2, you could then only end up negating the barrier statue and the Crocosaur, so that with this SP Little Knight, you actually end up banishing the Dragite on top of all of this. So you've cleared the field a little bit more efficiently.
Absolutely, and here we see a very interesting interaction, because you know that the Malice players just want to have 3 bodies on the field so that they can access their Link 3, but here we are getting rid of literally 2 materials, because the Spiritual Light counts as 2 with the infantry, and Nicholas kinda has to banish his own SP to get it for the next turn and to have kind of something to play with. So here he has to start everything again from scratch, and this is not a very good situation to be in. He's still trying to fight though, and summoning this March Hare, banishing the GWC 06 as we just said before, but will he have enough bodies to try to access the Link 3. This is pretty hard because, yeah, he will just need something like a backup or wizard. Does he have that?
I don't feel that there's any more cards left for Nicholas here. So it looks like we're going to have the trap protection and bringing back SP Little Knight may not be enough with Crocosaur. Now this is going to be very interesting. Does Crocosaur return with its effects intact? Because does that mean the quick effect of the Crocosaur could, in theory, be activated after SP is already returned and the Crocosaur, which I think is exactly what's going to be happening here. We're going to be using the Crocosaur to deal with the SP Little Knight. The SP Little Knight would not be able to chain its effect.
Absolutely, absolutely, and that is very strong because we are here discarding the Shadow Squad, which will be able to special summon Neptabis from the deck to the field, and it's going to be very hard for Nicholas to just stay into this game alive. I think that Thomas is just going to take the first game. He's going to draw for turn and literally just combo off.
I mean,
to end the game.
In all fairness, we did say that previously, and Nicholas did absolutely fight Tifa now to keep himself in this particular duel, working its way before trying to get into duel number 2. I think he played it very, very well. That Forbidden Droplet putting in an incredible line of work, being able to kind of pick this field apart. But as you say, I do feel that, especially when you already have access to the Neptabis, you're being able to open up more of your avenues, triggering off their graveyard effects, working your way into the brand new Atlantean as well. It's just going to set up probably a few more disruptions to clear off that Lingeribo, to then possibly even pushing for the final line of damage that is needed.
I mean, this Lingeribo is very scary. Look at his eyes. Like, he looks very scary. But yeah, here we see the new card, the new Atlantean card, which is very strong, actually, the Poseidra, which allows you to have so much push, you know, when you are going second. And that allows the Atlantean Mermaid deck to just be able to break some huge field, like Memento field, like Malice field, which is something that not a lot of decks are able to do. And now we are going to, of course, enter battle phase and try to push for game. There is there a Bestial or something in hand? I don't think so, but maybe there is just a last line.
Last line of defense. Unfortunately, I feel even with a Bestial, because of the barrier statue of Torrent, that's not going to be much help here. Ultimately, the Crocosaur, I believe, is only 1,500 attack, as there is only one card in the hand. The barrier statue of Torrent is 1,000. Oh, is it not enough for...
Oh yeah, he wasn't able to attack. Because
Mooning Glacier.
Yeah, Mooning Glacier. We didn't talk about that effect precisely, but if you link up the Mooning Glacier with which was the case, then there is a big downside is that you don't have access to your next battle phase. And of course, I totally forgot that, but this is actually the case, and Nicholas still surrenders this game. He recognized that he will not have what it takes to just go through the entire field of the Atlantean Mermaid player. But what a game! We talked about that earlier. Like, the player who starts has a huge advantage because the Atlantean Mermaid field is so hard to break. It's almost impossible. We saw that because there was the Forbidden Droplet, which is an amazing card to go through the field, but still he wasn't able to just end the game. So yeah, now we are going to see the top 32 duelists because we have the bracket right there. We know that all those duelists are going to try to just reach the first place, but still, there are 4 rounds to go to be in the finals. And yeah, it's going to be, you are really near the trophy, but you are at the same time really far away from the trophy.
Every single one of them duelists have earned their spot in the top 32. They're definitely going to be making sure that they don't give up their position lightly at all. So even taking a look at people's side decks right now, so if we do take a look at Nicholas's side deck for his Malice strategy, I can already see some cards that are instantly going to be coming into this one. So he does have some protective options. He does have Sales Band, so we know that Artifact Lancer is a very, very strong side deck card that I can only imagine is going to be going into Thomas's main deck on this one. So to try and counteract the Lancia option, we do have Sales Ban in the side deck for Nicholas. Not too sure how effective that may be. It kind of punishes a player that holds the Lancia back. Most players against Malice probably want to try and use it a little bit earlier. That would then open up the door for a Bestial to be chained in order to still get some field presence, but it also can be pretty damaging. We do know that backup Agnista is also utilized to kind of give a little bit more playability through those particular aspects. Also need to be seen that Nicholas does main deck Draw Unlock Bird, and I think that is a card that is 100% staying in to deal with the Mermail matchup.
Yeah, it is. I mean, alone, it is not that much of a big deal because, of course, you have access to the coil account. We can just summon a lot of fishes from the deck, and just you can just combo from that point. But paired with another hand trap, for example, the Impulse or the Impermanence, then it becomes very, very strong and almost impossible for the Mermail player to just go through these interruptions.
Exactly that. So it looks like Nicholas is going to be starting us off by activating Malice in Underground. Just having a think of what we want to be banishing from this one. Do have quite a few good targets on this, but you do need to remember that it's going to adapt your combo line depending on which one you want to be banishing. Do you want to be banishing early doors your White Rabbit? The one big thing that a lot of players don't play anymore is the Malice trap card that will allow you to summon one from the deck.
TB11.
TB11, thank you very much. So one of the cards that they probably go to a little bit more commonly off of the back of your White Rabbit will be your GWC. You kind of want to utilize that graveyard or banish recursion a lot more. Having a look inside Thomas's hand, from what we can see, there is an Infinite Impermanence. Doesn't see the value in utilizing it here. I feel with Infinite Impermanence, you probably want to be waiting a little bit later on. Maybe White Binder at that position, or if we do end up going to a card like Splash Mage, that could be something to be wary of. But as we see the Lingeribo hitting the field, that is also a card that if they are able to play a little bit further and extend that bit further, could actually be a very good protector for you in order to stop any Infinite Impermanence on your other Link monsters you might need or want to resolve.
Absolutely, and the fact that he chose to banish the White Rabbit just shows that he has another Malice name in hand, otherwise you would never banish that. So Thomas is kinda like, he cannot do anything because his Infinite Impermanence is not gonna do something on the White Rabbit. Of course you cut the access to the trap card, but he's gonna get this access anyway with the White Binder later on into the turn. So yeah, if you Imperm, then it doesn't matter because you can just normal summon the other name, just go into the Link 2, Splash Mage, and reborn that, and then you just go into the Link 3. So this is very hard. We will see how he will utilize this Infinite Impermanence, but if he only has that, it will not be enough. But remember that Atlantean Mermail has such a strong engine. We have mentioned earlier the Poseidra from the main deck, the Poseidra from the extra deck, and we know that even if the Malice combo gets uninterrupted, there is a way to win the game.
Yeah, exactly that. I actually have a... Oh, looks like there's a Nibiru in that hand as well.
Oh, yeah.
I was instantly about to say, which end field is probably more scary for you?
And there's the Rock. The Rock is coming up huge here because he will, of course, interrupt the opponent. But we have to remember that this Infinite Impermanence is disabled. Then you cannot utilize that because, of course, you have the monster on the field. So it is, I mean, it is still a victory, but is it enough to just get rid of Nicholas Field? I don't think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, we see there dealing Spider, getting summoned, and we will see the backup adding Nister, which is such a great card to go through the Nibiru. He's going to add the Wizard from deck to the hand, discard a card, and then be able to just keep going on.
Yeah, I think the Agnista cards are a great addition to the deck. It gives you exactly what was kind of a fear now with less access to your other Malice names, so the Dormouse, the White Rabbit. You kind of lose a bit of consistency. The backup Agnista has kind of filled that gap, but then exactly as you said, the backup Agnista also provides the ability to play through two of the weaknesses of the current Malice strategy, being the Nibiru, being the Lancia, and it kind of looks as if that Nibiru never even happened.
He has 4 monsters on the field. He has 4 monsters, so he's going to do literally the same thing. And the Nibiru, like, he's going to have access to the Outscriptor. And one thing which is really, really huge is that he has the ability, if he wants to just go into access code and then be able to banish cards from his own graveyard because there is a card on his opponent's field. Here, he will not choose to do that because he chose to just get rid of the Nibiru using the Outscriptor, but you have to keep that in mind when you are playing Nibiru against Malice.
Yeah, exactly that. So now we're going to be seeing the brand new March Hare being able to banish the Chessy Cat, which hasn't been able to use its banish effect yet. So straight like that, we've been able to turn a Nibiru token all the way into a link-free Heart Scripter plus 3 additional Cyverse monsters. I feel we're probably going to be seeing White Binder here. I feel like the White Binder route of play, or eventually we'll see the White Binder, to have that card in rotation and access to it, especially against a Mermail deck that like to utilize their graveyard on a consistent basis and also like to discard cards or send cards as cost sometimes. It can be very, very damaging to lose your graveyard resource. Going all the way into the Red Ransom to guarantee he gets the Malice in Mirror, which he just recycled back with the Heart Scripter, explaining the reason behind utilizing that to get rid of the Nibiru. I do also say you need to be very careful of the Infinite Impermanence though, because as we saw previously, as Nicholas tried to Infinite Impermanence go in second, that's what makes Infinite Impermanence such a good hand trap card, is the ability to be able to utilize it going first and going second to disrupt your opponent as well, as much as you possibly can.
And here he's going to use the GWC06 and try to get back the Red Ransom, banishing another name. I think Dormouse wasn't used yet, so he might be using this name.
So bringing back the Red Ransom, going to be gaining 2,300 life points.
He's not going to get that because he uses her own effect.
Oh, this is, sorry, apologies. I thought this was off of the GWC.
No worries, I'm here.
You're here to cash. No life points gained.
But that doesn't really matter, of course, because he's just going to continue comboing. He's using the 3 monsters, and he's going to get access to the White Binder, as you said just before. He's going to just banish some cards from the graveyard, especially the Heart Scripter, who is going to be able to get back to the field, and he's going to set the Malice trap from the deck or the graveyard. I think here you would like to just get back the GWC06 set, because this is a way to try to turn around some breakers so that your MTP07 is just well in the deck and that you can get access to that anytime you want.
Yeah, exactly that. I think staring down the 3 Malice Link monsters is obviously threatening enough as it is, remembering that the Heart Scripter is going to be incredibly powerful as it currently sits, and there is the White Rabbit already banished, so that is a guaranteed form of disruption, but Malice players don't like to just stop there with one interruption. We're going to be moving even further forward, being able to reset that GWC from the graveyard, as previously mentioned, working through with White Binder's abilities during our opponent's turn, and going into the allied code Talker.
And this is going to be very interesting because remember, there's still an infinite impermanence in Thomas' hand, so he might use it right now, preventing Nicholas from just summoning back the Link monsters. So yeah, this is kinda good. I mean, of course, you would expect better from activating Nibiru and Impermanence. Remember a few years ago? I mean, it would have done a little bit more, but still, he has a lot of cards in hand.
Is that an impulse he's just drawn for turn?
Yeah, that is absolutely amazing. Thomas might do it because he has access to Poseidra as well, so he will be able to discard the infantry to special summon the Poseidra. So with only 2 cards, he's going to break the field. That is amazing. That is absolutely amazing.
Absolutely incredible. I was half expecting to say GWC, early doors, be able to revive one of your Malice monsters, in turn being the White Binder, banish Red Ransom, banish Heart Scripter, and banish one other, revive them all back, and it's as if your allied code talker wasn't even impermed, but I would almost imagine we might be seeing the impulse here to stop the GWC resolving and summoning back. Could be very, very important here, because as you mentioned, I feel this completely clears the entire field. Otherwise, we might be seeing a full Malice revival.
He's going to activate it. He's going to activate it. He's thinking about that.
There we go.
He will activate the Dominus Impulse water card in the format. Of course, it is very strong into Rise of Mitsurugi, but it also is very strong against the Malice strategy. Here, it will prevent Nicholas from just summoning back the Link 3, the White Binder.
It seems like we're going to be chaining the Bestial Magnamut or a Druid Swarm. I believe it's a Magnamut in the hand. Ultimately, this is still going to be able to get where we want to go. Very, very good duel in here, because being able to banish something like the White Binder, even though the Impulse has still been utilized, we're going to be able to go a little bit further. And it looks like we're going for Red Ransom instead of the White Binder, which is quite an interesting choice.
Yeah, we decided to banish that one, but still there will be some interruptions, and we will get access to a codes interruptions, which is of course very good against Mermaid, because not only we just negate the activation of the effect, but we also get rid of the monster because it will get banished, which is very good, of course.
Yeah, exactly that. And I feel Nicholas is prioritizing access to the NTP 07 in order to set up that banish. I feel that we could have gone for maybe White Binder and then attempt to use White Binder's effect to banish 3. That would have then still got the exact same kind of outcome,
Absolutely.
as far as I believe. But again, Nicholas is sitting here in the top 32, and I'm not. So he must know and must have played this route a lot more consistently than I have. Keeping in mind that Thomas is a little bit restricted on resource. We do have Dragoons being able to resolve here to gain back more advantage, try and work into some other strategies. We know that the Presider is still very, very threatening on the field. And we're just... Oh.
Okay, so we have kind of a win right there. So the impulse is getting back into the hand, and we'll see what's happening right now.
Yeah, so they're just trying to repair the game state. I'll try and see if I can find out why that is the case. Again, trying to see if there's any update as to why this is being rewound. Impulse on the GWC resolving.
Okay, I guess this is just because there is no monsters on Thomas' side. I guess this is that,
okay,
if I remember correctly.
So the Presider isn't officially on the field at that exact moment in time.
Ooh.
So big Ash Blossom here on the Dragoons.
This is a great one. Usually Ash Blossom isn't enough to stop the strategy of Thomas, but here we have multiple interruptions because of course we went first, and the Ash is probably gonna be something hard for Thomas to go through.
Do we go to the same play? We still go to the same place. We're still
Yeah.
going to go Red Ransom. We know that I believe the one card left in the hand is the Malice in Mirror, which is kind of surprising not to have been set previously. I could have lost track on that one, but it looks like the Red Ransom is going to be coming back. We're going to be banishing I can only imagine, the White Rabbit. White Rabbit would then return to the field by paying 300 life points, setting the MTP 07, which gives you the ability to banish a Malice monster to then add a Malice monster from the deck. And if you control a Malice Link monster, you're able to banish a monster on the field, possibly getting rid of that Presider so that Thomas can't use it for maybe a Typhon, but also being able to get rid of it before it can become any more threatening or attack over any of the monsters that Nicholas currently has on his field.
But yeah, what a game, and we see that even going first, the Malice player still, he's not in trouble, but you know, it is not as easy as it could be because the Atlantean Mermal has so much going second, but it is not enough, and we are going to have a game 3 right here for this top 32 between Thomas and Nicholas. Ooh, what a matchup! What a matchup! I really like it. You know, we didn't have a chance to see some Atlantean Mermal till now, but there is one player who is playing that, and I was really happy to see that because I think that the deck is pretty interesting. I mean, of course, going first, it might be sometimes a bit weird because, you know, there is all this statue, all these things. But going second, I think the deck is very, very, very interesting because you have a lot of power. It is very, very, very powerful. It has a lot of strengths with, I always say that, but the Poseidra, the Infantry, all those cards. And the fact that you can just send cards as cost to declare the effects makes, you know, things kind of awkward because the opponents still is able to just negate things or to just get rid of some bodies on the field, but you are still able to gain some advantage of that. And yeah, it just makes the going second of this deck very, very strong and very interesting. Here it wasn't enough, of course, and the Malice player was able to ultimately summon back the Red Ransom, which allowed him to have 3 more interruptions. So it wasn't enough, but the game 3 is going to be very interesting. Remember that they are in top 32. They have to win. This is a decisive game. They are both back against the wall. One is going to go to top 16. The other one is going back home. with a lot of memories, of
Oh, a
course.
lot of
But
memories, yeah, exactly that. It was very, very good duel. A lot of back and forth in that one as well. It kind of took so many twists and turns. The dominance impulse off the top completely changed it, and we thought it was going to be going back into Thomas's favour. And then straight away, Nicholas was able to hold on to the Magnum, held that really, really well, and go forward and forward. As we take a look at the side decks here, we can almost guarantee that Lancia is going to be coming in here. I feel that as powerful as the Atlantean Mermail strategy is, can you take the risk of not wanting to hold the Lancia and just put all your eggs in one basket, go for the Mooning Glacier, go for the Barrier Statue, repeat game one so that it hopes to kind of get you that win? Or do you keep the Lancia in? And it looks like we're going to be starting straight off with a Perulia, which in my opinion is one of the best Mold Chummy cards to be utilized against the Atlantean strategy.
And here we are going to start with the exact same cards because there is this Abysstos discarding the Dragoon, and both are gonna search a card. The Dragoon, of course, is gonna search a Sea Serpent, and the Abysstos is gonna search another card. You will get access to the Abyss Shrine because this is one of the best cards of the Atlantean Mermail strategy. This card just allows you to special summon or add from the deck to the hand, and it gives you access to either the Poseidra or, of course, the Coilacant, which allows you to play around Droll and Logbird, which is such a big threat for the deck, as you said before.
Yeah, I always find it quite interesting with Perulia, because if you're the Atlantean Mermail player, do you breathe a sigh of relief when a Mold Chummy is played? Because instantly you kind of get that feeling that once a Mold Chummy is played, you go, oh, there's not going to be a draw for the first kind of search that I want to try and make, because you want to, the person that's played the Mold Chummy is going to want to make sure they...
Just as you said that, there is the Droll and Logbird, but as I mentioned before, there is the Abyss Shrine in hand, so he is able to just discard another card and just be able to special summon the Coilacant from the deck. But if there is another interruption, then it will become way harder for Thomas to just go through Nicholas' interruptions. And is there something? There is something! There is the Ash Blossom, which is clutch here. Thomas doesn't have a lot because this is his only tool to just special summon the Coilacant, and now he's on the draw. What can he do? Not a lot, I guess. He might go into something like Abyss Lesia if he's playing it, and I just watch right now that he's not playing it. So maybe he's able to just synchro summon. There is the Changying, of course, that he can do, and he can trigger it whenever he wants with the Abyss Shrine in the graveyard, being able to banish yourself to draw a card on Nicholas' turn. But this is not a lot going into Malice because, of course, they take advantage of the fact that you are banishing their cards. But here we are going to see the Monoceros, who is able to special summon back a monster from the graveyard, and looks like it is gonna be the greatest, very good monster. But there is the rock, there is the Nibiru. Nicholas just has everything, and Thomas is not gonna recover from that. He has used a lot of tools, and he has not any tools anymore in his hand. I guess this is gonna be it. If Nicholas just has some cards to play, he might just take it all.
Well, that's exactly it. That is the very, very big question. Is Nicholas still needs to have cards to play. Even when you kind of take into account all of the amount of starters that you have, you've got your 2 copies of Dormouse, you've got your 3 copies of Chessy Cat. In theory, you could argue that Marcher is a technical starter alongside the Nibiru.
Yeah.
Then you've got your White Binder and your Terraforming to lead you into your Malice in Underground alongside the Golden Sarcophagus. But also keep in mind that Nicholas has used 4 cards from their hand. There's only 2 more cards left, 1 card to be drawn for turn. You could probably say that an Infinite Impermanence trades 1 for 1 on that one, but it really is going to come down there if there is a Malice access in that hand of Nicholas.
And right now, I think Thomas is just he's just hoping that Nicholas doesn't have everything, but yeah, there is the Field Spell, there is the Malice in Underground, and Thomas doesn't have anything, no Lancia in his hand, so we are going to see the Dormouse banished and getting back on the field. If you have something, Thomas, this is the time or never. You have to do something, maybe an Infinite Impermanence or something like that, because if it is the only starter, then he will not be able to go further unless he has a monster to normal summon.
Is there going to be something? Yes, there is going to be something. There is the Infinite Impermanence. Does Nicholas has a normal summon? Does he has like a Drawn Logbird or even a Purulia to normal summon? It would be great because he would be able to still go into the Link 3. We are going to see that in a few moments, but he thinks a lot.
Yeah, unfortunately, just these two monsters on the field right now won't get him where he needs to go. You need 2 Cyverse in order to get to Splash Mage, and I don't believe many people are going to be utilizing the Hagar Lizardos anymore. Cyverse Wicked also needs 2. Dart the Dark Charmer probably isn't going to be putting any work into this one as of yet. Haven't seen any Dark Monsters be utilized. Speak of the devil, Dart the Dark Charmer. Was there a Dark Monster used? I don't believe there was.
I don't think so.
No.
I don't think so. And there is no way.
March
but
Hare.
there is the March Hare right now. So he's going to find a way to go into the Link 3, banishing the Dormouse. Of course, the Dormouse is not going to be able to get back into the field. But there is the March Hare, and now he can extend. Does Thomas has anything in hand that can save him?
Yeah, unfortunately for this one, it does look like Nicholas had a very, very good hand. Thomas tried his very best, and I think he's going to be risking it all off this draw.
He has the Infantry! He has the Infantry. It was the last card in hand, so he can discard it with the Abyss Shrine, getting access to another card because he's going to draw a card, which is an interruption as we saw. But the Infantry is going to be able to destroy a face-up card from Nicholas, and here it is, of course, going to be the March Hare.
No more extension from Nicholas on this one. It is just going to be set 1 and pass. Remember that Nibiru's stats are actually pretty quite high. So having that Dart the Dark Charmer left in attack is not the most appealing thing for Nicholas to have. I can't imagine there is a Typhon. There definitely isn't a Typhon amongst his extra deck. And there was not 2 summons from the extra deck from Thomas anyway to be utilized. Does Thomas draw anything for turn that can allow him to push further?
And this is one thing that we haven't mentioned about Atlantean Mermail, but this is quite a glass cannon deck. So once you have used everything on your turn 1, it is very hard to try to start again in turn 3 because most of the combos are 2 cards combos, and we saw that there is a trap card in Thomas' hand. So it might be an Imperm or an Impulse, but it is definitely not something that can help him combo. We see here the battle phase coming from Thomas, and he is going to be able to inflict a lot of damages to Nicholas' life points, but the problem is that he's going to give Nicholas access to some more engine because of the Dark Charmer effect.
Yeah, exactly that. I feel that this is something you might not mind as much. I feel that it's going to be putting Nicholas under a little bit of pressure because he's going to have to be very careful on his life points, how much he gains and how much he loses. Currently sitting at 3,350, being able to search directly into another Malice name, which looks like a possibility of Dormouse.
I really hope for Thomas that the trap card that we saw is an Impulse. Otherwise, it is going to be very difficult for him to survive in this game. Nicholas is starting his turn, and he has almost everything he wants to just
I feel we're going to be seeing an Imperm.
Yeah,
there is an Imperm on this one. Imperm Direct on Dormouse. Unfortunately, or maybe fortunately from this one, the Imperm is in the same column as Nicholas's set card, and Nicholas didn't chain it, which means it is going to be offline for the remainder of this turn. It kind of looks like a back and forth. Again, you don't want your Dormouse left in attack. If there is no way for Nicholas to get this off the field or get a card to the defense position, that Nibiru might be the final one, and it looks like we conceded.
That is absolutely amazing! Thomas didn't have anything in hand to continue to play, but this Nibiru token was absolutely huge, as you just said, and oh, what a game, what a game. Did you expect that?
I mean, well, I think once you see the dice roll, you kind of put your money a little bit more towards the Mermail Atlantean strategy. It's always going to be the risk and reward. So when you're utilizing a card like Nibiru, as powerful it is to clear your opponent's field, you need to be as confident as possible that you can clear it off the next turn, because it will come back, and as we saw there, cause you a lot of issues. And I feel both players played very, very well. Nicholas tried to utilize everything they could in order to kind of build their field and work from it. And the ability to disrupt, I feel like you said with the Atlantean, to be able to infantry to deal with that March Hare was a massive turning point, because otherwise we would have seen the access to a White Binder, a Red Ransom, and from that point the deck starts to snowball. So cutting off access to those powerful link-free monsters for the Malice strategy really will give you the best possible opportunities you can in order to see exactly what we've just seen and take the winner on that one.
And there it is. We have an Atlantean Mermaid player who is going to top 16. We are going to see if there are also some strategies, you know, some different strategies that manage to just go into top 16. But this is very interesting because the Atlantean Mermaid strategy is, you know, kinda, sometimes you don't have the hands that you want to have because the spectrum of hands is very, very wide. Sometimes you have some very good hands and you can just literally win against anything. And sometimes you just watch your hand and you're like, oh, okay, so I've got the Karlach hand and 4 other bricks, so what am I going to do with that? And the fact that right now we have an Atlantean Mermaid player who is still in top 16, this is huge for him.
100%. Take nothing away from Nicholas, though. He again did incredibly well, made it to top 32 from 1,100 players. Absolutely amazing achievement. Thomas makes his way into top 16. We wish him all the best of luck. We will be back very, very shortly with the top 16 duel. Before that, we will have the player interview with our winner from round, well, not even round, from the top 32, Thomas, very shortly. So make sure you stay tuned and we'll be back in a minute.
And we are back here at the UK Nationals with the winner of the top 32, Thomas. Congratulations for this win. It was a hard-fought win. We saw that you won the dice roll. Since you are playing Atlantean Mermaid, of course, I guess you are very, very happy about that. Did you know that your opponent was playing Malice?
I didn't, no. But I know now.
Yeah. And speaking about Malice, by the way, do you think that it is an easy matchup or is it kind of dice roll dependent?
It can be dice roll dependent. I think the way that I've built my deck, I'm sort of main deck focused towards Ryu Mitsu, and then side deck focused towards Malice. So if I win the die roll against Malice, it does help a lot.
Yeah, and you won the dice roll, but going into the game 3, it was very, very hard for you because we saw that still going first, but you had so many cards that he threw at you. The Perulia at first, then the Drawn Lockbird, you had the Impermanence, the Ash Blossom, and playing Atlantean Mermaid, I mean, if you are in this kind of situation, you are barely surviving. So what were you thinking at that point?
It was tough. I was thinking, I've just got to top deck something. I think often my game plan against Malice is to just hit them with a lot of damage, and so the Nib token hitting into Dark, I thought it was fine to give them the draw because I had Imperm, and I just want to get as much damage as possible to end the game quickly, so I don't have to rely on too many top decks.
Yeah, and yeah, you got rid of the Link 2, which is of course great as well. And then we saw that it was just a normal summon Dormouse. You had the Imperm, which was the last thing that you had to throw at your opponent.
Yes.
And it was actually enough because your opponent didn't have anything to just continue. So you won. Thanks to the Nibir token.
Yes, thanks to Nib token. Always attack with Nib token.
And it was very good for you. Of course, we are not going to take a lot of your time because you have a top 16 to prepare.
Yes.
I see that you are a bit, you are still trying to catch your breeze.
I think I made so many misplays in that game. I think it worked out for the best, but
it worked out, and now
probably
you're in top
shouldn't
16,
have done.
That's the most important. Don't think about that, and just focus on the next game. Try to take some time to just breathe a little bit more, as we are going to enter the top 16 really soon. But first, we are going to have a short break.
So I'm going to reveal a card to the audience at home. You've got to get it in 20 questions or less, only being able to respond with yes or no. This is the card I'm revealing to the audience. Off you go.
Is it a monster?
Yes.
Does it go in the extra deck?
No.
Is it level 4 lore?
Yes.
Is it a dark monster?
No.
Is it a light monster?
Yes.
Does it have more than 1500 attack?
No.
Is it level 1?
Yes.
Oh. Does it have an effect in hand?
Yes.
Is it effect failure? Yeah!
Well done, well done.
Hello everyone and welcome back. We're here at the top 16 of the UK National Championships. Our players have battled through a full 11 rounds of Swiss and then that top 16. We're down to the business end of the tournament. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm actually quite excited for this one. As we start to narrow it down, the players are getting themselves locked in, ready to go as if they haven't been all weekend. And we actually have a very, very exciting matchup on this one. So we're going to be able to see Kristrons versus Yu-Bell.
Yeah, I mean, I think Yu-Bell's a bit of a blast from the past. It was running rampant a year or so ago, but it sort of died off kind of quietly, I think possibly under the weight of the Molchami Fuvalos, but now it's back and it's ready to go. So let's jump straight in to game one.
Yeah, so Mel has been well and truly dedicated. We've been able to see Mel utilising this deck for a long, long time. Saw her be featured back at the UK Open. Very, very dedicated with the deck, been able to learn it inside and out. And it just kind of comes to show that the more effort you put into your decks as well, sometimes being able to learn them, practice them constantly against the main meta is going to be interesting. And I think what's going to be quite a surprise is you're more than likely going to be expecting the Malices, expecting the Ryu-Ge, expecting the Mitsurugis at this particular point in the tournament. The Kristrons could throw a spanner in the works.
So are you a player who picks the deck for the event, or are you a player who just jams the same deck over and over again and then takes that to every event?
I would say I'm kind of like the player in the middle. I do quite like to play the deck that I enjoy. Within reason. If I feel that the deck that I enjoy could be considered the underdog or something that's a little bit less known, I do quite like that unknown factor. I feel that it definitely gives you an edge in most matchups, but you need to be very careful to make sure that the deck you have chosen still has competitive advantages against the current reigning decks or the highly represented decks and to kind of play around with it. And I feel that both of these decks kind of fall within those elements.
Yeah, I'm definitely seeing that for Kristron there. So we saw Mel open up with the Perulia, which is pretty good against most decks, I'd say. It's going to get a couple of draws. But Kristron, with the right hand, which we're seeing now, is going to have the ability to almost completely ignore the Perulia. I don't think we can ignore the Fuvalos, though. You do have to summon from the deck and the extra deck a couple of times if you want to do your full Kristron combo. So we're going to see how that works now. Benjamin, oh my god, a bit of everything here. Not summoning from the extra deck already with his Horus cards, which is kind of interesting because I think it means like once you summon the Sulfador, you're locked into machines. At least I thought you were. Is that a machine?
No, I believe it. Oh, it could be completely wrong.
It might just be a machine, to be honest. It looks kind of machiney enough, doesn't it? I wouldn't know. Here we are.
For some reason, I want to think it's a warrior, but I could be completely wrong on that one. It is a warrior.
It is a warrior. Maybe I'm wrong on Sulfador then. I thought Sulfador, when you summoned it from the grave, would lock you into machines.
Also, you can't special from the extra deck for the rest of the time except machines.
Yeah, and it was summoned via its own effect. So I'm hoping.
Yeah, I believe that is the case. Maybe we'll see if the judges kind of catch that. I feel we're kind of moving on a bit of a late kind of movement on this one to try and protect, possibly from the Biru, like you've already played through Fluoros, Ash Blossom, and Charmy. Kind of go from there.
Yeah, I was thinking, oh my goodness, a bit of everything here. Look, there's an Ash, there's a Droll now. I'm not convinced by the Droll, to be honest. I think there might be a bit of unfamiliarity with the deck, because I would rather keep the Droll in hand and have my Molchamis do the work for me, because if the Molchami Fuvalos resolved, which I thought it did, I don't think it got Ash Blossomed, then that would be drawing a lot of cards.
Oh, and it looks like Mel is scooping this one up. I feel that Mel probably opened up way too many hand trap interactions. Being able to straight away, when you're looking at your Yu-Bell hand, you've already gone through an Ash Blossom, you've already gone through both of the Charmies, you're probably expecting to get quite a lot of advantage off of the back of the Charmy draws. And Ben kind of piloted that very, very well to not give too much into the Perulia draws and to kind of minimize the draws off the back of the Fluoros.
Yeah, I was wondering about the Fuvalos. Did the Fuvalos not resolve or something? Or do we think maybe it did and he was just kind of going a bit slower? Because I feel like the Fuvalos was going to do the damage, but then Mel chose to use the Droll instead.
Yeah, I definitely, I didn't see any negation or any stop on the Fluoros at that particular point. I feel that Mel felt that the advantage that would have been gained from searches or consistent extension from that point on probably required for the Droll to be utilized. But a very kind of interesting duel to go back on that one. I do feel that the reliance was on the Molchummies draws, probably trying to limit it a little bit more. And I can't imagine that Mel would have expected, when you activate Perulia during the standby phase or the draw phase that early on, you're probably thinking more around the Mitsurugis because you know that they're going to be summoning from the hand, or you want to make sure you catch their normal summon. You don't want to allow the normal summon to happen first, because at that point on, you're going to restrict the amount you can kind of advantage you can get for the Perulia. Once you start to see the Horus card, you start to narrow down what you might be facing at this particular position, and your expectations or your gamble of what you might be facing starts to shrink. And then once you realize that they're Christrons and they're starting to navigate around these particular cards that you were having more of a reliance on, then allows you to go, okay, maybe it's within my value to not reveal to my opponent exactly what I am playing and move into game number 2 with a little bit extra value.
Yeah, I am wondering though, because I was having a peek while you guys were on the top 32, and these two players were sat right next to each other, so there's a good chance they had a little look over at the table, you know, maybe while you're side decking or something like that, and catching the action next to you. It's always fun to see all the other great games that are going on, so maybe they did happen to know what to do. I feel like Crystron and Yubel both quite under the radar, so maybe a little bit unfamiliar with what to do. I also think the Horus cards have picked up a bit of steam in the Crystron deck, you know. I think steam goes well with Crystron because they're like water machines.
Yeah.
I think I did a good job there.
You did a bit of a steampunk vibe there, going.
So, yeah, I feel like even just seeing the King Sarcophagus, you probably are aware that it's most likely Crystron. But we did have that stun deck running around featuring the Horus cards.
That we did.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do like the Horus cards inclusion in the game itself. I think it's a very, very good kind of mini archetype. I love the theme behind it. And it looks like Benjamin is going to repay the favor towards Mel by utilizing that Perulia. And we're going to be seeing a Kashtira Fenrir come from Mel on this one.
Yeah, that I was fully not expecting. I do kind of like it. It's a very powerful option going first. We see a few Fenrirs, a few unicorns even, and a Kashtira Birth. I guess I like the idea, giving you extra link materials and pressure going first, because it means your opponent, you know, is very discouraged from trying to use any interruptions on you, because if you can take a couple of cards from the extra deck, depending on what you're playing against, that can be very annoying. We see like Ryu-Ge, for example, only having the one detonator, or if you're running Fiendsmiths, you can just take out the Requiem, and that's going to be a big spanner in the works.
Yeah, I do like this kind of the strategy that this engine is in the side deck, because as you've already mentioned, if you're going to be going up against something like a pure Mitsurugi, they're not really going to access their extra deck as much as something like the Ryu-Ge. So rather than having a unicorn for its sole purpose to be able to get that knowledge of the extra deck, to be able to take away one of the core cards as previously mentioned, you can kind of take that reliance off of the main deck of having 3 or 4 less effective cards and utilize them for the side deck. In addition to that, it looks like Mel does play Kashtira Birth plus Pleasured Pranish Rise-Off and Set Rotation, and Set Rotation will double up as an additional form of a starter, being able to work its way into Nightmare Throne, and the Kashtira itself doesn't really clash with the Fiendsmith, the Yubel strategy. So it's going to be quite interesting to see if that is a Molchummy Meowis in Benjamin's hand as well, as he might want to hold that for a guaranteed draw off of the back of something maybe like a Grave Squirmer.
Yeah, I think it's quite creative from Mel, because I think a lot of players wanted to find a way to side out their Molchummies when they're going first. So I think everyone's just kind of gravitate. They'll just say, I'll just put a couple of Solemn Warnings, Solemn Judgments or whatever, job done, or maybe some Ash Blossoms if they're not in the main. But Mel's gone for this other package, which is very good going first. There's a lot of threat, and I think it's really creative, because I really haven't seen many other players doing this, so I really like it.
Yeah, I do think it's a very, very good choice on this one. Just having a quick peek at Benjamin's hand, it looks like we decided to get rid of the Synchro monster for the Christrons, which is going to be quite damaging, because that's quite a core factor for what they're trying to do to gain as much advantage. And I don't believe Benjamin is playing more than... Oh, he does play 2 copies.
He plays 2, yeah. I think it's like very standard for the Crystron decks to run 2 copies, but it is like the card that you start off your plays with. So I'm wondering if the plan from Mel is just to say, okay, what I'm going to do is I'll banish 1 now, and then I'm just going to leave this on the field, and then if you can't deal with it, I'm just going to banish another one next turn.
Yeah.
And then you'll be cut off from your like main engine piece.
What I do also really, really like about the inclusion of the Kashtira Birth, and I would expect that Mel is that level of player that they will be able to see this, but what you can do is that you can, because you control a level 10 monster with the gates, you are able to add back a continuous spell card, which is exactly what we've just seen here. So we've been able to get the birth back to the hand after being utilized as maybe destruction or discard outlets, and then we're going to be able to set up the birth, which can also be quite disruptive for Benjamin's Crystron strategy, because if they activate a spell card, you're then going to be able to remove 3 cards from their graveyard.
Yeah, I think all of these cards are flowing together quite well. Birth, I think, is kind of an underrated as an interruption. You know, often the way chains work out when you're not the turn player, your thing's going to go last on the chain. So if your opponent activates a spell, like for example, Fiendsmith Tract, you're going to discard your Lurie's always going to be chaining 1, and then Birth could be chain link 2. So stuff like that can be really, really potent with Kashtira Birth.
Yeah, Mel taking their time here, being able to kind of navigate into the unchained section of this deck. Utilizing Nightmare Throne, also working the way into Shavara. We can see that Benjamin does have the King's Sarcophagus in the hand. I suppose we're in a position where Benjamin's going to see how much draw advantage they can kind of gather off the back of those chummies that are currently in effect.
Yeah, I think Fuelos is like the critical one against Yubel, but I think you know, Meows in particular is probably going to be quite good, maybe stopping how much Mel can do. So let's see what they choose to end on.
Yeah, I feel that they can definitely control how much they want to give Benjamin. I feel that you can make the decision on how far into the deck you go, how many times you actually utilize the cards to revive from the graveyard. Keeping in mind that if we activate Birth, we can still bring back the Kashtira Unicorn. Is that worth the ability of giving Benjamin another draw or not? I think we're about to kind of see the value on that one.
Oh, I was going to say surely it is, but Mel disagrees. I love the idea of having Unicorn, like banish a card, yeah, and then banish another one.
Yeah, I feel definitely without the Meowis in rotation, that definitely would have been the strategy there, because keeping that Unicorn on the field, exactly when you've already banished one of the Esqueletus, if they were to activate a monster effect, that would definitely be met with the Unicorn look at the extra deck. But it looks like we're going to be utilizing Lightning Storm, which is actually a really, really good card against the Yubel strategy, because being able to get rid of the... Oh, decided to go for Rage and Phantom, which is quite interesting, because we're now going to be able to not only utilize Yama's effect in the graveyard to attempt to bring back a Yubel monster, but also utilize the Nightmare Throne to work its way into a level 10, and it looks like we're going to be going for Spirit, reviving the Rage. So it was as if the Lightning Storm very rarely actually happened, because you've got to be very careful that Nightmare Pain is going to force Benjamin to attack all Yubel monsters that are on the field, and then all damage that would be dealt to Mel is going to be dealt to Benjamin instead.
Yeah, I do feel like even though it doesn't look like much has happened, like the field only comes back so many times. Like you Lightning Storm it once, and then you've kind of got through a chunk of the interruptions, because some of the interruptions are in the form of, you know, link summoning with your monster. So you're right, it doesn't look like much, but I think you almost have to do it. And I'm not sure how much the spells and traps we're going to do, so it kind of makes sense to me to go after the monsters, even if it doesn't look like it achieves that much.
Oh, and here's DD Crow putting in a bit well. I saw DD Crow was in Benjamin's side deck. I do like the inclusion of DD Crow. We had this conversation yesterday comparing it with the Bestials. Obviously, both of them have their pros and their cons. This is one of the pros, I suppose, of DD Crow being able to target the Schmeiger, being able to target any of the Horus monsters before they're able to come back from the graveyard. Can kind of whittle down Benjamin's resource here. So we can kind of see the use of that card.
You know what I think would be cool is Skullmeister. Just put the hat in the ring instead of DD Crow or any of the Bestials. And you know what, it's a level 4 Fiend, so I feel like it would do quite nicely in the Yubel deck somehow. I feel like in a pinch, you know, just summon with it.
Yeah, we have actually seen some people feature the Skullmeister in their decks for the pure fact of exactly that, being a level 4 hand trap interaction, because sometimes that would be a lot more advantageous than some of the level 3s.
And here we see Mel smoothly getting through all of Benjamin's plays here, getting rid of the King's Sarcophagus as well as the Horus monster, and having a Veiler handy for the Tristaros.
Yeah, I think Mel's piloted this one very, very well here, kind of making sure that you're interacting at the right times, because if you wait that one move later, or you do it one move too soon, sometimes that Tristanos might be able to get that additional extension to the field, work its way into a synchro, and I feel the position that we ultimately ended up getting into was the SP Little Knight was going to be able to get the maximum value out of using Rage to link off, then the SP Summon to banish, and still maintain on the field to deal with any form of interaction, which is exactly what we're going to see here with the Tristanos being banished by the SP Little Knight. Kingstar is still within rotation, so we're going to be able to see Mseti come back, and possibly even Happy come back from the graveyard.
Yeah, Mseti was already
Mseti's already been summoned,
yeah,
correct. So just keeping it very, very simple with Happy coming back. But remember that Mel does have Spirit of Yubo in the hand. So if Benjamin does declare an attack here and go to the battle phase, the Spirit will be summoned down. The Spirit would be in attack position. And it looks like we're just going to be scooping up and going into game number 3. Very, very important.
Yeah, it felt like all of his cards just kind of melted away. I feel like he started with like 6 or 7 and they just kind of got thrown at this field, and all of the... They didn't seem to do anything. It just kind of crashed against the field. More and more interruptions came up. I guess it's... I didn't feel like we often see the like full 3 pieces of value you get from the Unchained Link there. You can banish, you know, once with the linking your opponent's Monster Away, once for the SP banish, and then again for the banish number 2. I love when people, they always say like, oh, that's 3 interruptions. I'm like, I don't really think it's 3, but that time it was the full,
that one is the full
3.
Yeah, I think both duelists piloted that duel very, very well. I think Mel made some incredible decisions. Exactly that. Both of me and you expecting the Castro Unicorn to come back. Mel felt that that was the wrong decision to give that additional draw to Benjamin. She felt that she was very, very comfortable with the cards that she had already had lined up, even when dealing with the Lightning Storm, was able to continue to build up what was needed to be done, and had more than enough on that field to protect and play through. So it's going to be very interesting to see what could possibly be coming in from the side decks as we move into that final round or final game for game 3. And remember that this is single elimination. We're trying to be getting into top 8. So players are going to be taking this to the absolute max. There is no draw. The time is not going to make a mass difference as they are both moving and playing very, very fast. So I feel we could definitely be seeing some interesting choices. We've got Solemn Judgment. DD Crow could possibly be coming in from Benjamin's side deck. I feel that those will be the most effective to be utilized. And as you said, with the Mole Chummies, what they do provide players is they provide players with guaranteed slots, in my opinion, that you would want to be taking out of your deck or putting into the deck, depending on whether you are going to be going first or going second.
Yeah, 100%. Outgo the Fuelosses. And then I feel like I want the Crows in against Yubel, so maybe you're finding a way to take out either some Veilers or Impermanences or something like that. I think Droll is absolutely premium against Yubel, so probably worth keeping those in. But other than that, what do you reckon?
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I think Drolls can be very, very effective. I'm still questioning to myself if Mel actually had any Fiendsmith cards in the deck. We can definitely tell they do by looking at their deck list, but we didn't even look like we need it. It would be very interesting to find out if the Fiendsmiths were possibly taken out for the Cash Tirers. I'm not too sure why that would be the case, but not seeing them feature as of yet is quite interesting.
No, there's no way the Fiendsmith cards were taken out, right? Because the Mole Charmies must have come out.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, that's, what was that, 6 slots opening straight up?
I'm willing to believe Mel is playing more Fiendsmith cards than anyone else in the room, because there are 3 Engravers I'm seeing, 3 tracked, and not only that, but a Sanct. So that's 7 in the main deck, which I don't think, plus the Lacrima, I suppose, so 8 Fiendsmith cards in the main deck. I don't believe anyone else is playing that many. I don't think I've ever seen the full package.
Very, very true. And then I'm looking at their side deck. We know that DD Crow came in. We don't know how many, of course. We know that Unicorn came in. We know that Birth came in. Planet Rysoff possibly came in. Maybe Set Rotation. Even Escape of the Unchained, just to make sure you have all of your go first cards. So that's what, a total of 2, 4, 6, 8, maybe even 9 cards that Mel would have been taking out with only 6 Fluoroses. But very, very interesting to kind of try and get into the players' mind as they're getting set up to what could have possibly come in, what could have possibly come out to kind of turn the tide. But moving into the all-important game 3, they're just kind of working their ways through, getting themselves ready to go. And both players are going to, zone in, focus up, and get ready to kind of take it for that final bout. For one duelist, unfortunately, it will be the final duel that they are going to be playing. For the other, this is only a stepping stone to move into the top 8.
Yeah, so here we see in our bracket of the top 16 duelists, we have Mel. That's the match we have right now. And then we have another couple of matches going on. Thomas Rolfe versus Haley. Josh Kelly against Reese Dieterman. And Matt McLean against Cormac Adams. A lot of interesting matchups going on. I hope everyone at home is rooting for some of their friends who are here, maybe. have to let us know. But we're having a lot of fun here watching all of these matches. And I hope everyone else is at home as well. So we're going to be going on to game number 3 very, very soon. It looks like the players are nearly ready to head on over to the table.
Yeah, so we're just going to be talking through as the players get themselves ready on this one. Just having a quick look at what else could possibly be coming in.
Okay.
Okay, so it seems like we're having a pause on the game at the moment for a ruling on this one. As that happens, let's just try and take a look at what could possibly be going on here. So I would expect Mel could be going second here. As effective as the Cash Dealer cards can be going second, I would find it a little bit tricky if they're going to be staying in the main deck. We already know that there's a Perulia and a Fluoros in the main deck. How effective is Meowth? Which of those three? I mean, we know that Fluoros can be very, very effective. Do we take out the Perulias?
Yeah, I think Meowth is significantly better. And we saw in the first game, Mel used Perulia, and it was just completely ignored. Especially when you combo that with the Horus cards they summon from the grave. Not only do they summon from the grave, but they send the Crystron cards to the grave before summoning from the hand. So Crystron cards pretty much, doesn't matter if they're in the grave or the hand, they can be summoned from either place. And here we see an absolutely premium start for Benjamin. Mel just kind of nodding and laughing because they know that that is the best start. You send the Smyger to the grave, and it kind of replaces itself. And yeah, draw a card. So you've kind of got your full combo of Crystron plus the Horus starter as well, all in one. But Mel gonna put a bit of a stop on that. I think Lancia, again, there is a bit of like collateral damage to the Crystron deck from the fact that everyone's got Lancia in their side deck. Because I don't think people would be siding Lancia specifically for Crystron, but it is very powerful against Crystron. So Mel's gonna be quite happy to have it now.
Yeah, completely agreed. And as you can see, Mel has kind of bookended, exactly like you said, bookended Benjamin here on this one. So Benjamin will not be able to banish from the graveyard, and at this point, if he wants to try and revive any of the Horus cards that he's going to want to be summoning back from the graveyard to the field, he's going to be paying a very small cost of allowing Mel to draw one brand new card per summon.
I have a feeling Benjamin's going to do almost nothing. I'm looking at that. We're going to normal summon a Thisvern, use its effect, probably destroy itself, and I'm voting for Tristaros Pass here almost, because you rarely want to be using the effect. Oh, not even going to get that far, so Mel using a good 3 hand traps on this turn, and I reckon that's probably enough for Benjamin to just say, you know what, I'm just going to set my interruptions. I'm not going to play into this. I'm not going to give you all these card draws. I'm just going to pass and see what you can do with only 3 cards against me.
Yeah, I think that would be... Oh, we're going to be giving 1 up.
1 up. That seems fair enough. Okay, 1 up to make an SP.
Yeah, interesting on that one. Do you summon back Imseti and leave Imseti on the field? I know you've already given the 1 draw. Is Imseti's effect on the field probably more effective than the SP Little Knight? But even then, being able to sit on an infinite impermanence, and we saw that there's an effect Veiler in the hand, could still be quite useful.
I think the player's just having a little discussion because a lot of the Crystron effects, they will stop you from summoning from the extra deck except machines. But sometimes when cards are negated, they don't, you know, you have to, you still have that restriction.
Yep.
So some cards you need to read them carefully to see whether either they're negated and they keep the restriction or they don't. So in this case, it looks like they don't keep the restriction, and you can freely summon a warrior from your extra deck in the form of SP.
Yeah, it seems that Benjamin has made the right decision here. To give the 1 draw, even though it's a risk and reward, it looks like the Samsara Deload has been met with the effect Veiler. Very, very good interaction on the Samsara Deload. It can still tribute as cost, even though it's been negated, but it just clears the field off. And it looks like we're going to be passing straight over to Benjamin here, unless there is another Meowth. I would assume, and this is just my assumption, that to clear off the Samsara Delotus, you must have a card on the form of a Chummy somewhere. You want to clear field for a reason. You don't just want to have it clear for no other option, correct?
Well, you say that, but what's the Molchami then? It must be a Fuvalos, right? Because you would have to activate Meowth in the standby phase because the Horus monsters, they just come back. Correct. They don't start a chain, so you can't chain anything to them. Yeah. But if it's just a Fuvalos, I think there can be... Oh, Drawn Lockbird, okay.
Still an effective Drawn Lockbird here. I think you are right. I think a Fluoros is probably what we're going to be looking at.
But you can't even use Fuvalos against this.
Oh yeah, because you've got the draw lot bird. So very interesting. I mean, the Samurai Delos did have 0 attack, so its presence on the field wasn't doing much different. That is it. I'm pretty sure I saw a Meowth in Mel's hand. I'm pretty sure.
Is this 8,000 damage? It looks like almost 8,000 damage to me. 3,000, 2,400, 1,600, and I think it's 1,850 on the Sulfador.
I believe so, yeah.
Oh, 1,900. There's 50 in the defense, but not in the attack. But either way, over 8,000 damage, so Mel's going to have to pull something out of the bag here, but we're under 5 summons, I think. We're only at 1, 2, 3. This is the 4th summon.
Yeah, I think if we present one more summon to the field, we will be on our 4th. I agree with you. You need to be very, very careful not to go too far in. I mean, probably play it rather safer than sorry. Looks like Benjamin's just going into it. Not really worried about the barrier. Of course, the deck can play through it. I'm not too sure what card you fear. If you already have lethal on field, I suppose the only other thing to worry about is Spirit of You Bell, which is it might be why he's eyeing up that Samurai Destroyer, so that Spirit of You Bell can't summon itself down, and still it will still present a very very big roadblock for Benjamin to deal with. So that's the only form of disruption I could possibly think of.
No, Spirit of You Bell is a very valid point, actually. I was kind of counting all my chickens, but Spirit of You Bell, keep that in mind. And to be honest, it can't be destroyed by battle, so it could be quite difficult to deal with.
Yeah. I do also kind of... I could be completely wrong, but if that is a Meowth in Mel's hands, unless you have a Spirit of You Bell, I feel you would... Exactly like you said, during the draw phase, you activate it. Because at the very least, what you're trying to then draw into would be a Spirit of You Bell, or you're trying to make sure that your opponent respects the Spirit of You Bell. They might not even utilize, or it looks like there's an impermanent Meowth from what I can see. But they might not even expect the secondary effect of the Spirit of You Bell. But I think the Samurai Destroyer kind of confirms that is what Benjamin might be considering, is if there is a battle phase-esque effect that could be happening here. It is the Spirit of You Bell.
Here it comes. And what does the Samurai Destroyer... I know when it's tributed, or when it's sent to the grave by opponent's card effect, it can summon something back. And I know when it attacks, your opponent can't use card effects.
Correct.
But I don't know... Oh, and it also negates the spirit. So that's quite cool. So you can attack and negate the spirit and destroy it. However, this will prevent the game from ending this turn, I feel like. I don't really feel like the Samurai Destroyer offers an awful lot other than that. It's actually kind of rare we're actually going to see this attacking. Samurai Destroyer lives a sad existence, I think, because it only gets summoned when your board is about to be wiped with a Nibiru, so just gets summoned immediately before being sent to the graveyard.
Exactly that. I feel that, I feel trying to have to deal with Imseti and Happy, both of them having their secondary effects, but more importantly, the Tristanos plus an SP Little Knight to what could be Mel's 1 if not 2 cards. There is the normal summon of Meowth, and Mel is just going to concede there. Well played by both Dorlis on that one. Unfortunately, not Mel's chance on that one, but Benjamin did pilot incredibly well with the Crystron strategy involving the Horus cards, being able to play through the Chummies, making the right decision not to commit too much into the Chummies, and I think that's one big difference between a lot of players, is sometimes it's risk and reward. Do you run the risk of ending your field a little bit weaker than it can be without giving your opponent as much advantage, or do you just go, I don't mind how much advantage I give you, my field is going to be stronger than what you could possibly draw, is always going to be the outcome to determine whether you're going to be making it to a top 8 or a top 16.
Yeah, that is what the Charmies do. They have you make all these decisions, and I feel like, the more experience you get, it requires you to know your own cards, what you can end up on, how far you can feasibly get without your opponent having too many cards, but also what your opponent's deck is doing, how many cards you can afford to give them. Are you scared that if they have 10 cards, that means they'll have 10 different pushes, they're going to have this super powerful non-engine, like Lightning Storm, Forbidden Droplet, or do you think, actually, I reckon you're just running the Charmies, as long as I make my full field, I can give you everything.
Yeah, exactly that. I think Chami's definitely put you in a position. I feel that Mel chose the right Chami to come in for game 3. I just feel that Benjamin kind of really did navigate very, very well. Utilizing the Samurai Destroyer, it kind of showed that Ben was either they knew the Spirit was there, or that they had the familiarity of the Spirit's hand effect, or ultimately felt that, oh, Mel hasn't played any more cards, there may be something here, there must be a reason that the field has been cleared. I need to make sure that I have a card that will be able to get me through the battle phase, and being able to utilize that card really did kind of show the difference.
Yeah, because even though Yubel is a little bit rogue at the moment, it wasn't a year ago, so I think players will still probably remember the things to be aware of. Because there really aren't that many decks that have sort of like battle fader-like effects. So it's definitely something to keep in mind, and I think, yeah, he played around it very carefully.
Yeah, exactly that. So that was our top 16, but do not go anywhere. We're going to be back with more rounds. We have top 8, top 4, and of course that final, the most important of the entire day, to crown our brand new UK Nationals champion. We'll be back very shortly with the player interview alongside Benjamin, and then we're going to be moving into top 8. So stay tuned, and we'll be back very shortly.
Hello and welcome back. We're here for a winner interview with the winner of our previous top 16 feature match, Benjamin. Congratulations.
Thank you. Cheers.
So tell us a little bit, how's your tournament been going so far?
Well, it started on Friday. Me and my friends came down Thursday night, and then we played in a 3v3. And I was a bit undecided on my deck because there was a certain deck I wanted to play, but I had to change to this one last minute a little bit. We played in this 3v3, and I lost every single game. Like genuinely played 3 rounds, and my friends absolutely carried me through it. So shout out to Jamie and Rob. But then just since the main event started playing, made a few tweaks to the deck after Friday, and it's been performing a lot better. So yeah, no, I've been enjoying my deck a lot.
So it sounds like you swapped to this deck last minute. What made you choose this one out of anything you could have chosen?
I don't know. I just really like machine decks and synchro decks as well. So I just thought, yeah, I like playing Dragon Link and other stuff, Ritual Beast, but I thought they weren't very good in this format. Whereas like Crystron is a deck where everybody's kind of main deck in Droll at the minute, and sometimes Droll kind of hurts you, but a lot of the time the deck plays through Droll just fine. And yeah, no, I just thought it was a decent pick for the format.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. John Lockbird kind of hit or miss. We saw Mel use it twice against you.
Yeah.
What did you think when they played that?
I thought that it was, from what I remember, once I've already kind of got the Crystron, sorry, not the Crystron, the Horus engine kind of rolling, and I've already got that board presence. Now, obviously, they're playing Yubel, which can be a bit spooky when you've got big bodies on the field. But I felt that in most cases, when the draw came up, it didn't matter too much because they unfortunately didn't have many other plays. They were kind of relying on the hand traps completely cutting me off so that they could build up a bit of a presence over the next turns, but unfortunately that wasn't the way they drew their hand.
Yeah, fair enough. So playing against you, Bell, probably not something that you've practiced against much, I'm guessing?
not for a while, not since like Euros last year where it was one of the kind of top decks there, but I haven't played against in a very long time.
So were you nervous, or did you kind of think in your head, like, I've got the advantage with Cristrons, it's just a more modern deck, it's slightly more powerful?
I think perhaps, yeah. I mean, I think it's another deck as well where people don't always know where to hit it in the correct spots, so it has that advantage as well. Obviously the new like support cards are incredible for the deck, they're very, very powerful, so I felt quite confident playing the deck once I played through the main event a bit and gained a bit more confidence, yeah.
Yeah, as we saw in game number 3, it was clear like you were familiar enough with Ubel to know to fear the spirit coming from the hand. Was that what you were thinking about there?
I thought, well, because obviously after I Veiler the normal summon, there's no reason to really crash it unless you're completely telegraphing that you have Spirit of Ubel in the hand. So with that in mind, I wasn't too afraid of a potential Nibiru because I also had SP to like kind of preserve some of my board in response to that. So I was happy to like not go for Infinity, play into Nib. Decided to just make Samurai Destroyer instead because I know it just completely deals with the card and lets me, I'm not only go for OTK, not quite, but it completely cuts off the sort of a follow-up.
Well, fantastic, a worthy winner, and you'll be off to the top 8 soon. Are you feeling like you could take it down?
Hopefully, we'll see. We'll see how we can do.
Well, massive congratulations to you, Benjamin, and we hope everyone at home enjoyed that feature match too, and we'll catch you soon for the top 8.
Thanks.
Very simple. We're going to go 20 questions. You can only respond with yes or no, and you've got to guess the card. We are going to be starting off with this card right here. So, 20 questions, start.
Is it a monster?
Yes.
Is it an extra deck monster?
Yes.
Is it a synchro?
No.
Is it an Xyz?
No.
Is it a fusion?
Yes.
Is it played currently?
Whoa.
In the meta?
No.
No. Is it an old card?
No.
It's a new card. Is it a level 4?
No.
Is it a level 5?
No.
Is it level 6?
No.
Level 3?
No.
Level 7?
No.
Level 8?
No.
Level 9?
No.
Level 10?
Yes.
Level 10. They've got more than 2,000 attack?
Yes. I'll give you a clue because this one's quite a tough one. It came out in Supreme Darkness.
Oh, is it the Chaos Dragon?
No.
Supreme Dragon.
Think of updated Jade and Ace monster.
Is it the hero monster?
Close. You got to give me a name though.
I've got no clue what the name.
This one is quite a tough one. It's Evil Hero Neoslord.
Oh, never.
Yeah, it's quite a tough one. Thank you very much.
And we are back here at the UK Nationals after the top 32 and the top 16. We are going into the top 8 with a really beautiful matchup because we haven't seen that, I guess, earlier today. We are going to see some Ryzel Mitsurugi versus some Malice. So the two big contenders of the format are going up against each other, and it's going to be very interesting to see which one is going to come out on top. Do you have a preference between the two of them?
I like both of the decks, to be honest, and they're both extremely explosive. I think the downside of Ryzel Mitsurugi is everyone has been including Drawn Lockbird in their main decks almost. So you can get away with including Drawn Lockbird in your main deck. You can't put Artifact Lancer in your main deck. So if I'm going to pick, maybe you like having Malice, because that game one, you can afford to have those Drawn Lockbirds. You can afford to put those Dominus Impulses in. So the choice of non-engine cards, at least for game one, probably much more powerful for Malice. But then game 2, maybe it flips on its head. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. The game 2 and game 3 are very hard to deal with for the Malice player because you have to face the Artifact Lancia and all the other cards that can be put in the main deck as the Molchami Meows, but also the Chaos Center that we haven't seen a lot during this tournament. We have seen one, I guess, on the table, but it was a very powerful one. So yeah, you have kind of the advantage during the first game playing Malice, but second game and third game, I think that Ryzel Mitsurugi is better. And the players are ready. We are going to jump into the game 1 of the top 8. Remember, they have 3 rounds to win to be able to leave the trophy and win the title. Cormac versus Reese. The players are ready and they're going to start right now. Who won the dice roll?
I feel like Reese is moving his hands at a rate that makes me feel like he's going to go first. Yeah.
Absolutely, and he's going to normal summon the Dormouse, so this is a very good start. Of course, yeah, you use your normal summon, but it is going to go through. He's going to banish the White Rabbit and the Clarity Effect to just summon it back on the field. So, pretty standard start here. It is going through, so everything is going fine for him right now. Maybe you don't have any impermanence because it would have been activated from Cormac, so you don't have any impermanence, you don't have any Valor, you check that, but still there are some cards like the Molchami Fugalos that can be activated. And one thing which is very interesting that we see there is that Reese is playing TB11, and TB11 wasn't played in a lot of lists recently, but he decided to add this card to his main deck.
Yeah, what do you think of it? I feel like it's kind of nice to have it. It's an extra piece of engine. I think a lot of players cut it because they think, oh, you don't really need it anymore, and it doesn't necessarily help me start any of my combos if I don't have another Malice monster. But the upside is, I think just having that one extra trap, it's always nice. It always feels like a luxury. It makes your deck that much grindier when you have a few more like unique engine pieces in it. So you're giving up maybe a bit of extra consistency for a bit of extra like grindiness in your main deck. Do you think that's a worthwhile trade?
Well, I think it is a bit hard to answer and to have a clear answer, but I think that this card is great, of course, to extend your plays. The problem is that going into the game 1, you want to absolutely win this game 1, and if you go second and you open the TB11 or the GWC 06, it becomes really hard for you to just interrupt your opponent and be able to break the field. So in that sense, I think that you don't really need the card going first during the first game, or even going second, because anyway, I think that your combo is going to go through. I mean, you have the tools to go through with, of course, the Ignister cards, but also the March Hare, which is a great addition to the deck. So I wouldn't play TB11. I would probably ask myself if I have to play the GWC 06, but TB11, I think can get rid of this card.
You're a minimalist on the engine.
Yeah, I am. I don't like to break, basically.
I totally agree. I think when I played decks, I was, you start out, you try out all the engine pieces, you see which ones you like, and then as you refine it, you take out all of the cards that are not starter cards. That was a good reaction to that Drawn Lockbird here. As we were discussing, you can put it in your main deck, I think, and here it is going to catch Cormac off guard.
Absolutely, the Drawn Lockbird, which is very strong against the Mitsurugi Ryzel strategy. And yeah, having this card in the main deck, of course, it is not that great into the Malice matchup. You can just cut something off, like, for example, the Ignister cards, the addition of the Ignister cards, but you don't prevent them from comboing, but against Ryzen Mitsurugi, it's a very, 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 very strong card. But here is the Ritual Spell, which will get Impulse. Impulse, such a great card, and here it just prevents Cormac from using the Ritual Spell. So now he's in a bit of a tough situation because the Ryzel will not be able to add cards from the deck to the hand, and he cannot just summon the Murakumo from the deck.
Yeah, having access to Impulse and Droll, both super powerful cards against Mitsurugi Ryzel. And it feels like once you've resolved the Droll and Lockbird, it's difficult for your opponent to sort of gather more resources and keep playing. So every time you trade a card with them, you're feeling very, very happy about it.
And now Cormac is going to play another card, and it is going to be the second Ritual. So he had 2 Ritual Spells in hand. And yeah, of course, this one is going to resolve because you cannot impulse 2 times in the same turn. So he's going to be happy with that one.
Yeah, he's going to summon from the deck, summoning a Habakiri from the deck. So maybe that means he's got the Murakumo in his hand, because otherwise
Probably,
it feels
yeah.
like, yeah, you'd go straight for that Murakumo. So I guess Reese can have a decent read on the remaining cards, because the Habakiri just got tributed, so that would mean... And he saw a Prayers, I think, get added.
And here we are going to enter battle phase, I guess, trying to just beat over the Red Ransom, but we have the Malice in the Mirror activated in response. So we are going to be able to access more engine because the Red Ransom will get back on the field and banish another Cyberse monster, but the problem is that we are not going to add the field spell because we are under the effect of Drown Logbird right now for Reese.
I'm wondering if you're supposed to chain Prayers here that you have, because that way you can prevent the banish from happening. And because this banish now is going to add quite a lot of follow-up, right? Because this Red Ransom is going to be banished. You can then resummon it, and then you can banish something from your deck, add another card to your hand maybe, or you could banish the White Rabbit. Going to special summon itself. You're going to set another trap, maybe an MTP that's going to start banishing more. This just off this single card, just banishing your own card, negating an effect that's not really relevant. It's going to do an awful lot for Reese.
Absolutely, the White Rabbit is going to get to the field, and yeah, Cormac is not in a very good situation. The Droll and Logbird did such great work over here. Reese is going to just set another trap.
Oh, you can't have that, right?
You cannot do that. You cannot do that, Reese.
Yeah, I think maybe he's forgotten. And then again, like the MTP, it's nice to set it, but you cannot activate it this turn, at least, while Droll and Lockbird is in play.
Yeah, I think that they're going to get back onto this move, probably.
Yeah, now we've got to do some arithmetic to see, given the monster has been... Oh, I don't think Cormac realized that his monster's attack and defense has been switched, given that pointing. So the attack and defense is switched, but then the Red Ransom, the attack boost is missing, and that looks like Cormac is going to concede the game, I think, if his monster's crashing. Yeah, I think that's a bit of a tough situation. Players just having a bit of a discussion there.
Absolutely, but overall we saw a lot of things that we talked about before the game, especially the fact that, yeah, you were right. We can play Droll and Logbird during the first game in the main deck, and that is a problem that a lot of Ryzen Mitsurugi players will have to face. You kinda can turn around those Droll and Logbird, activating Prayers in the draw phase and tributing the Sagi, but the problem is that you don't have access to that in every single turn. So yeah, but going into the game 2 and the game 3, it's going to be much harder for the Malice player to just go through the interruptions, because of course there is the Lancia, which will get there, there is the Meows, there is also the other interruptions, so he's going 1-0 for now, but it certainly doesn't have the whole victory yet.
Yeah, for sure. I think a lot of players talking about Crystron, they say, look, you know what, if I go second against Crystron, game 1, I think I'm just going to let them have it. It's so hard to interrupt Crystron. Not Crystron even, Malice going second.
Pretty much the same, yeah, both take Lancia.
Because, you know, you just summon a few cards, and as soon as you get to 1 Link 3, it feels like the advantage starts to snowball. If you banish it once, it comes back, it banishes another card from your deck, and before you know it, you've added like 3 more Malice cards to your hand, or special summoned a few more. It just feels like so difficult to beat them going second in game 1. But games 2 and 3, it's a very different story. There are some extremely powerful side deck options.
Absolutely, and yeah, the strengths of Malice, they are they're absolutely amazing because you have the ability not only to make a strong field, but also to add a lot of cards from your deck to your hand, to draw a lot of cards because you draw 2, 3, 4 cards if you play some cards like Out of Darkness. So yeah, Malice has so many strengths, and even if you play Lancia, of course, this is a strong tool to just get rid of the Malice players, but it's not everything, you know. They have things to try to play even if they get Lancia, and we are going to see that. Of course, the Lancia going second is a lot more scary than the Lancia going first because you have a field to go through plus the Lancia.
Yeah, of course. So let's see what Cormac has for us. Does he have that draw phase Mitsurugi prayers?
It better have, because otherwise, you know what you risk. Oh, so we are into the main phase and we are activating the pre-prep, a very strong card which lets you add, of course, the Mirror Mitsurugi. So when you have the Mirror in hand, of course, this card, it feels bad for you. But this time it doesn't, so you'll be able to just add the Ritual Monster and the Mirror. And on Resolution, we are going to see if there is a Drawn Logbird. Doesn't look like he has the card in hand, so Cormac might just feel a little bit better. We have indeed the Molchami Fuvolos, which is pretty fine. I mean, this is decent because you can get some draws, but this is not like absolute.
Yeah, I'm looking at Cormac's deck list now, because I think when you see Ryu-Ge Mitsurugi, I kind of have a certain picture of how the deck's supposed to look, and that picture doesn't normally involve pre-preparation of rights. I normally think that's in the kind of purer versions of Mitsurugi, but it looks like it's more of a, you know, a Mitsurugi Ryu-Ge rather than a Ryu-Ge Mitsurugi, if you take what I mean. He's running a very light package of Ryu-Ge cards, so that's quite an interesting approach, because I feel like most decks I see, they run like a full Ryu-Ge package and then like very much a smaller package of Mitsurugis, but here I'm seeing like, I don't know, 15 or something Mitsurugi cards in the main, 3 of everything in the pre-preps, and then Ryu-Ge's absolutely minimal Ryu-Ge package. How do you like that take on the deck?
I mean, it worked. It worked because we are right now in top 8. But yeah, usually you see a lot more Ryu-Ge cards, and I think this is a good approach because the Ryu-Ge cards are so strong by themselves. They can just literally, they are so powerful. They can just go through the interruption very quickly, and this is so threatening. You know, when you have two monsters level 4 on the field, you can threaten for so many cards. You have, of course, the Detonator, you have the Duo Drive, which can just lead to the field spell. You also have some cards like Exciton going second, which is very strong. So I think that you might want to have a lot more Ryu-Ge in the deck, but this is not the decision that Cormac took, and he decided that the Mitsurugi cards indeed are the best cards in the deck. And well, he has the ability to just go through one to another, but I see that he's not even playing the Dragluxion card to just add the 7 stacking. So yeah, this is another way to just build a deck.
Yeah, it's a really interesting approach, and I kind of like it, again, just to see players coming up with different ways of doing things. I think maybe just saying I really want to have access to X, especially when you go second. X is just like one of the strongest cards in the game. For going second, negating opponents' cards, searching new cards, putting bodies in play. But for the time being, Cormac going to have to deal with this Drawn Logbird.
What a
combination with Fuvolos there. It's a bit of a sad-looking graveyard. But Fuvolos did its thing. You know, it drew 1 card. I think, you know, even though it's a bit sad to shut down your own Fuvolos, if you resolve Droll, I think you kind of take it. You just say, look, Fuvolos didn't do a lot, but it replaced itself. And now I'll use the Strong Logbird.
But yeah, we have 2 monsters that will get used to make the IP Masquerina. So this is kind of a consolation prize here. But we will see if Rice is able to deal with the field. We have the Murakumo, of course, which is a big threat, but also the IP Masquerina. But still during the main phase of Cormac, we are going to activate the March Hare from hand. Will we have Murakumo as a response? I don't think so.
Yeah, there's no point responding to that because you can just
Totally.
discard whatever you were going to banish.
Absolutely. And here we are going to banish the Chesscat from the hand. But on resolution, maybe we could have activated the Murakumo indeed.
Yeah, I think it was on the effect of Chessy Cat.
Absolutely.
But then driver in hand, happy for Reese to discard. It feels a little risky putting these monsters out because it's still in the main phase now. And here we're going to see a little punish in the form of Dynamondo.
Yeah, absolutely. Chessy Cat is going to get back into the deck. And we are going to shuffle back the Habakiri.
Yeah.
So we get rid of one monster, but still there is the Chessy Cat, the March Hare on the field. So it is kind of a win, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, Reese now down to what, like one card that is?
Absolutely.
It doesn't feel like it's going to be enough against the board wiping abilities of Murakumo.
And it is very cool to see the Psychic Soldier in the graveyard. The driver.
Yeah, at least got some use out of it.
Always in hand, right?
Always. Doesn't matter how many side frames you play.
Oh, did we see?
I saw him. He was about to play Caught by the Grave. I think he meant to play the Gold Sarcophagus.
So is there a problem? Did he just put the wrong card on the field? I don't know, but for now there is a small discussion. But yeah, the gold sarcophagus, it just gonna resolve. We are gonna get the Dormouse, so that means Cormac doesn't have any Lancia in hand. On resolution, is there anything?
I mean, Caught by the Grave, a very powerful card, but I think if you have Dynamondo and a Prayers, then you can just play around it, right? So you have to respond to the Dynamondo with Caught by the Grave, presumably targeting the Murakumo. But if Cormac has one of his remaining cards being Prayers, then you're going to be able to, yeah, here we go.
Of course, yeah.
Just going to completely float past this Caught by the Grave and blow up the field once more. And Murakumo, you know, sometimes you think its negate's not very powerful because, you know, your opponent can just discard, but when you got no cards in hand, you don't have much of a choice.
It is just game, right? I mean, Reese doesn't have any card in hand, and Cormac is just gonna start his turn again. Yeah, yeah, it is game. It is game. 1-1 between Mitsurugi Raizil and Malice, so it all revolves around this last game between those two players, and it's gonna be exciting. But it went really fast. I mean, those two games were quick.
Yeah, I think these players very experienced. They know what they're doing, making decisions quite quickly. That draw on Lockbird in that game, it didn't seem to do quite as much as we saw in the first game. So it just goes to show the kind of some hands, it's just not the same. Like some hands you start, maybe you just have to start with a bonfire or something and then draw on Lockbird, absolutely devastating. But in this case, if you can still ritual summon, then you can still achieve quite a lot under draw on Lockbird.
Absolutely, and the fact that, yeah, we had first the Molotron with Fuvalos and the Drawn Lockbird kinda arrived a bit late to the party. I mean, if the Drawn Lockbird was activated on resolution of the pre-prep, maybe it would have been a different story, but yeah, in this situation, in this case, it was pretty strong to just have the IP and the Murakumo plus the prayers. So yeah, it was pretty good because in the end, the Malice player just had 2 cards in hand, which was the call buy. The call buy was pretty good, but it wasn't enough, of course. And now we are going to see the Malice player going first, so he's gonna be able to have some answers probably to Dilancia. Of course, he has not like a lot of answers. There is this call by the grave. There is also the Ignister cards, and we saw some players playing the I Meet You, because the I Meet You allows you to get more access to these Ignister cards. So if you get Lanciad, you can still normal summon either like, I mean, a Malice monster. You can basically go into Lingoribo, and then you can just link line. If you play into, for example, something like Accode, then you can still have an Omni-Negate plus some other disruptions, so you kinda can do something on the Lancia. But we are going to see that in a few seconds because the players are just ready. They are just ending to shuffle the deck of the opponent, and we are going to dive into game 3.
Yeah, here we are. Oh no, just and one more pile shuffle for Reese, making sure his deck is nice and fully randomized.
He's not ready to dive yet.
He's not ready to dive. He's like tipping over the edge, looking into game 3.
Yeah. Here it is. The decks are ready. The duelists are ready, and one of them will be able to achieve a great thing going into top 4.
Yeah, always good to have, might as well just shuffle your deck a few more times, make sure it's completely randomized, especially after side decking. And who's your money on? What do you want?
I mean, is there going to be a Lancia? That is the question, because we saw 2 times Drown Lockbird already, which is, kind of something. Oh! And he's just going to pass turn. Usually when you set a card playing Malice, you probably want, to protect your loop. Because the Malice trap cards, of course, you can activate them to try to dodge some interruption. But here, this is not the case. Reese doesn't have anything to play. He has 4 cards in hand. Of course, maybe he has something like a Drawn Logbird. Maybe he has some interruptions. Oh, and here is the Mistaken Arrest. What a card. This is such a strong card. I really like this one because it allows you to use it during the draw phase. So even if there is like prayers tributing the Sagi, you can still respond activating the spell card to try to prevent any add from the deck to the hand for the Mitsurugi Raizal player. And it's going to be very difficult for Cormac to do anything. Of course, he has a normal summon, so he can still go into something like the Nether, which would be very good, considering the fact that Reese didn't have anything to play during his last turn, so he might be very low on engine. But yeah, there is this Mistaken Arrest. I think this is the first time that we see the card this weekend.
Yeah, I know you seem to be a big fan of Mistaken Arrest. Very powerful card. Shuts your opponent off for 2 turns. So it's worth noting that it does actually affect yourself in your turn as well, right? So no adding with like terraforming or I meet you or something like that. So you gotta watch out for that. But yeah, it's significantly more powerful than Droll because it shuts off not only the second summon, but all the adds after the first one, but also the first one.
But here Cormac has access to the ritual spell, so he has the Murakumo on the field, which is a big deal for Reese. Can he go further? Can he just end the game right here and secure his spot in the top 4? We are going to see that in a few minutes, but of course, we hope for Reese that he has some interruptions. 4 cards in hand, probably something like maybe... We don't have an Impulse, of course, because we would have activated that earlier, but maybe an Imperm or something like that.
Yeah, it's interesting like how the Mitsurugi cards are not fantastic against Droll Lockbird, but the way to play around it, it seems, is just to have more Mitsurugi cards in your deck, and then when you get Droll Lockbird in, you can just say, oh, I just happen to already have a ritual monster and a ritual spell in my hand, so you can just activate one and keep playing.
Now, Cormac just did a bit of his job. He's gonna normal summon the Molchami Meowls and use both of those level 4 to just overlay them into an XYZ summon. He's going to summon the Tornado Dragon, which is great to force the set cards.
Yeah, an absolute classic Tornado Dragon. I think it's quite powerful again because it cuts off one more potential answer for Reese. Maybe he's got another Mistaken Arrest, he wouldn't be able to set that. Maybe he wants to activate the field spell, not going to be able to do that. So pretty heads up play here. I was looking, wondering, oh, maybe it's going to be a Baguska, but Baguska not so good really because you don't want to turn off your own Murakumo.
And the 2 draws that we saw during the game 1 and the game 2 and the third one is here, but this time he's not in the graveyard yet because he's in defense mode. Yeah, and normal summoning in. I guess this is it for Cormac. He is going to secure his spot in the top 4. He is going to have 2 more rounds to be able to maybe lift the trophy and become the champion.
Yeah, you've got to think he is firmly in the driver's seat now. Only 4,800 life points for Reese. And presumably no tricky flip effect monsters face down.
Another drawn Logbird in the graveyard. Like this his best companion. And yeah, it's not gonna accomplish a lot because of course there are a lot of things, and especially this call by the grave. We are seconds away from the end of this game. Cormac very well knowing that it might be the end soon.
Might as well activate the Call by the Grave, allow yourself to do pretty much anything on this turn. Presumably then wants to go into a duo drive. I feel like you don't need to do
You don't
too
need
much.
that. You don't need
yeah,
that.
I mean, part of me would have just said, okay, I'll just keep this Call by for in case something very weird happens, and just attack the game with the monsters currently on the field. But yeah, here
we
go.
are still playing here with the ritual spell, and there is the impulse. It's not gonna do a lot. We are going to see the talent, but of course it couldn't get activated because Cormac didn't activate any monster effect during Reese's turn. And we are still playing. We're still going into XYZ plays. And this time it is gonna be the detonator attaching the Eclipse Twin. So even if we don't win during this turn, I mean, it's gonna be very hard for Reese to get the game. And yeah, this is the Drawling Logbird, and we see the Malice in the mirror in the hand, and we have Cormac going here into the top 4. Congratulations to him. He did a very clean game. He had to face 2 times, I mean even 3 times Drawling Logbird, and still he managed to just get the victory, which shows that you can do some things under the Drawling Logbird. He didn't even need the Lancia to win against the Malice player. Of course, he was helped by the fact that during this game 3 he didn't have anything to play, but it shows us something about the weakness of both decks against some cards. And yeah, Ryzen Mitsurugi still able to do some things under this infamous Drawling Logbird.
Yeah, 4 times Drawling Logbird if you count the one that he set.
Absolutely.
Not so strong when you said it though. 0 attack
I
defense.
mean, yeah, that's not a lot.
So a great win for Cormac. Gonna go through onto the top 4. We've got Ryu-Ge Mitsurugi, we've got Malice, we've got another top 8 feature match featuring both those Cristrons and Atlantean Mermail that we saw in the previous round. So one of those is going to be carrying on through. What's your money on out of Ryu-Ge Mitsurugi, Malice, Crystron, and Mermail? You got one to pick?
It depends on the other duel that we don't know the result yet, but of course I would like either Crystron or Mermail to win because they are not the favorite, you know. I mean, if you have to pick one, you either pick Malice or Ryu-Ge Mitsurugi. I said that, in my opinion, Ryu-Ge Mitsurugi is gonna take it all, and you know, Malice, it's pretty much the same. But I would like to see something else win the entire thing. So it would be beautiful to see maybe Crystron win the entire event. And yeah, I am gonna bet that yeah, Mermail or Crystron is gonna take it all.
That's a very good bet. Well, we'll find out soon enough. But just now, we'll have our winners interview.
And we are back at the UK Nationals with the winner of the top 8, Cormac, winning it with the Ryzel Mitsurugi strategy, which was pretty impressive, to be honest, because you had to face a lot of draw on Logbird, and still you managed to win it all. Well, just first, congratulations for that, because of course this is a big achievement to be in the top 4. You have 2 more rounds to be able to leave the trophy and try to become the champion. What is your mindset right now?
Yeah, I'm just taking it sort of round by round at the moment. You know, I'm fortunate enough to have been in this sort of position before. I was a national champion previously a few years ago, so I'm used to the pressure. So I'm just kind of hoping that things are going to continue going the way they're going.
Maybe it will be another time that you leave the trophy. But we are going to talk a little bit more about the game and especially about those drawn Logbirds, because this is of course a big threat for your deck, but still you managed to do something. So did you have something to be prepared against this card?
Yes, for sure. I think probably the most important thing about playing Ryzel Mitsurugi is understanding what you're able to do whenever you get drawn and lockbirded, so you're able to understand what is the correct sequencing based on what hand that you're drawing. So a lot of things like making sure that you're able to have access to the ritual spell as perhaps your first search. Prayers and draw phase is obviously a really great counter to draw and lockbird, because you're able to get multiple searches, a couple of bodies onto the field before they're able to draw you, which is always a nice benefit of that. And yeah, so I suppose it is the most important thing about this deck. So you kind of always have to take it into account whenever you're playing any turn, basically.
Yeah, but we saw that there was another card which is way harder for you to to just interrupt, because there was the Mistaken Arrest, and the Mistaken Arrest just removes any weakness of the draw on Logbird, because you can literally activate it in the draw phase. So when you saw the Mistaken Arrest, of course your opponent didn't play at all during this turn, but were still confident, or was it like, I don't know yet?
Yeah, I mean, first off, I was a little bit concerned when I looked at my opening hand going second game 3, and I didn't see anything like a Lancia or a Mulcharmy, whether it's a Meowls or a Fuelos. I just had one Ash Blossom as an interaction, but then he went, set one card and passed the turn. So I felt pretty good about that. And I think one of the benefits of my list compared to a lot of the other Ryzel Mitsurugi lists is that I'm playing 3 copies of the Mitsurugi ritual spell, which makes it more reliable for you to be able to draw that card through things like a Draw on Lockbird or a Mistaken Arrest, and we saw how it ended up right there in that game.
Which makes sense. And yeah, you talked about your list, and we saw a lot of choices that were different from what we are used to see, especially the fact that you cut some Ryzel names and you put more Mitsurugi engine. So could you talk a little bit more about that, especially the fact that you are playing some pre-prep and this mirror that we usually see in the pure list?
Yes, of course. It was always my opinion whenever I read the most recent wave of Mitsurugi cards that these were always going to be the most powerful cards in whatever deck they were going to be played in, and I wanted those to be the core focus of the deck that I was going to be choosing to play. And the way that I incorporate the Ryzel cards is, rather than playing things like 7th Tachyon, Star Ryzel, things such as this that are kind of leaning more into getting the most out of the Ryzel cards, I want the Ryzel cards to be able to support and facilitate the Mitsurugi cards as much as possible. So using them to sort of playing into boards. I think X-Ryzel is probably the best board breaker type of card that we have in the game. So yeah, I feel like getting to play that card, be able to just put those bodies in the field, it gives you extra consistency as well with King of the Feral Imps access. I feel like it makes a lot of sense, but I want to be able to play that higher Mitsurugi count, because I want to be able to have more insulation from those cards like your Jolan Lockbirds, your Mistaken Arrests, and I think those cards, when you draw them in multiples together, they're able to do so much through whatever interactions your opponent has.
And it worked out pretty well, because you are now in the top 4. We wish you the best for the 2 next round. We might see you again during the next round or the finals, and we wish you that. But for now, we are going to have a short break before the top 4.
So it's going to be very simple, 20 questions. You can only respond with yes or no answers. You've got to figure out the card that I'm about to reveal to the audience.
Okay.
So this is the card we're guessing. Off you go.
Is it fire?
No.
Is it a monster?
No.
Spell?
Yes.
Quickly?
No.
Field spell?
No.
Normal?
Yes.
Is it DM era?
Oh, no.
Oh. GX?
No.
Brains?
Oh, no, it's not in a era per se.
Okay. Is it a part of the Sky Striker archetype?
No.
Is it part of an archetype?
No, not really.
Ooh. Gonna go on a whim. Is it Triple Tactics Talent?
It's not.
Triple Tactic Thrust?
No.
Ah.
It does draw you cards.
Does draw cards.
It technically lets you add a card from the deck.
Oh, Pot of Prosperity.
Yeah, there we go. Pot of Prosperity. Well done.
And we are back here at the UK Nationals for the top 4 of this tournament. And yeah, there is only 2 rounds left for those 4 players, and we are going to have a very interesting feature match because we are going to have Ryu-Ge Mitsurugi up against Crystron, and Crystron made it to the top 4, which is absolutely amazing. We saw Crystron earlier today, and it was such a great deck. And still, there are some Lancias, but the deck managed to get to that point, which shows that it is a pretty good contender, to be honest.
100%. The Crystron strategy has definitely been well and truly versatile and tested to its limits, because remember when we did feature them all the way back in top 16, they were actually up against Yubel, maybe a particular scenario you haven't fully prepared for. Then they started to move on, and their next round was against Atlantean Mermaids. Again, another strategy you're probably not going to be fully tested for and fully ready for, but you are knowing of it. Now they're going to be getting more of a familiar situation to be able to face the Ryu-Ge or Mitsurugi. Possibly they've had quite a few of those matchups leading into this particular position, but we are going to be seeing our previous feature match from the top 4 being the Adam Cormac, who's been utilizing Ryu-Ge or Mitsurugi. So we're about to go and see the decks take together and see which of these duelists will be moving on to that all-important UK Nationals final and take home the trophy.
Yeah, this is a very exciting moment for those 2 duelists, Cormac versus Benjamin. We both saw those duelists before. They are going to do Dashfall, and a pretty good one for Cormac, who's done an 8, but a better one for Benjamin. So the Crystron strategy is going to go first into that game, and we know that it can put some pretty scary field.
Yeah, exactly that. We saw Benjamin get tested, his knowledge of how to play around the certain mole chummies. We saw him pivot around Perulia. We also saw him pivot around the Meowis. We know how devastating the Horus the factor with inside the Crystron strategy in the deck is going to really, really work. And that's kind of just what makes it a little bit more versatile against all of these different strategies.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's starting with the normal summon of Sylvan, and he's going to declare the effect, which will lock him for only summoning machine synchro monsters until the end of the turn. And he's going to special summon the Tristaros, which is so important for the strategy. Not only does he have an on-field effect, which allows him to special summon on quick effect, but also a graveyard effect, but he's going to stop his turn right there. It doesn't have a lot, and yeah, normal summoning the Sylvan is not the best way to start your turn, but here Cormac with 6 cards in hand, and we know that the Ryu-Ge Mitsurugi strategy is very, very strong. It can punish a lot of low field, and this is a hell of a low field.
Yeah, unfortunately, Benjamin wasn't able to be as explosive as we have previously seen. One thing to remember, though, and this is something that I try to make sure every viewer and every duelist trying to remember, is you also need to count the amount of cards that have been played and then try to figure out or deduce what could be left. On this assumption here, we're going to be seeing Benjamin work his way into a Synchro Summon play. We still have 1 trap card, which is unknown, and then those cards that have been in Benjamin's hand that could still form a line of disruption. If we take a quick look at his actual main deck, there are Ash Blossoms to consider, Draw and Lock Birds, which we know can be quite good against the Mitsurugi and even the Ryu-Ge strategy. And when you're starting off with something like Preparation of Rites, that's a card that really does kind of scream to your opponent to Ash it or to allow it to resolve and then draw and lock it down.
And we saw that because during the last round, Cormac had to face 4 Draw and Lock Bird, considering the fact that there was also a set one, which was not very effective, but still he managed to get to top 4. He told us during the interview that he had been prepared for these Draw and Lock Birds, and on resolution, Benjamin doesn't have anything to activate, so no Draw and Lock Bird, and this is a very good normal summon because we have the normal summon int. It's gonna get Impern, but we know that Cormac will probably have something else to just continue and keep going.
Yeah, well, we know that we've been able to add 2 cards off of the back of the Preparation of Rites. It looks like we're going to be revealing the Habakuri in the hand in order to net more advantage on this one. I feel the Ice is a very, very difficult card, because once you normal summon it, it's such a tempting card to interact with, and I think that's why these two strategies, the Mitsurugis and Ryzels, work so well together. And being able to see here the Ash Blossom on the Saji's Tribute, this is one very important thing that was picked up for the previous streams as of yesterday, is a lot of people would be so eager to Ash Blossom the reveal of the Habakuri. Remembering that the Habakuri is once per duel, then being able to hit with the Saji, and it looks straight away when we're activating that Mitsurugi ritual, we're going to be chaining the FA Dawn Dragster to negate that, to make sure that that doesn't resolve. And even with a very minimal board, it seems that Benjamin is piloting this very well and being able to take 1-for-1 going back and forth, with still maintaining a bit of hand advantage here. Ooh.
And yeah, we have the talent, and we are going to put back the Vader, and we have the second ritual spell. Cormac told us that he wanted to have those 3 ritual spells in the main deck because he wanted to be able to resolve them as much as possible. And yeah, it is going to be it, I guess, for Cormac. He has everything he needs to just end the game. And the problem is that Benjamin, he wanted to have this synchro stick on the field because he wanted to have the effect of the 3 Staros to be able to bring him engine on his next turn, but looks like he doesn't have the ability to keep his monsters there.
Yeah, I feel from this point on that the Triple Tactics talents has really kind of changed the game on this one. Being able to get access to knowledge of that effect Vela kind of stops any type of effect. Would have allowed Benjamin to keep the FA Dawn Dragster on the field. It does then mean if there are any other effects that Cormac might try to activate on this one, it could then have met it. So the talents is playing a very, very big role in this to kind of solidify exactly what Cormac wants to present to his field, and then being able to kind of move his way to the all-important victory of round 1, and from that point on it starts to come down to the side deck and kind of seeing what Benjamin can kind of pull forward. But we have seen this before. We've seen Benjamin's back up against the wall against Yu-Bell. We've seen him kind of fight back from it. We've also seen that the possibilities of facing a Mitsurugi Ryzel during Swiss has prepared him for a scenario like this, and I feel as you have plenty of time left on the clock, now is probably the point to take in the information, see exactly what Cormac wants to do, and then move on to game 2. And it looks like exactly that's what Benjamin's done. He's decided to kind of pack the cards up, move to game 2, get ahead, try and claw that game back, and then work himself back into that all-important game 3. So that would be dealing with game 2 first, but then trying to move on to that game 3.
Absolutely, but that must be heartbreaking for him because he was very, very happy to just win the dice roll. Of course, this is very important going up against Ryzen Mitsurugi because you want to be able to win this first game and to be able to have this game 3 where you have the ability to put your own field on the field and just have the opponent trying to break it. But now, as you just said, he is going to have to win those 2 games, and he will have a game where he will be going second, and this is very scary because of course the Ryzen Mitsurugi field is very hard to break. The cards are very powerful. You have all those Mitsurugi cards with the Murakumo, which literally can destroy a whole field, and on top of that you have this field spell, which is very good against the Christian strategy because you have the ability to negate, for example, the 3 Staros effect in the graveyard, which is so important for the strategy. So yeah, I mean, for the Christian player, for Benjamin, it is going to be very hard to win the entire series, but it is not lost at all because, as you mentioned, there are some cards that are very good against Ryzen Mitsurugi. There is the Drone Logbird that he didn't have a chance to see here, but maybe during the game 2 and the game 3 he will see this little bird, and maybe this little bird will save him.
Yeah, exactly that. I also do quite like when we're looking at some of these players' side decks, we're seeing DD Crow being featured more and more, and I feel that's a very good, interesting kind of point to see because I mentioned yesterday in regards about Bestials, why do we not feel Bestials are as effective, and I feel that it might come down to players wanting to play cards like Lightning Storm without having to have a monster on the field. The possibility of still being able to use a DD Crow earlier and then use a Molchami Meowis, a Perulia, or another kind of card of such ilk. So it looks like it'll be interesting to see what comes in from Benjamin's side deck. I would probably be doubling down on those Solemn Judgments to give you a little bit of protection to your field, but then those DD Crows can be absolutely pivotal to get rid of the Mitsurugi rituals from the graveyard to make sure the Makumo doesn't come back to the field to then completely clear off all of your monsters. So I can't wait to see exactly how Benjamin is going to tackle this one and see what Cormac can also produce to move their way to the final.
Absolutely, and Cormac in the driver's seat right now. But Benjamin starting with a way better normal summon. He starts with the 3 stars protecting himself, and then he is going to activate the Mseri effect and discarding the turtle to the graveyard, which is pretty cool because the turtle has an engrave effect. It can banish itself to just special summon any crystal monster from the hand, which is pretty cool because it's kind of an extend. Now we are going to activate the sarcophagus and special summon the M set. We have the effect of the sarcophagus discarding the effect Veiler, so we decided to just get the Veiler in the graveyard, which could have been an interesting disruption during Cormac's turn, but we decide that it's not the most important. We have to put our threats on the field, and we are putting the Happy in the graveyard, which leads us to 2 monsters, level 8 monsters, and now we can overlay those ones to be able to mill 4 cards with the Zombie Vampire.
Yeah, exactly that. These are the kind of the make and break kind of moments for a player's decision making. When you decide to discard something like an Effect Veiler that on the premise or on the... No, the camera gone as well.
It doesn't work. We'll have to put it back again.
Okay, so still live. We got no screen. Apologies on that one. We've just had a bit of a technical glitch here. We have lost the live stream or the view to the table on this one. We're just going to be waiting for that one to come back up. But as we were mentioning on this one, we did see the last thing that the Zombie Vampire was summoned. You also need to kind of keep in mind that what we're going to be looking for is the risk and reward of being able to discard something along the lines of an Effect Veiler. If you do discard an Effect Veiler, it kind of means that you're valuing the extension a little bit more, and you feel a bit more confident with the cards that you're going to be able to get access to. When you're trying to get access to those particular type of cards to perform another form of disruption, as we saw with the Zombie Vampire allows you to extend that bit more. It can be a bit risky, as you are also going to be working towards a Nibiru territory, and when you do work into a Nibiru territory, that's when you're going to be able to work on that one. We're just going to attempt to pause the... Are we pausing that? We had power back. Okay, we're back live. We're back live. Apologies for that, everyone watching at home. We had a bit of a technical glitch. You can never really trust technology. You can hear in the background everybody celebrating. So as we try and catch back up on this one, it looked like we resolved the Zombie Vampire. We were able to excavate some more cards, and then we're going to be able to work into what looks like a synchro play. You can tell that the reason that we have the Mitsurugi Prez in the graveyard would have been excavated off the back of the Zombie Vampire. Doesn't look like we've missed too much as we see the Crystron Citri hit the field. So apologies for that one, Duelists at home. We are continuing on. No life point change on this at all.
And we are going to put the Elescalatus in graveyard, and we are going to be able to activate this effect and get access to another card from the graveyard or the banished. Probably, yeah, here we have access to another level 5, which means that we can just go into Nova and Infinity. Remember that those are Cyber Dragon cards, one of the best archetypes.
Yeah, exactly that. I really do like how Infinity is quite an effective card. I remember coming back in Breakers of Shadow way back when, and always trying to kind of undervalue how important it is when it can not only negate a card, but the absorption effect can be quite useful. I can imagine that maybe we don't want to leave the Zombie Vampire on the field so much here, but when we do take a look at the side deck of Cormac, we've got Artifact Lancers, we haven't seen them used. We've also got Meowis, and we haven't seen those used. So you're kind of trying to deduce exactly what could be in the hand of Cormac. There are a couple of field breakers in there, 2 Lightning Storms and a Harpy's Feather Duster. Right now, when you're looking at this, the Harpy's Feather Duster isn't looking too appealing, doesn't see that you're going to get much value out of it. But then when you consider the Lightning Storms, That might be something that Benjamin will try to play around by putting more of his monsters in defense position. The only one at risk right now is the Infinity, and the reason that you would leave Infinity in attack is because his attack stats are going to increase. Its defense stats, unfortunately, do not. I feel we're going to be working our way into a Synchro Summon, maybe something like the FA Dawn Dragster. And when you are putting cards on the field like the Infinity, like the Dawn Dragster, you don't really want to be using their negates on something like a Lightning Storm when it is avoidable by playing in a slightly more reserved or defensive manner, which is exactly what we're seeing here.
Yeah, he decided to just summon the Dragster, and we have 2 set cards, as you just said. We have some very cool set cards that are possible. For example, the Solemn Judgment that is in Benjamin's side. So it could be a very, very cool card, especially considering the fact that it can negate not only the ritual, but also some summons of some very cool monsters like the Detonator, or even something like Exiton.
Yeah, I think Exiton right now, especially when you need to keep in mind that the Ryziels are still very much a feature of Cormac's deck. We haven't seen that as of yet. We did see the inclusion of Ice, but now we're going to be see X. X is going to be able to kind of pull out one form of interaction here by being able to chain block itself. And I feel that this is where a possible infinite impermanence may come into play if there is one. Other than that, the Infinity, you're probably going to leave it as it is. I mean, it's going to take the negation.
Yeah.
You kind of don't really want to afford using a monster effect right now, which wouldn't really gain you any advantage just in case there is that Triple Tactic Talents in Cormac's hand. No guarantee, but why run into that so early and then have to face a Triple Tactic Talents possibly taking the FA Dawn Dragster away from you, or then still taking that negation away from the FA Dawn Dragster?
And now we see all the power of all the Ryziel cards. You see 1 Ryziel, you see 10 Ryziel, literally, because yeah, the X just brought the sword on the field, and now we are threatening the opponent from going into an Xyz, XYZ rank 4, and this is very scary because of course there is the Exiton. As we just said, there is maybe a Judgment, which is said, which is a very good card, but still, we don't do anything on the side of Benjamin.
Yeah, I feel the next Xyz that is going to be played here, it could be a couple of options. It could be King of the Feral Imps. That will kind of dictate that Cormac may not have access to his Mitsurugi engine and might want to try and bridge that way. You also have Duo Drive as a possible option just to kind of get you as much advantage as you can, but I don't feel that there is enough advantage by going down that route. I think exactly like you mentioned, the Exiton Knight is a definite possible one on this. And we're going for Castel the Sky Blaster.
Very interesting here. Castel, which is usually used for his type and attribute, but has also an on-field effect, which lets him get rid of an opponent's card.
Yeah, so this is actually quite interesting. He doesn't actually play Harpy's Featherstorm in the main or side. And I could only imagine, as a hypothetical on this one, that Castel would have been detaching 2 materials to try and return a card from the field to the hand. More than likely that FA Dawn Dragster. Quite an interesting choice to go for, but it's going to get met instantly with the Crystron Cluster.
I think here, yeah, you just want to force the interaction with your opponent. You want to try to remove every single card that you don't know one by one. Here, now you know the cluster, which was set, which is a very good card because every single turn it lets you recycle some Crystal cards from your graveyard or your banishment, but also it lets you destroy some cards on your opponent's side. And we are continuing. Oh, you are not getting the special summon from the Ice because there is the Judgment on the normal summon. So another card used here. We talked about that earlier. And this is a very strong sided card which is used here by Benjamin. Of course, he's going to lose half his life points, but still he's going to get rid of one of the best normal summons of this deck.
Yeah, exactly that. And I think this is very, very important because what you're trying to do is you're trying to maintain your normal summon where it's all possible. We know how important that is. You want to make your opponent constantly second guess whether it's going to be a Mitsurugi normal summon, whether it's going to be a Ryziel normal summon. Once you see that normal summon hit the field, from Benjamin's perspective, exactly that. You save the Judgment for it, you get rid of it. you don't really need to worry about too much. You've traded cards 1-for-1 at the moment. We've gone X has traded for Cyber Dragon Infinity in that kind of case. We've traded Castel the Sky Blaster for the Cluster. We still have Dawn Dragster online, and we've traded the Judgment for a Ice Ryzeal. So now it's really going to come down to just how much further can Cormac push to try and play around that FA Dawn Dragster, which you can imagine is probably going to stop the Mitsurugi Ritual or Prayers with the 2 remaining cards left in Cormac's hand as well.
But remember that Cormac is playing a lot of rituals. He's playing 3 ritual Mitsurugi, but also the mirror in his main deck. So the Dawn Dragster might save you if he has only access to 1, but if he has access to 2, it will be way harder for Benjamin. Still, Benjamin, he has all these monsters on the field, and Cormac still has to break this field. But there is this threat, which is the Murakumo. So Cormac is going to try to special summon this Murakumo by all means, and Benjamin is going to attempt to prevent him from doing that. He still has a Dragster guard in hand, and also a very good Rhine game. And here is the Ritual Mitsurugi, which gets activated by Cormac. And it's going to get negated by the Dragster. Of course, is there a second one, or is there anything else that Cormac can do to try to stay in this game?
Yeah, well, was it a Habakuri that was revealed in order to get access to the Saji to then tribute for the ritual? So if that's the case, we know that one of the 2 cards in Cormac's hand is, of course, going to be the Habakuri. The other card is the Triple Tactic Talent again. Looking at the hand, taking away the Sulfur just so that Benjamin doesn't have that follow-up. And there is Prez with the Habakuri.
That is a very good one. Of course, Talent during this whole weekend has always been such a great card. It allows to just watch the hand, be able to get rid of card from the opponent's hand. And that is very, very valuable information, of course, if you have some cards to play, and here Cormac has those cards. Benjamin has nothing more to activate because, of course, the Infinity has been negated at the beginning of the turn, so he just has to watch his opponent try to get rid of the field.
I think it's also quite interesting to see that I believe the Aramasa was excavated off of the Zombie Vampire at the start of the duel. So it kind of limits the cards you could technically have access to, being able to have to revive that back from the graveyard. Maybe he sided out the other Mitsurugi, or that other Mitsurugi is currently locked in his hand for the Kusanagi. We do know that there is now a Habakuri left in the hand. I'm curious as to how much further Cormac can push through this.
Yeah, absolutely, and he definitely has to win the game right now. Otherwise, as we said, Benjamin has so much power in the graveyard, because that's the power of the Crystal cards. If you don't end the game, they will have literally another hand in the graveyard, because you can just banish all those Crystal cards, get access to some more bodies, get access to some more adding from the deck to the hand, or even special summoning some monsters. So it's going to be very scary for Cormac right now, and Benjamin, he's just waiting and hoping that he will have another turn, and I think he might get one.
Yeah, I think the judges are just talking to Cormac now at the moment, trying to see what we've got. It looks like we've added another Mitsurugi Ritual and the Habakuri. We're still going to have that ability to Ritual summon, possibly from the deck here, using the Habakuri that is in the hand, which would lead into the Makumo. Makumo, again, providing that full field destruction, or that full monster destruction. Unfortunately, the Smyger will end up in the graveyard, which is a semi-benefit for Benjamin, but we also need to remember that Benjamin has paid half his life points for the Judgment. So with the Aramasa plus the Makumo, unless there is a line of protection for Benjamin, this could be lethal.
Yeah, and what a game. There is so much tension because, of course, the winner of this top 4 will be able to try to get the title, to try to become the UK champion for this year. Will he be able to win there? Looks like so. Murakumo is gonna get the damages, and then it's gonna be a lot of damages. Only 800 life points for Benjamin. Just waiting.
Yeah, so what the, apologies, the Aramasa was summoned off of prayers correctly, wasn't it? So it can't attack directly. Is that right?
It is right.
Yeah, okay.
You are right.
So he does survive that one turn. Okay, the heart of the cards is still there. Still there. Whoa.
And 800 life points, it's enough because he's not playing something like Malice, so he doesn't have to pay some life points. So it is more than enough because he has all those tools in the graveyard. Of course, we have the Murakumo, which will be able to just negate an effect, but Benjamin is going to draw for turn. Remember, okay, there is the Lancia. This is a great one, of course, because it prevents the Christian from activating the effects from the graveyard. But we also have something really good for Benjamin because we have access to this sarcophage on the field. So we are able to summon back all the Horus cards, which are pretty decent, to be honest.
Yeah, we still have the Crystron Cluster in rotation, plus the one card that is unknown drawn for turn from Benjamin, which, if it's a Tristanos, that could be very, very useful. We do need to also keep in mind that Cormac does play Gargaga Cowboy, so unfortunately for Benjamin, he's on a bit of a ticking along, and a Call by the Grave on the Insetti. Going to chain the Crystron Cluster is going to be very, very disappointing on that one. You can still get Happy back from the graveyard, off of the King's Sarcophagus, and maybe this could be a bit of a premature option, but if that card drawn for turn for Benjamin isn't that effective, we could have the ability to discard the card through the King's Sarcophagus and then revive the Imseti still. So we have a possible route to 2 level 8s on the field. Maybe we just take it into a Horus control. Because remember, both of them have additional effects. And if I remember correctly, the Happy actually has a very, very good effect to allow Benjamin to regain some resource.
Absolutely. He has the effect to get back some resources from the graveyard or the banished zone, which is pretty cool, but it's not going to lead him to victory. So he's going to have to deal with the Lancia, which is wow, this is something. The Lancia, the call by, so many threats, and
see, this is very fascinating that I do actually like about this. Sorry to cut you off on that one, but the Happy being able to attack gets you utilize the King Sarcophagus to get rid of the Makumo. We're now in a position where Benjamin needs to try and stop the Arrow Master getting access to another level 4. If another level 4 hits the field, I'm afraid it could be Gargaga Cowboy.
Absolutely, and yeah, it is gonna be suffocating because Cormac is gonna have a lot of things to do during his turn. Of course, we have access to the cluster during Cormac's turn, so we might be able to just destroy the Gagaga before it activates its effect, because it's not an unsummon effect. But still, it's a very scary situation.
Yeah, exactly that. I feel that we're in this odd scenario where Cormac's got a couple of options available to him. It really comes down to if there is another level 4 monster in hand.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like it is. We're going into game 3. Is that a game 3 concession? It is. We're going to be seeing a game 3. This is incredible. Very, very well done by both duelists there. I was not expecting that. Benjamin definitely had his back up against the wall in there. Cormac did incredibly well picking apart that field. Cormac had to deal with a Cyber Dragon Infinity, an FA Dawn Dragster, a Solemn Judgment, and a Crystron Cluster.
Absolutely
incredible.
Absolutely, and that was very hard to deal with, and he literally managed to do that and to get rid of the field. He even had the Lancia for the next turn on top of the Call by the Grave, which are two great cards against Crystron. But in the end, he didn't have the last card to just play. So yeah, that was a very, very good game, and we couldn't expect anything else from the top 4 of this year.
No, exactly. There's a reason that we are in top 4. Well, at least these duelists are in top 4. They've been doing incredibly, incredibly well on this one. We can also just take a quick look at the side decks on this one. Benjamin, more than likely, is going to be going second on this one. We've got Lightning Storms. I feel the Lightning Storms could be very, very effective because you can actually force the Mitsurugi strategy to utilize their spells and traps a lot earlier. I feel the one thing that Benjamin needs to be very wary of is that we haven't seen a Detonator yet. We haven't seen Duo Drive. We still have that untapped element of the deck. The additional benefit is that we still have more access to DD Crows. We can start putting in more Charming Perulias and more Charming Realities. We can increase our consistency in order to try and pick the field apart. And we already have the natural aggression that the Horus monsters can play. On the other side, if we do take a quick look at Cormac's kind of side deck as well, when you're kind of looking at going first, he does have Solemn Strikes and Solemn Warnings, going with 6 warning options that could possibly help him solidify. That is where the trade-off is going to come. If Benjamin is able to see his Lightning Storm, those warnings will not be as effective, but you still need to be very, very wary for the hybrid that this deck produces, being able to go into the Mitsurugis and the Ryzeals effortlessly.
And to be honest, this is a very scary situation to be in for Benjamin, because even if he has some tools to get rid of the cards of Cormac, you mentioned the Lightning Storm, which is very, very good, of course, but also the Mulch Armies and the Diddy Crow. But it feels like it is a bit unfair, because Cormac, he has so much push for the going first with the Mitsurugi, with the Ryzeal cards, which is probably one of the best decks to have some power like that. And on top of that, he has to deal with 6 very strong sided cards like the Solemn Warning and the Solemn Strike that you just mentioned. So we see in Benjamin's hand the Lightning Storm that you mentioned. So is Cormac gonna get the cards that he needs to just prevent Benjamin from activating this Lightning Storm? That is the question.
Yeah, I feel for Benjamin as well. You want to see Lightning Storm so much. When you see one, you're ecstatic, but when you see that second one appear, it's not as good for the pure fact that unless the activation is negated, the second one is going to become more surplus to requirements. It looks like Benjamin has a hand of 4 spell cards and 1 monster. It doesn't look like that monster is going to be a Charmy, and it does look like we're being able to fully resolve the Ryzeal X, moving into the Ryzeal Sword, being able to present the field that is going to work into what could possibly be a duo drive. But I don't believe, let's have a look, there is a duo drive in here. There is no cross, so we're not going to be working our way towards that. We've already gone through Sword and Ice, so we're just going to be going straight for the King of the Feral Imps and trying to move our way into the Mitsurugi strategy.
Yeah, and this is very scary because here he's gonna just full combo and have access to all the tools that he needs to just get the victory and go into the finals. And Benjamin, it's gonna revolve around his ability to just break the field with only his engine and probably maybe this Lightning Storm, but it's gonna be very hard. If he wins this one, it's gonna be a great one, and it's gonna be a statement going into the finals, because if he's able to break a full Mitsurugi field, well, wow, that's performance.
Yeah, exactly that. I feel you've got to be slightly confident if you're Cormac right now. You're activating all of your core cards. There's no responses to them. You're checking off the hand trap list in your head. This card isn't this card isn't this. One card he does need to be very, very cautious of, which could be that one monster in Benjamin's hand, would be the Nibiru. Looking at the spells that Benjamin has available to him, we know 2 of them are going to be Lightning Storm. The other spells that could be possibly available to him would be the Crystron, Inclusion, plus King Sarcophagus or Foolish Burial. All of those in their own right can act as a form of starters. So even though there's 4 spells and 1 monster in the hand, Benjamin could still have the access to get everything going that he needs to. And a Nibiru, well-timed, could really put an end to Cormac's Enfield.
We are going to see that, but for now, there is the Ritual Mitsurugi, which is activated, and of course, it resolves. So Cormac is more than happy to see that resolving. He's going to get access to the Ritual once again with the Kusanagi, and the Murakumo is on field. So if, and I say if, there is a Nibiru, well, he's going to be able to summon it back from the graveyard and to have access to another Mitsurugi card. So he's pretty fine right now.
Yeah, taking a look at what else could possibly be in Benjamin's hand as we watch Cormac strategically set up his field while also making sure he maintains a lot of resource. We haven't even seen that much resource invested in this field as of yet. Going for the preparation of riots, now that you're feeling fully comfortable, there's no draw and lot bet around, it's just going to kind of solidify that hand advantage even more.
In water card, remember Cormac has decided to include those cards in his Ryzen Mitsurugi. Usually we don't see those cards being included. It's more with the pure Mitsurugi version of the deck, but he said that it's more a Mitsurugi Ryzen than a Ryzen Mitsurugi, because he just thinks that those cards are very, very powerful and that the Ryzen are just here to just support this strategy. And it works for now. It really works. So if there is Nibiru, it would be a great timing to just drop this this Nibiru here, because yeah, we see the node, the Ice, and also the SHUEISHA on the field. So a lot of level 4, and we know that the strategy of this deck revolves all around the XYZ 4. And we are going to see another XYZ. Remember, we are 12 minutes away from the end of this round. So no rush still, but we have to take that into account.
Yeah, exactly that. You've got to remember as well that when you're playing top 4, no matter which side of the bracket you're on, you're going to be putting so much energy, so much brain power into this. And you've got to keep in mind there could possibly be one more round after this. So even in the break, you don't really want the clock ticking to 0, because the more time you spend in this duel, the less time you're going to have to take a reset of the next one. And then that's kind of what you need to do to kind of decompress, get your head set back on right, and then move from it. It looks like we're going to be able to back up the Makumo with the all-important detonator. Detonator also, for a little bit of extra measure, attaching the equipped twins back from the graveyard, so that we have that option to revive should we need to, or should it be cleared off the field.
And Waterfield, we see now the mirror being activated, so we are going to have one more ritual monster on the field. And yeah, it doesn't look great for Benjamin, because we see that the monster being used is, I think it was the Futsu? It was the Futsu, yeah.
Yeah,
being used in the graveyard, and we are bringing back the Habakiri.
Yeah, exactly. And then, unfortunately, I do feel that that monster in Benjamin's hand is an Imseti. Not the worst monster to have, but by any means, you kind of want to have some form of interaction. And we're going to be set for this lightning storm could be incredibly massive. I do feel that there are judgments and warnings along those spells and traps, alongside of prayers. And Benjamin is going to be drawing his 6th card for his turn. We're going to be starting off with that lightning storm.
It's going to resolve. It is going to resolve. That is the question.
I feel that we definitely have to train. Ooh, this is going to be very, very interesting. So even by activating the Mitsurugi trap card, which will negate the lightning storm, this is where the benefit of having that secondary, the secondary lightning storm on this one. But unfortunately, it only negates the effect. It doesn't negate the activation. So a second lightning storm can't even be activated. That is the perfect trap card. If Cormac could have cherry-picked anything more, that's exactly what he was going to want to protect him from a card like Lightning Storm. And unfortunately from this one, we have said it before, but it does look like Benjamin is up against it again. If he's going to be getting into that final, he's definitely going to be doing it the hard way.
Oh, yeah, and it's going to be very hard, because, of course, the Christian monsters, they like to stay on the field, especially the spell card, the Inclusion, which is a continuous spell, which is very good on field and also in the graveyard. But, yeah, the problem is that you have a detonator in front of you, and he has 3 materials, so you're going to have to face 4 destructions, and I think this is a lot more than what the Christian deck can just afford to get destroyed.
Yeah, exactly that. If we were to count through Benjamin's hand, if that second lightning storm would have been useful for him, that would make a bit of a difference, because that's 3 more unknown cards. You can probably guess that there would possibly be a prayers along them, but you probably don't predict that there's a Solemn Warning and a Solemn Strike, which would deal with quite a lot right now. If he was to activate his Imseti from the hand, that would probably be met with the Solemn Strike. If he tries to normal summon, that might get hit with the Solemn Warning, and we're basically cutting off both of the direct accesses that Benjamin's trying to go for. And I feel at this moment, when we're trying to activate the Crystron, it could very well easily be met with one of those cards, or you're just going to make sure that you can bring back the Makumo when he wants to, and also need to worry about the detonator. There's just so much going on Cormac's field right now. But all credit to Benjamin where it's due. He is not giving up. He is not quitting this game until that life point counter hits 0 on either side. So keep going, and we're going to be trying to see which one of these duelists will be the first into the final for UK Nationals.
Yeah, as you said, he's still trying to fight, but this is an unfair fight. There is even an Ash Blossom in Cormac's hand, and it should just seal the deal here, because the Sulfafnir will not be able to resolve, so only 2 or 3 cards in hand, and we see the Imseti that you talked about with the second Lightning Storm. But there is the Solemn Strike, another card here to just prevent Benjamin from playing, and it's gonna be very hard. Cormac is gonna take it all and just go into the finals We are still trying to fight with the inclusion in the graveyard. I told you that it was able to banish itself, and it is to special summon back a monster from the graveyard. Here we are trying to just special summon the Sulfador. And Murakumo was activated, so we have to discard one card. But here, I'm not sure the Sulfafnir will just stay on the field very long.
Yeah, I think on this one, there's just too many responses from Cormac on this one. The Ash was added information on it, or just added usefulness on that one, being able to be backed up with a Solemn Strike. The Detonator and the Makumo haven't even twitched. They don't feel like they need to be utilized on this one. We're going to be activating the Sulfafnir, attempt to use the effect, and it looks like we're going in for the handshake. So, unfortunately, commiserations to Benjamin on that one. Congratulations to Cormac. He's going to be moving into the final of the UK Nationals WCQ of 2025. Benjamin, however, will still have possibly one more duel to play for that third place playoff. He'll be then able to kind of allow his deck to breathe a little bit more. We will be going through the bracket very, very shortly, but Barcode, what did you feel of that one?
That one was very great, but that was a statement from Cormac because, you know, his deck is very strong, very powerful. You know, there's a lot of engine that is going to go through the interruptions, and I think going into the finals against Cormac will be very scary because, yeah, even if you have some interruptions, that better be some very good interruptions. If you don't have this Doran Logbird, you know that you are going to have to face a very, very, very strong field. So congratulations to him being able to qualify for the final. Congratulations to the Christian player, because of course, you know, I was about to say that. This is the last deck that is not Malice and Ryu-Ge Mitsurugi to be in the top 4. This is a very strong performance, but it's gonna stop there.
Yeah,
I mean,
unfortunately.
he's gonna have to fight for the third place, but not for the first one. And it's gonna be very interesting to see who Cormac is gonna face in the final. Maybe it's gonna be like another Ryu-Ge Mitsurugi, or maybe a Malice.
Yeah, exactly. On the other side of the bracket, trying to make their way to the final, we do have, exactly as you mentioned, Malice and Mitsurugi Ryu. So what awaits Cormac, and technically what awaits Benjamin as well. Again, massive congratulations to Benjamin for getting it this far with Christians. The only one to make it into the top 32, powering through top 16, top 8, into top 4, and every step of the way he wasn't exactly greeted with the easiest of matchups, going from Malice, then into the road matchups with Yu-Bell, and then of course the Atlantean Mermail strategy. The exact same can be said for Cormac. He's been able to face the tougher decks in regards to the Mitsurugi Raizu's, the Malices, all the way to the final. Now is going to be a good time to compose yourself, take a breather for both of these players, and then strap up your deck box for the final duel of their entire day, and crowning one of the finalists for the UK Nationals 2025. So we will be back very, very shortly, bringing you that all-important final to crown the UK champion. So stay tuned, and we'll be back in a minute. So 20 questions, you can only respond with yes or no answers. It's going to reveal a card to the audience at home and you have to tell me what it is. This is the card revealed to the audience. Go ahead.
Is it a monster?
No.
Is it a spell?
No.
Okay, is it a normal trap?
Yes.
Is it a recent normal trap?
Not in the past 2 years.
Is it part of an archetype?
The artwork is, the card isn't.
Can it be activated from the hand?
Yes.
Is it infinite impermanence?
No, close.
Is it evenly matched?
Yes, it's evenly matched. Well done, well done. Welcome back, everyone. We are at the peak. We have finally made it after 2 long days of dueling, 11 rounds of Swiss, working their ways from top 32 all the way to the final duel for the UK National WCQ Champion. Very shortly, we will take a look at the top 4 brackets to see both of our finalists pass on their way to this monumental moment. So, in the final, Tom, we have
Cormac Adams, all the way from Ireland, come over the short flight over the sea to come to this UK National Championships in Liverpool. And then we have Tony Wan, who's made the final of YCS Birmingham, losing out to Dinkabui, playing the same deck, Malice, I believe, lost out to Fire Kings there. So this time, will he be able to stick it to those Pyro monsters in the form of the Ryseals this time rather than the Fire Kings and take it home?
Yeah, exactly that. So we can see previously then all of their paths to make it to the final. Both duelists have been given it absolutely everything they've got, taking on the main metas, taking on the rogue matchups, being able to get a seat on this final table to be crowned the champion of nationals. So we're going to be moving into this round and we're going to be seeing Ryseal Mitsurugi against Malice. Both duelists locked in, ready to go, nice smile on their face. Getting ready. Looks like we're going to be doing the dice roll, that all-important final dice roll of the day. A dice roll of 8 from Cormac. Oh, and a little bit off the screen. So another 8 from the possibilities of a re-roll here. Not what you want to be doing. You want to probably be getting straight onto it. It's another 8 there. Possibly looks like a lesser 8. That looked like a 6. Oh, there we go.
Players just going for it.
A little bit of nerves on the last little moment. It looks like Cormac is going to be starting off this final for us. Unless he wants to change it up. I mean, that'd be a pretty crazy thing to do in the final. Go, okay, Tony, you're going to go first.
Yeah, it's a big, this is kind of the defining meta matchup, isn't it, really? Mitsurugi Ryseal against Malice, the 2 top contenders. Probably, if you were going to go around and ask everyone in the room, what do you think's going to win? They'd probably have said one of these decks.
Yeah, exactly that. And being able to open up with one of your stronger options for the Ryseal strategy in the form of the X, and that's going to get met with the Ash Blossom. The one downside of not being able to go second, I suppose, with the X, and not being able to be chain blocked or protect it as well as you might want to. Normal summon the Saji is a great normal summon to have, which is going to open up the door to the Mitsurugi lines in this particular build.
Ash Blossom on X feels like a little bit of a Hail Mary. Most people like to hold it for those powerful effects. Maybe you could hit a ritual spell with Ash. Maybe you could hit a duo drive. So if you're using it on X, maybe you're just being very hopeful. We'll find out now whether we have a response to this duo drive. But duo drive resolving can often spell game over. And I don't know what Tony thinks. He seems like he's very relaxed, but we'll find out now. Not a duo drive, first of all. Going to start with a King of the Feral Imps.
Yeah, I feel that this is probably one of the ones exactly like I say. Maybe holding the Ash Blossom. If you know your opponent's on Mitsurugi, you hold it for the Habakuri's reveal, then working into the monster, then the tribute, possibly to get the most advantage out of the back of this. But being allowing to let the King of the Feral Imps resolve, we're going to be searching out what I could only imagine is the Habakuri, unless there is already one in Cormac's hand.
Here is that other powerful card, the Dominus Impulse. Will we see it? Or will this ritual spell resolve? Well, Habakiri first.
Yeah, very, very true. Dominus Impulse. One of my current favorite track cards. I really do like the Dominus cards. Even the brand new one, Songs of the Dominus. Not yet as effective as its predecessors in the form of Purge and Impulse, but maybe one day that will kind of lend itself to different decks as well.
Yeah, giving up hand effects altogether. It's a bit steeper
Very
of a
costly.
cost than half the attributes in the game, because you can just play it in the decks where you have the attributes that you want.
Yeah, so the Aura Master is going to be entering the field of play, activating the Mitsurugi Prez, tributing off the Murakumo, Habakuri, also paying those 800 life points in order to get both effects.
Yeah, Cormac getting pretty much the full pop-off. I think one Ash Blossom, not enough to stop the Meta Tyrant that is Mitsurugi Ryseal when it opens with access to both of its engines. As we mentioned in a previous round, he's running a bit lighter on the Ryseal engine. So we're not going to see, for example, a Ryseal Cross on the field. but still going to be a pretty intimidating field nonetheless. I think he's going to have access to a couple of rank 4s and presumably a Murakumo, so we're going to see what Tony can do about it.
Yeah, I can't imagine going through 11 rounds of Swiss unless you were incredibly lucky or maybe unlucky that you've been able to avoid the Mitsurugi Rising. I'm pretty sure that Tony's top 4 match was actually against the exact same deck, so he's probably got a bit of experience in this position, allowing his opponent to work his way through. It looks like we've maybe added the Futsu off of this, possibly telegraphing that there is the Murakumo in the hand, or maybe... yeah, so there we go. So we know the Murakumo. We know pretty much everything from the looks of this. There's another prayers in there, the Mitsurugi ritual. Cormac going full on with his Mitsurugi roots.
Yeah, Tony's just saying, oh, what cards do I know in your hand? And Cormac's saying 4, because he's already searched 4 times, which is absolutely crazy. Here comes Murakumo.
Yeah, activating the ritual spell. Are we tributing from...
It looks like he's tributing from the hand, yeah. I wonder if he's got enough to... He does play Night Sword Sap, but maybe he's just leaving that in the deck. Or maybe he's already drawn it or something like that. I'm not sure how many level 4s he's playing, because that can make a difference sometimes, because he's already got a number of level 4s.
Yeah, it looks like we've got all of the names. They're all being played at 1, which does look like that's the case. Aramasa, Kusanagi, and Saji have all been utilized. Have we possibly gone through all Habakuris, or do you not want to be tributing the Habakuri from the deck?
Well, if you've already used Habakuri, then you might as well tribute something from your hand and get a search out of it, I think is probably the plan, right?
Yeah.
You can only use the search effect of each once per turn, so you might as well use the Futsu if you've already used the Habakuri. And yeah, here's the Duo Drive going to resolve. It's normally a telltale sign that you're going to face no further interruptions, because it is the most premium card to interrupt in the Ryziel deck, giving you not 1, but 2 searches. Cormac, you're not being good to the audience here, putting his cards just out of shot.
He doesn't want to show even the commentators or the audience any information on this one, keeping it very, very close to the chest. And so he should. I mean, he is absolutely... 1 Ash Blossom, still able to present this field. As mentioned many a times, just because there's only been 1 interruption coming from the hand, don't think that Tony may or may not have something else that could interact here, but I believe we're going to be seeing the combo of Murakumo plus the Detonator, both very, very destructive cards on our own side. But we're actually going to go in for the Daguerres.
Yeah, I was thinking there might be a node in the hand, so you can make a rank 4 and then summon the node and sweep up the rank 4 with node's effect and then make a detonator that way. So trade in that Furlos for 2 more cards. He's going to have so many interruptions. And in the semi-final, we saw him set 4 cards, like as well as his full Ryziel Mitsurugi combo, 4 more interruptions. He's also main decking the Purification trap, so he's going to have 1 extra layer of interruption on his field that the usual Ryziel Mitsurugi board would not have.
Yeah, exactly that. And we already know that there is a guaranteed prayers in the hand, which will allow him to pretty much custom choose when he wants to trigger off the Makumo's effect, which can be very, very strong against Tony's Malice strategy, because mentioned before, you kind of want your Malices to stay on the field to be able to utilize their effects. Depending on what else gets played, to try and banish them, maybe in the March here to give him as much advantage as possible off the back of that. But I still feel that we're looking at a very, very good, if not the best possible end field that could be presented via the Mitsurugi Ryziel strategy.
Yeah, he just keeps going. Like after all this, he's still got the pre-prep. Cormac using full use of the pre-prep there, being able to add a ritual from your grave to your hand. So the spell has to come from the deck, but the monster can come from the grave or the deck. So having those 3 copies allows you to have a bit more recursion in your deck.
Yeah, exactly that, especially with the mirror being able to put itself back into the deck as well. I think it's very, very important to remember that, to make sure that your preparation isn't going to be a stumbling block for you as much as you possibly can. I can also see that Tony does play the Bestials. Oh, no, it looks like he's going to be scooping this up. Seen way too much from Cormac already. Going to be going straight into game number 2.
So, yeah, I mean, it took a while, but I think not a super interactive game. Tony not seeing those cards that he needs to see in order to stop the Ryziel Mitsurugi deck. No drawn Lockbirds, no Bestials. Perudia's not actually in the main deck, so they're going to have to go into the side deck. Looks like I'm seeing some mistaken arrests in the side deck there. That's got to be targeted pretty firmly at the Raizo Mitsurugi deck. Also a kind of uncommon tech choice here. We're seeing Metal Tronus. How do you like Metal Tronus?
I was just thinking that myself. I'm trying to remember the exact text on the Metal Tronus. I don't know how effective it will be, but then he also is still on, if I remember correctly. It looks like he's on the Haggard Lizard, though, so I'm not sure if that can be a target. Target face up, non-target your opponent controls special on a monster from your hand deck or extra that has 2 or more same type and attribute and or attack. So I don't think that that's going to be meeting the requirements of this one. Definitely for the detonator though, so it's not going to be effective on the Mitsurugi side, and I feel that's kind of where these hybrids work their best, is the fact that one version of the archetype's weakness is the other's strengths. You can kind of pull out the same hand traps, the same interactions, and then kind of capitalize on everything else you have on your other side. I feel the Mistaken's Arrest is definitely going to be coming into this one. It's also very interesting that the GWC is sided. It's not main decked as well.
Yeah, it makes some sense to me. You know, sometimes you don't want to have all those trap cards in your main deck if you can afford it. So you decide, okay, so for the main deck, I'm going to keep it as slim as possible. I'm just going to run the one trap. I know sometimes you'd rather have extra ones, but for that game too, when you're going first, maybe you say, I'll put it in, I'll have the extra engine piece, I'll make my end field that much stronger. So it kind of makes sense. It's also nice to have, again, some cards in the side deck to rotate out those Molchami fuel losses that everyone is putting in their main deck at the moment.
Yeah, I feel we're definitely going to be seeing the potential of 2 more Ball Drakes coming in. Trying to deal with that Makumo can be very, very important, and that's exactly like you said. The Fluoroses can definitely be coming out from the main deck, so that frees up 3 spaces instantly. We still have the Draw and Lockbird. I bet Tony himself would have been wishing that the Draw and Lockbird or the Ash Blossom was the Draw and Lockbird instead. So I can only imagine those are going to be staying exactly where they are.
Yeah, between those 3 Drawn Lockbirds and those 2 Mistaken Arrests, there's just a whole pile of cards that could prevent Cormac from playing to the fullest extent of his Mitsurugi deck.
Yeah, so we're going to be setting one here. Normal summon Dormouse.
Yeah, it's such a moment because you're so used to when somebody sets one, you think, oh, you know, maybe they're going to pass. You just think for a second they might pass. But obviously with Malice, that's far from the case. They could always have a Malice trap.
Oh, maybe you can hear the excitement in the back of this one. So Cormac being able to activate the Meowis, which is obviously a very incredibly good card against the Malice strategy, but then Tony being able to respond with his own Ash Blossom. And for Cormac, he opened up the second Meowis in order to kind of guarantee he'll be getting at least 1 draw instead of 2 off of every summon from the Banish or Grave.
I was going to say, it does feel kind of bad, your opponent resolving a Meows, but 1 Meows is definitely better than 2. I did see, actually, while I was perusing the Swiss earlier in the weekend, somebody managed to hit 2 Meows with a single Called by the Grave, which I thought was very cool. But Ash can only deal with 1 at a time.
Yeah, unfortunately for Tony on that one. Now we're going to be seeing probably one of the biggest questions of the entire weekend so far is how much advantage do you give your opponent under a Charmy? Sometimes you want to take the risk, you want to give them as much advantage as possible because you feel that your end field will be that strong that your opponent won't be able to break it. But on the other side of that, you try to navigate around it to make sure you don't give them as much advantage as possible. And you kind of want to think that at these particular positions in time, when you're in the final of a UK National, you've already faced down the potential of something like this resolving on you, and that's kind of where you need to know the lines as clear and as consistently as possible, because with 33 minutes left on the clock, still a long way to go, but keep in mind we want to be taking this to a game 3 if you are in Tony's seat right now.
Yeah, it also really depends on the cards in Tony's hand. Like, if you have a Draw and Lockbird or a Mistaken Arrest, you might think, okay, I don't need to do that much. I have my side deck card. It's going to stop you. So I can just relax, take a turn, and then next turn I will, you know, take over the game and special summon a load. So we'll find out what his strategy is going to be. It looks like, given he declined to use even, for example, the White Rabbit that he banished, that he's probably going to take that approach. Probably not going to give Cormac too many draws off this Meows.
Yeah, I think trying to get access to as many disruptions as you possibly can. So Malice in the Mirror. We know that he's also added from the deck to the hand the Marcher. The 1 set card could be anything from a Dominus Impulse, a Mistaken Arrest, Infinite Impermanence, MTP07, or of course that GWC, which will allow him to extend a little bit further should he need to, but also gives him the ability to hold it back for during his opponent's turn. if he wants to.
Yeah, set cards in Malice. You obviously can set a card, and often you do set the traps before you summon a Malice monster to play around impermanence, for example, or Effect Veiler or something like that. But it doesn't have to be one of those. You can just set one to bluff your opponent that you have one of those cards.
Yeah, and it looks like we were saving the White Rabbit for this particular moment, because we've been able to banish the White Rabbit, and we have declared to use the effect, taking 300 life points and giving Cormac an additional draw. I believe Cormac has drawn 2 cards, so we've been able to replace both the activations of the Meowth, so Cormac should now be back to 5 cards. At this point, you're basically balancing the game back out, as if those Meowths never really left the hand. This might be a position that Tony feels semi-comfortable with now that he doesn't want to be banishing too much more or reviving more from the graveyard.
Yeah, it feels like he's probably going to summon something else. I mean, the Echo Talker would give another draw to Cormac, would summon out of the grave. But I feel like you don't just summon a March Hare and a Rabbit just to pass. At least that's my feeling.
Yeah, completely agree. I feel the question is going to come down to exactly that. Do you go to the Allied Code Talker and provide Cormac with an additional draw, or do you go for something like the Topologic Bomber Dragon if you have control over that?
Could also be a Heart's Crypto here.
Exactly
Prevent the extra draw, and it's such a powerhouse in any sort of grind game. This, you're going to banish your opponent's cards. It doesn't target, so it's incredibly difficult to respond to as well.
Yep, so it looks like we're going to be passing over to Cormac here with 1 card left in the hand, 3 set along the spell and trap zones, and then exactly that, the powerful Heart's Crypto with the White Rabbit banished currently, so the Heart's Crypto's effect is online.
Yeah, everything is very much online for Tony. Got that Malice in the mirror. Going to be able to banish with the Heart's Crypto. Got a bit of everything, and then there's always the possibility that one of those face-down cards or cards in the hand could be a draw and lock or a mistaken arrest.
Yeah, exactly that. I think the mistaken arrest will definitely be putting in a lot of work from this if it is one of those. I feel it maybe is one of the ones that you set earlier. Sometimes players like to hold back Dominus Impulses rather than setting them. Yes, of course, you don't have the holdback of not being able to use the particular attributes that are listed on it, but it means that if you do get hit with a Harpy's Feather Duster or a Lightning Storm, you still have a card that can interact with your opponent.
I was wondering if he was going to look at all of his cards and then flip mistaken arrest. That would have been very, very sneaky. But I think he's just going to keep us on the edge of our seats for a minute. Wait a moment.
Yeah, activate that Malice in Mirror, being able to banish your Heart's Crypto. Heart's Crypto is going to come back even stronger than before, still with its effect intact, but also being able to negate the Aramasa. So there's no more advantage coming from that particular card at this exact moment in time for Cormac.
Yeah, it's a very good sign for Cormac, I think, because the cards you're afraid of are Mistaken Arrest, they are Draw and Lock Bird, and so on. But I don't think if you had either of those cards that you would be negating right here. You would probably let your opponent either you'd flip the Mistaken Arrest or let your opponent search their first card and then gleefully use your Draw and Lock Bird. So maybe promising signs for Cormac. He's drawn a couple of cards. He's not got so much to push through, so let's find out what he can do.
Yeah, exactly that. I think they're just trying to possibly check exactly what is in the grave. We do know that Tony is on Bestials. One possible option, if that is a Bestial, is of course you can choose to target a Dark in his opponent's graveyard, but you can also target your own White Rabbit. That could lead you into the MTP07, which could in theory set you up with a nice banish effect, so that's something that's being considered. But it looks like we're going to instantly activate the Heart's Crypto to deal with that Ice Raziel.
Yeah, it looked like a special summon of Ice, because we see the mirror in the graveyard there, so an interesting choice there from Cormac. Not normal summoning Ice. Oh, I guess he normal summoned his Mitsurugi monster already. Makes a lot more sense now.
Yeah, I think sometimes you just have to kind of prioritize the two that you have, and having access to the Aramasa. When you're looking at those ones, again, these are the exact things we've been talking about all weekend. It comes down to these very minute details of player choice. Which one do you value the most? Which one do you feel could still be of use to you? And I feel that with the Aramasa not being able to special summon itself from the hand as freely as maybe an Ice can be, you kind of have to take the lesser of two options on that one.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I said a minute ago that it was looking good for Cormac because no draws, no mistaken arrest, but you see your opponent here just special summon an Ice, you just think fantastic, right? He's not using a Habakiri, he's not activating a ritual spell, he's not activating a pre-prep. In fact, seeing the mirror is fantastic because you know there could be no pre-preps activated.
Yeah, this is very, very interesting. So we're going to be activating the MTP07 and the GWC. Looks like the GWC is bringing back the red ransom, and then the MTP07 will allow Tony to search a follow-up for the next turn, possibly going into a Dormouse, as we have seen one white rabbit is currently in the graveyard, one white rabbit that was banished has gone back to the deck, and it looks like we're going to be adding the March here.
Strong part of me thinks maybe this is already Cormac's end phase, because I feel like why would you have like just activated both of your traps unprompted?
Agreed. Very interesting if it is the end phase and he decided to hold back that call by the grave.
Yeah, March Hare, I think being targeted there, yeah, because there's no way you'd target a March. I suppose you could, but maybe Tony would have chained the March Hare if it was in fact still the main phase.
Yeah, agreed.
And here we go, and he's almost got 8,000 damage on the table, right? Because the Heart Scripter, as you mentioned, comes back with double the attack that it started with.
Yeah. Just a simple, there's the Artifact Lancer. Maybe a simple of just normal summon the White Rabbit is enough to push this through?
Yeah, you really don't need much here. It can just normal summon a White Rabbit. You could even chain Heart Scripter. That would almost be enough damage, right? Because you could banish the Red Ransom and then bring it back again, search another spell. I have a feeling, yeah, how much attack does March Hare actually have? Does it have more than 700? Because that's all it needs.
So it looks like we're going to be special. Yeah, we're going to
go.
get free. So normal special summon down the backup at Agnista. As you know, we're probably normal summon the backup at Agnista, as I believe both Link monsters were revived from the graveyard and not actually technically at that point, special summon from the extra deck. Yeah, okay. I think kind of Cormac saw enough on that one. The right one was on the wall. There was just too much advantage in kind of Tony's side of the field on that one, and even in the hand at that particular point, especially after resolving both your trap cards in the end phase. So now it's going to be very important going into game 3, because the Fluoros is semi-good or pretty good against the Ryu-Ge side, but not so much in the Mitsurugi, and it kind of cuts off. Is it worth the risk of trying to cut off one side so that your opponent then goes, okay, well, I'm not going to give you any drawing advantage, I'm just going to focus on my Mitsurugis? Is that going to be enough to carry through to be the champion?
I think Fuelos and Perulia are absolute musts against this deck, because even though it doesn't do a lot, you know, your opponent can still play through it. They're going to be doing less than they would if you didn't have it. Plus, it's pretty much guaranteed to replace itself. So I think 3 Fuelos, 3 Perulia are an absolute must in the side deck coming in. And then maybe some other choices. Drawn Lockbird. I don't know if people are siding Mistaken Arrest going second. I mean, maybe, because it shuts off any Mitsurugi's shenanigans on your turn. It's a quick play spell, so you can happily activate it. So interesting options. I guess we'll see. Whatever he's doing now, he must have worked out. He must be very practiced with side decking against this matchup.
Yeah, exactly that. And I feel the one big thing to kind of remember when we are looking at this matchup is the Drone Lockbird is definitely effective against the Ryu and the Mitsurugi strategies themselves, but when you're probably trying to compare it to an Artifact Lancer, they're not going to be as game-ending as each other. So the comparisons are a little bit more weighted in the side of the effectiveness for Artifact Lancer in comparison to Malice, which I would be very, very surprised if Cormac does not decide to add in. As we saw in the semi-final, we did see that Cormac set up all of his Solemns. He ended up with Solemn Strikes with the possibility of Solemn Warning and the Mitsurugi trap card. So that's definitely something that Tony is going to be very well aware of and then kind of move in from that point on. We do currently have, I believe, just over 20 minutes left on the clock, so it's not Gaga Cowboy time just yet, but that is possibly something else you need to be a little bit worried about when you see 2 level 4 monsters on the field, because I usually do when the clock is ticking down, and I know that is a possible option.
Yeah, I think we're going to see all of these Solemns coming in. No reason not to, really. They're so powerful going first. They pretty much trump having any other interruption like Infinite Impermanence or something like that. No, just take that out, replace it with a Solemn Warning or a Solemn Strike, and these Artifact Lances. So many powerful options for Cormac going first. It's a real uphill battle for Tony going second against this very powerful Mitsurugi deck.
Yeah, exactly that. So we're being able to show a best 2 out of 3 of exactly like this, going all the way into game 3, getting well and truly their time's worth here to crown the world champion. Neither player is given an inch. Neither player is going to make it easy on the other. Whoever is going to be the new UK national champion is certainly going to be earning it from this one.
Yeah, let's see how we begin. What will we see? Interruptions from Tony? Any Mulchamis in the main phase?
It looks like there are 2 trap cards, 2 monsters and a spell in Tony's hand. Bonfire is going to be very interesting if one of those monsters could possibly be a Droll and Lockbird.
Yeah, one of those cards that you really have to play because it just adds that extra consistency, but one of those cards that plays into the Droll and Lockbird, and the crowd cheering pretty much the lack of a Droll and Lockbird, I feel like. You hear them waiting to see, and no Drolls here.
Does look like we're going to be seeing the Infinite Impermanence on the Ice Ryziel here. Followed up by the X Ryziel, the best ideal extender for this one. And again, we've seen just how good the synergy works between the Mitsurugis and the Ryziels. Being able to get those 2 level 4s on the field can either work their way to King of the Feral Imps in order to get you access to your Mitsurugi strategies, or they can work themselves into a duo drive on the other side of the hybrid to then work it into the Ryziels themselves.
Yeah, you've got to think this is a massively good trade for Cormac here. That Ice Ryziel trading with the Infinite Impermanence, but then you can use it as a level 4 body anyway. So into this King of the Feral Imps. It looks like King of the Feral Imps is resolving. Going to search presumably a Habakiri, but Cormac's not going to play ball and show us what it is.
Yeah, exactly like with round 1, keeping his cards very, very close to his chest. Tony is still kind of considering, we probably wanting to hope that that's not one of the Malice trap cards in the hand. You don't want it to be an MTP07, and it's not, it's a Dominus Impulse.
Yeah, really interesting decision, yeah, to Dominus Impulse on the Habakiri, but I kind of like it because you're going to get the Saji, and oftentimes the wisdom is to let the Habakiri resolve, let it search Saji, and then just Dominus Impulse the ritual spell. Yeah. However, here, if you did that, then you would let the King of the Feral Imps be tributed and turn into a Saji, and then you'd give your opponent's Ryziel engine an extra level 4 to work with.
Yeah, I also think it's quite important that the Impulse has actually destroyed the Habakiri, because then it means that it isn't that ritual material in the hand, but it looks like we're going to be able to use Preparation of Rites to work ourselves back into the materials that we're going to be needing anyway.
Yeah, so here comes the pre-prep, get the mirror. So the fact that the Habakiri is in the graveyard, almost meaningless, right? Because you can ritual it from the graveyard with the Mitsurugi mirror. Very, very good signs here for Cormac. 2 interruptions down from Tony, but seemingly not really affecting him very much at all.
No, exactly that. And I think when we're at this position here in the current game state, we've already kind of checked there's going to be no Droll and Lockbird. We've already checked that there isn't really a Perulia, a Fluoros, or anything like that. And now I feel the only check possible is, I wouldn't even say an Ash Blossom. I'd probably say a Nibiru, if Tony is even playing that, for the pure fact that you are more than likely going to be ashing the Preparation of Rites. And I can confirm there is no Nibiru in Tony's main or side deck. The only other form of hand trap interaction could possibly be a Bestial to deal with the Makumo when it attempts to try and come back from the graveyard. And even then, that might be a step too late by the time we get to it.
Yeah, I feel like a Bestial, probably you would have just had to go for the Bestial, right? And just try and banish the Habakiri and see if that works and prevent the mirror from resolving and summoning from the grave. So maybe even that's a sign there's no Bestials. Pretty much couldn't be anything that Tony would not have used unless he's keeping his cards very close to his chest.
Yeah, exactly that. And Cormac is showing exactly what it takes to play through all these forms of interruptions, being able to kind of still present a field with all of this being utilized.
Here we go. Can't quite make out those cards, but there's got to be a ritual and a ritual monster and a Mitsurugi ritual among them, almost certainly. Here it comes, the Mitsurugi ritual. Going to tribute some monsters from the deck. Still presumably got a Saji and another friend in the deck. Oh, going to get 2 more ritual summons. There's just so much going on here, so much advantage being accrued.
Yeah, and I feel that this is where it's going to start to snowball a little bit here. So being able to use the Saji and the Usanagi, both getting back some resources from the graveyard, more so from the deck. We have Prez recycled so that we can set up the Makumo's Field Raigeki effect, and we're going to be getting the Purification track card just for extra measure in case Tony did open up a Lightning Storm to try and clear some form of interruptions off of Cormac's field.
Now let's see, can Cormac, in addition to his Mitsurugi, can he get the Ryu-Ge engine fully flowing. He had to sort of sacrifice 2 level 4s to get into his Mitsurugi engine. But is there enough material, for example, to come up with a duo drive and start carrying on his Ryu journey? Yes, there is. Here comes the Sword Ryu. One more Ryu search. Wow, so much gas going on here for Cormac.
Yeah, unfortunately, when you are looking for this, Joel Lockbird would have kind of mitigated, if not stopped, every single one of these, bar the first one happening. Would have put Tony in a much better position, but there's all if, buts, and maybes, unfortunately. We are going to be seeing Cormac, as we've seen for the past 3 features, pilot the Mitsurugi strategy to near perfection, and then he's going to be passing it back to Tony eventually to say, this is what I've got for the final. Make it worth my time. So we're about to see if Tony can turn the tables on that one with everything he has left.
Cormac just having a little think here. Can you, and how many rank 4s can you afford to make? So he's using 2 Ryu there, so maybe this is just straight into Detonator. Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, I feel when you've already got the Purification, you've already got the prayers, getting very simply into a Detonator. I mean, the spell could be a Metal Tronus, which is a nice trade 1-for-1 again, but still having to worry about the Purification, the Murakumo. Yeah, it does seem like quite a bit.
This feels like so much to deal with when you're already 2 cards down. We once again see Cormac's signature of setting the rest of his hand. We know at least the trap card is going to be there. Let's see what Tony has to offer.
Yeah, how much can the Malice play through, being able to utilize? We can guarantee that Purification is along the spell and traps. We can also guarantee that Prez is along the spell and traps. One unknown, and we already know that Cormac does like to play either Warning or Strike, maybe the pair of them, but it will be one or the other. And Tony still needs to face down that Detonator and the Makumo. It's a lot to kind of be looking at. He's not giving up without a fight. We're going to be seeing this one through until the end. And there is the Metal Tronus to try and trade with the Detonator.
Yeah, here it comes. Do you just let it through, or is this worth a trap?
It's a very good question. I feel that the Purification could probably add or provide you a little bit more value later on. But then with the amount of times that Malice wants to activate said effect, I feel that if we have a Solemn Warning or a Solemn Strike, it's kind of okay to sacrifice it. But it looks like we're not even we're gonna allow the Detonator to stay on the field and not let the Metal Tronus resolve.
So we're going to search a card. Are we going to summon back the Murakumo? All these questions.
I mean, there is the prayers still along the spell and trap zone. That could possibly be used, and better off to keep the Murakumo in the grave. But then, of course, that is a little bit risky because if that happens, the Bestial may rear itself. But we're going to be able to see exactly how much more Tony can push through. I suppose it is one way to leaving it in the graveyard, because then it means that it puts Tony in a position where he has to activate the Bestial in response to the prayers. And Cormac then has all control at that moment as to whether or not he wants to bring it back. And he can let the Detonator do its job, especially if he chooses to use the Chessy Cat's effect here. I wouldn't be surprised if Detonator is chained, exactly that, to deal with it. We're going to be trying to draw those 2 new cards, but remember that Tony has used up his normal summon now. He's going to be trying to draw into cards that are going to allow him to extend this field a little bit more. And if that is not the case...
Yeah, even if your Murakumo gets Bestial, that means that's 1 less card that can be used to banish a Malice monster, because you really need to get your engine off the ground here, and it looks like that's going to be quite a difficult job. Staring down this Detonator makes it so hard for any of your Cyburst monsters to stick to the field and start turning themselves into Link monsters. Already used the normal summon, unable to banish a Malice card. You've got to think if there was almost any other Malice card, you probably would have set it, banished that instead of the MTP.
Yeah, exactly that, just to kind of get you a bit more advantage. The only other Malice name would be one that was drawn off the Chessy Cat. We seeing a pass from Tony here? It could quite possibly be the case. I suppose the question for Cormac is whether he wants to still try and activate the prayers to bring back the Murakumo, or whether he saves it for during his turn. Looks like we are going to be using the prayers, tributing off the Amarasa, paying those 800 life points.
Yeah, I feel like you might as well here. Tribute it off, and then if your opponent has a Bestial to Bestial your Murakumo, then you can just bring back a level 4 Ryu-Ge, but that is enough.
Tony's seen enough on that one, offers the fist bump to his opponent on that one. Congratulations to Cormac, commiserations to Tony on that one. Fought very, very hard, was able to bring it back all the way into game 3, but Cormac, as we've seen on the previous feature matches already, definitely knows how to pilot his Mitsurugi Ryu-Ge strategy. Did it very, very well, being able to backing it up with solemn strikes, solemn warnings, just adding extra layers of protection for what you already have with a detonator and a Murakumo.
Yeah, very clean, pushing through multiple interruptions to set up an absolutely massive field and showing us the true power of the Mitsurugi deck. I really like the take on it that he's had here, which is to maximize the Mitsurugi cards and have the Ryu-Ge as kind of the side engine, which is quite unorthodox, I think, given the established build is to kind of run slightly more Ryu-Ge cards. So I'll have to ask him about that. But yeah, massive congratulations to him. Commiserations to Tony, once again making it to a major final, a 2-time finalist now, unfortunately able to take home the crown this time once again.
Yeah, exactly that. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back with the finalists, the winner, Cormac, with the UK National Championship trophy and his final interview as well. So back very, very shortly, so don't you go anywhere.
Hello everyone, I'm here with our UK National Champion 2025, Cormac Adams. Cormac, congratulations. You've just had 3 feature matches in a row, won them all very cleanly, cool, calm and collected. I mean, how did you feel going through those? Were you comfortable in the chair by the end of it?
Yeah, especially being on the same side for all 3 of the matches, I feel like, that chair is, it's definitely going to remember me for a while anyway. But yeah, no, it was really great. After the first one, you kind of get, an idea of how to deal with the feature matches, so it's okay.
Yeah, we'll ask them afterwards if you can take the chair home with you as a keepsake. This is the the chair that I used to win the national championships as well as the deck. So talk to us a little bit about the deck. It looked to me like a little bit of a unique spin on the Mitsurugi Ryu-Ge. How did you come up with that?
Yeah, so I've been working with a couple of my friends. We've been working together on this deck for probably the best part of about a month to 6 weeks now. Fundamentally, there were some issues with the more standard Mitsurugi Ryu-Ge deck that plays things like 7 Tachyon, Star Ryu-Ge, Ryu-Ge Cross that we weren't really fans of. We wanted to try and explore something a little bit different. I've always been a really big proponent that I think the Mitsurugi cards are some of the most powerful cards in the game, especially with the most recent wave of support. And I really wanted to focus in on being able to get as much out of that engine as possible. Because another issue with the more regular Mitsurugi Ryu-Ge deck is that there's also a lot of cards that you don't really want to draw in it. Whereas in our deck, there's a lot of card combinations that work much better together that you're much more likely to draw. And it's just extremely powerful, and it's also much more potent through a lot of the cards that are really popular into your deck, such as Droll and Lockbird and things such as that.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds super clean. It looked like it performed super well for you. How are you feeling in that final specifically? You won the dice roll, you went first, and it looks like you were able to breeze through all the hand traps that were presented to you.
Yeah. I suppose, by this point in the tournament, I'm pretty well accustomed to, having to play through things such as Droll and Lockbird, Ash Blossoms, Imperms, Impulses. So, I've kind of, I've figured my way around all of that at this stage, and I kind of know my way around how to combo efficiently. So that really, really helped in that front. Game 3 was just, I looked at that hand and I was just like, there's no way that I can possibly lose this game. I had my 2 best starters I could possibly ask for, and then I had a cross set and a talent I ended up not even using. So yeah, I felt very, very happy with that at the end.
Yeah, well, even with a great hand, you still have to pilot it to the win. You were playing against the finalist of YCS Birmingham. Did that play on your nerves at all, playing against another experienced player?
It's actually quite funny because he was actually the person that I lost to in the top 32 of YCS Birmingham. So I wanted to get a little bit of revenge, kind of even up the score here. So I'm really happy to have done that. And yeah, I enjoy playing against, experienced players, people who have had a lot of great results. Being able to, win against those players also helps, validate me as well, which I feel really great about.
Well, congratulations. There's no greater validation here in the UK than winning the UK National Championships 2025, taking it home for Ireland, taking it off, some other players from the UK. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, it feels pretty good. I won Irish Nationals 6 years ago, so I kind of said back then that my next, step is to go over and win the UK, so I'm happy to have done that.
Wow, well, massive congratulations. You are going to be representing the UK at the European Championships soon. Are you ready to take that on?
Yeah, I mean, some of my friends kind of tell me that I'm basically, British as it is, so it's not going to be anything new to me to sort of, be representing the UK in some way, shape or form.
Well, massive congratulations to you. I hope everyone at home really enjoyed the stream this weekend. We have our champion, Cormac Adams, and we'll see you soon at the European Championships 2025.